patiently waiting for. Today's Opie and Anthony show starts now.
Doing here? Wait a minute, you want me to intro the Opie and Anthony show? You gotta get it. Hey, it's Larry King welcoming you to the Opie and Anthony show right here on Sirius XM Satellite Radio.
Oh, fuck yeah! The place is insane!
You guys like to cuss on that, right?
Yeah, a lot.
It's a weird show.
Yes, interesting interviews and, of course, your phone calls as well. It's not the most talked about, not the most written about, and certainly not the most listened to show in the history of radio, but I'm still proud to intro it.
The show is so disorganized.
Holy shit. It's so fucking bizarre.
Everybody's not politically correct. Opie and Anthony were saying this. Well, then turn off goddamn Opie and Anthony, you dumbass.
We're experts and we already know this is going to be great radio, so shut the fuck up.
Where else are you going to be able to say that and get paid for it?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pride that I presented this, by the way, one of the highlights of my career, the Opie and Anthony show. By the way, who's Jim Norton?
Good morning. How's everybody today? Hola. Wait. What happened? My headphone. There it is.
Nice.
Yeah, you know. You got the master one. You got the Massa headphone one over there.
This one over here?
Oh, but then I'll just turn mine down. No, and then I got to get to mine and adjust it perfectly.
Well, me and Ant just did 20 minutes on the Republican debate.
Yes, the debate, the after debate.
So try to capture that in the air somewhere because it's out there.
Yeah.
How was the debate?
We weren't recording it, were we?
No idea. I don't think so. Nope, I didn't see any tape rolling.
So how are they going to hear what we said? I don't like doing things twice. Maybe we shouldn't talk before the show.
Either.
I think we got to start showing up right at 6, Sam.
Like Ronnie B.
Yeah, because the problem is me and Ann are doing our best material. Jimmy shows up at 6.
Walk right
So
in.
look, he's nice and fresh. He doesn't even know what we talked about.
I
No
know.
idea. And then me and Ann have to make believe all the shit we just said for the last 20 minutes is being said for the first time to each other.
But you'll know if it works amongst your conversation before the show. We'll just do that again. And
Are you trying to say we were trying things out?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Throwing
I
things,
see.
spitballing is what they call it.
Oh, we were talking about Al Sharpton, how Rachel Maddow looks like a boy.
Right.
That's an old gag, but
The
still
boy.
fun. We were talking about Romney and Perry and Michelle Bachmann and the rest of these clowns. This,
Did they let Ron Paul debate?
Yeah,
Ron Paul is
they
a
put him in there.
lunatic.
You know what?
Me and Ant are in agreement.
Yeah.
Enough with the Ron Paul tweets and emails.
I've seen
Ron
so
Paul
many
is
of
a
them.
lunatic.
I've seen them all. He's got some good ideas. I do agree with that. He's a very good businessman. And now I'm going to get all the tweets going, you know nothing about politics. Shut up, because I don't agree with you. Doesn't mean I don't know anything about politics. He's got some great shit as far as finances go for this country to get back again. But the guy, boy, is he not very presidential. And I don't think he's electable this time around either. I think, and here's what I believe. It's not, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen, but here's what I believe. I think we're looking at a Perry-Romney ticket for 2012. I'm not sure which way it's going to go as far as president, vice president, but I think the Republicans, and if they're smart, they're going to run 2 middle-aged looking white guys with, sort of moderate ideology on some things. Yes, they're religious, but when you look at how religious George Bush was, anything is a pullback. And at this point, and again, my opinion, anything, especially business-wise, would be better than Barack Obama at this point. They had them front and center also. And then as the candidates spread out on the stage, you notice the peripheral people barely got any time, any camera time. That fucking Michelle Bach, she's on the side. No one gives a shit. She said 3 words.
They were saying she was hanging low, but I told Ant that she's out of her league. It's now being made apparent that she's completely out of her league, and she has no shot at this.
She doesn't have a shot. The fat spittle guy from Dune. I don't think he's got a shot. But Newt Gingrich, yes, that's what his name was.
But the point I was making to you, Ant, the Romney Perry thing, and they do it at every debate leading up to every fucking election. These guys are fighting with each other. Perry and Romney basically saying, "You suck, I'm better. No, I'm better. You suck." And then 2-3 months from now, whatever, they're going to be best of pals.
When they're running mates, they're going to be talking about how great each other are. They bash the shit out of each other in the primaries, just like Obama did.
No, I know. I know it's not just it happens on both sides. Absolutely. Obama and Biden were going at it during these
they were
debates.
going
I
at
do
it
remember
during
that.
the primaries.
And then they turned out to be palsy-walsies. And that's what drives me nuts. We're supposed to forget all this shit that's happening now, where who said Dukakis created more jobs than you, sir.
More jobs than you did. Yeah. Romney gets that off, and then Perry comes back with, George W. Bush had more jobs than you, and then you know what he didn't. They're arguing. They were just arguing.
Them's fighting words. If you say Dukakis created more jobs than you, that no one wants to hear that.
Got some laughs.
Yeah, I know, but eventually...
Anytime you say Dukakis, it gets laughs.
Eventually they'll be pals and they'll get past the Dukakis thing.
And you're right, one will run as the other one's vice presidential candidate after attacking each other. It really is hard to not...
the process.
It's hard to believe anything any of them say.
Right. I love this. Actually, Obama is Bush's 3rd term. Shut the fuck up, you fucking cunt. You're an asshole.
You know what?
Really?
I'm going to randomly block someone on Twitter for that, because that's just too much fun there.
It's just... for people to say, look, he's been in long enough to make the presidency his own. His transparency in government, his All of the promises he made, its delusions of grandeur, they never panned out. And it's time to stop blaming Bush. There's plenty to blame Bush about. He had 2 terms. He fucked up shit. He got us in wars we shouldn't have been in the first place. He spent so much money on these wars. It was ludicrous. You got to look at some of the circumstances that were happening at the time. He had the public behind him, especially after 9/11. The public was rabid about going anywhere and bombing the shit out of anyone.
Right.
We were pissed off people looking for blood. In hindsight, wasn't quite the right thing to do. A lot of people realized that. We went through a lot of money, and it hurt the economy. But let me tell you something. We're still in Afghanistan. We're still in Iraq. We're also now in fucking Libya. Gitmo's still open. We've bailed out a fuckload of fucking people that should have gone under. And this guy, now tonight, Obama's going to get on TV and talk about how he's going to get jobs by putting to work people on the infrastructure of America. You know, highways and things. Where have I heard this? Oh, that's right. It was part of his election speech. This isn't a new fucking idea. Holy shit.
Wow, you're losing your mind.
He's rehashing.
Yeah. Well,
enough. I'm done with Obama. I'm done with he's bullshit about everything that he said he was going to do, which, by the way, I'm kind of happy about on a lot of things. And it's time to get 2 middle-aged white guys in there again. Thank you. You
mentioned Libya on Twitter today. Gaddafi to haters. He's got haters, you know. We all have haters.
They do H8. Yeah. Are they spelling haters that way? The cool Twitter way to save some letters?
Gaddafi to haters. And we can all relate. We all have haters. Right?
Yeah.
Gaddafi to haters. You're all scumbags.
Wow.
You wrote that?
Yeah.
Gaddafi's tweeting. That's
Gaddafi
cool.
rules. I wish he was tweeting.
That's cool.
Well, the process has begun for the next president of the United States of America. Do we have any clips from the debate? I would love to play a few of these today.
Do you have the bloody blah one or the blah blah bloody blah one? I mean, it's there was that moment, that little trade off between Perry and Romney, but it was the after debate on MSNBC where they got such credible people to sit down and debate about the debate. The likes of which, Reverend Al Sharpton. They invite that fucking piece of shit onto MSNBC to talk about what this is, that fat fuck that Stephen Pagonis lost his entire career and life over pretty much because that cocksucker backed 2 lying sacks of shit lawyers, Mason and Maddox, over the Tawana Brawley lie. And they invite him on now?
What were they doing, the roundtable thing that MSNBC does?
Of course.
Yeah, I don't understand why MSNBC would have
this lump of shit
would have hired Reverend
network.
Al. I'm just amazed by that.
Say what you want about any other news organization, but MSNBC brings this fat fuck on and gives him credibility when, in the meantime, you don't see, what's his name, the former head of the KKK there. That's a nice politician now.
Cumia.
Yes, him.
David Duke.
David Duke. You don't see David Duke being brought on any other news channels as a legitimate guy. You see him brought on as that kooky guy. But you know what? Hey, David Duke is just trying to make his way in life now. Oh, he was the Grand Wizard at one point of the KKK, but that was a long time ago. So why don't they bring him on as a roundtable? You got a race-baiting shit fuck like Reverend Al Sharpton sitting there and getting credibility by MSNBC?
Yeah.
Fuck you. Fuck your channel. Fuck Reverend Al.
Let me ask you a question.
I don't know why they would do that. But,
because they're liberal cocksuckers that forgot everything that happened back in the fucking 80s.
If they're liberal cocksuckers, they could find a bunch of people way better than Reverend Al.
Ugh.
Reverend Al just...
They love him.
But he alienates way too many people.
Oh, they love him.
How is his ratings for that show? Are they out yet?
I don't know.
No idea.
When they line up these candidates, like with the Democrats and the Republicans, do they line them up in alphabetical order at the thing, or they put the ones who look the most prestigious, or who they're telling you should be the ticket in the middle?
Front runners are centered.
But why don't they just line them up alphabetically if it's really a debate between the candidates for that party?
Yeah.
Why do you need the front runners and why do you have to stack the deck even more?
So the cameras don't have to swing so much.
They're already telling us basically who we should be focusing on.
Yeah.
When in this country of ours, it should be a throw up, right?
That's exactly what it is. It's this kind of subliminal thing that goes on. But front and center,
who picks the
you got
positioning?
your front runners.
Do you know?
I don't know.
Is it the network?
Good question.
Who picks the position?
I doubt the network does
positions for everybody. It's like a horse race.
Yeah,
putting everyone in their proper place.
Should just be alphabetical, and everybody gets the same amount of time to talk. I mean, how else could you do it? That way you hear every candidate the same.
If I was in charge of it, I would make them all stand like they do, but no podiums. And then they have to wander around the stage the entire time.
Oh, that'd be good.
If you
they
stop
just walk
moving,
around,
you're
like
out.
Musical
You're out.
microphones.
And who got the podium fucking gig?
Yeah.
Remember, we talked about podiums.
Podiums make you look very important. They ought to do that, musical microphones, where they ask questions and then they take away one microphone and they all have to run to a mic to answer the question.
Well, Newt didn't get good placement last night.
Newt got horrid placement.
Newt stinks.
Because he rots. Bachman got a horrible placement.
She sucks too.
Yeah, they all suck.
What's his name? Who's the black guy in there?
There's a black guy up
running.
there.
Yeah, he actually had some good ideas. I liked his ideas on taxes. Those were good.
What's his name though? You know,
the black guy.
I didn't know there was a black
I just call him the black guy. Yeah, because he's the black Republican, so he's the only one. But I liked some of his.
What did Ron Paul say about air conditioners?
Ron Paul's crazy.
What did he say about air conditioners? Do we have that clip? We should have that clip.
Yeah,
today.
we should get that clip.
Something about take the air conditioners away from our soldiers or something. And you didn't hear this?
I must have been listening with half an ear at that.
I don't want to misquote it. So we got to find the air conditioner line.
Economic stuff, like Ron Paul. One thing I liked. Here's what I liked about him.
He is a kook, though, Jim.
I think he is a little nutty. But what I liked about him was he answered everything. I didn't watch him last night, but the different things I've seen him in, he answers questions directly. Like, what do you think we should do with the economy? He doesn't give you bullshit about, this is what I think we should do. And he gives you a real answer, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
I don't like his stance on evolution, which means I wouldn't like his stance on a lot of science. Even though people keep saying he wouldn't legislate, maybe not. I just don't like that.
Yeah.
And to me, that is an important issue. I didn't like it in Bush. He was too religious.
What does he believe as far as evolution goes?
Creationism.
Well, you know what I don't like? Obama hides it very well. He's not pushing a religious agenda, but he sure as shit is coddling the Muslims, and not so much when it comes to Christians and Catholics and Jews.
The Muslims.
His stance he's taken against Israel is amazing, whether you like it or not. I mean, they are pretty much the only check mark we got over there.
Well, he's going for the Muslim vote.
Of course he is.
There's a lot of Muslims in America.
And of course he is. You're absolutely right.
You want to see the Ron Paul clip?
Yeah, let's see Ron Paul with his
Listen to
air
this.
conditioner.
Listen to this. The Blaze.
Ron Paul.
Is just back from the wildfires out east. A Category 1 storm laid waste to entire areas. There's standing water tonight, Patterson, New Jersey. Many of the towns around where I live, 8 days without power. We had people eating in outdoor and public parks because the supermarkets were closed down. The question is, federal aid, something like FEMA. If you object to what it's become and how's it's run, your position is to remove it, take it away, abolish it. What happens in its absence?
Well, what happened before 1979? We didn't have FEMA, and that FEMA just conditioned people to build where they shouldn't be building. We lose the market effect of that. But yeah, my position is we should have never had it. There's a much better way of doing it. I mean, this whole idea that the federal government can deal with weather and anything in the world, just go to the federal government. FEMA's broke. They're $20 billion in debt. But I'm not for saying tomorrow close it down. A lot of people pay the insurance. I worked real hard to make it work, and I did that in my district too. But I'll tell you how we should do it. We're spending, believe it or not, this blew my mind when I read this, $20 billion a year for air conditioning in Afghanistan and Iraq, in the tents over there, and all the air conditioning. Cut that $20 billion out, bring it home, take 10 off the debt, and put 10 into FEMA or whoever else needs it, child health care or whatever. But I'll tell you what, if we did that and took the air conditioning out of the green zone, our troops would come home, and that would make me happy.
Now, how is it that you take the air conditioners away from the soldiers and they just come home?
Well, they get
Is
too
that
hot.
it?
They're
They
like,
get too
"Fuck
hot and
this."
they start going, hey, I'm out of here.
We all can relate to that. After a while, you just go, "Oh, fuck this!
I'm
I'm
outta
going
here."
inside."
But he's
well, the problem is, why is it costing $20 billion for air conditioners? That's the real issue.
Because it's the government.
Right. I'm sure it shouldn't cost $20 billion for air conditioners.
You go to the Afghanistan Sears, you pick up a couple of units, window units. It's easy.
Our guys need
Solar
air
yourself.
conditioners, but it shouldn't cost $20 billion.
He wants to bring them all home. I think that's the point he's making. He wants to
Boy,
bring.
that's a roundabout way to make that point.
Nah,
huh?
but he said our soldiers would come home and that would make me happy.
Well-
And I like the way he said, let's cut this here, put 10 here, 10 there.
What about the guys that go, you know what, fuck the air conditioners, I'm staying anyway?
Yeah.
Then how do you get those guys out?
Yeah, what happened?
They
like the heat.
blowers on them.
Right.
Hey, Mars, what's going on with the blank screens?
Oh, boy, we just lost all our
And by that we
TVs.
mean the two eyes.
You just
wants
wanted to
to
make
pull-
sure you weren't having a fucking
Stroke
or something.
He
right?
wants to pull every soldier out of Germany. I love that. I want all our soldiers out of everywhere in the world. Korea, I like that
Well, we
about him.
kind of
He's
need
got
him
some-
around.
he has.
I want them
check
all
out
out.
shit.
He has some great ideas, but he's a little kooky, is all I'm saying.
He should give his ideas to someone that looks more presidential.
It's like there was somebody on this earth at one point that had a great idea on building interstate highways. Now, most of the world had roads. So this guy thought, huge highways and then have roads off these highways would make travel a lot easier. It's a great idea.
That sounds like a great man.
But the elimination of an entire race of people, probably not as popular as that highway idea.
That was just Hitler's idea of how to keep traffic. That's all the Holocaust was about. Hitler wanted traffic on these new highways to be light.
Light
So
traffic.
he figured if you wiped out 6 million people, nobody would be going to work.
You want to talk to Oscar, who knows about air conditioners?
Oscar.
He knows exactly what Ron Paul's talking about. Oscar, go ahead real fast.
I know about air conditions too, my friend.
That's right. We all do.
What's going on?
All right. No, I did a first rotation tour in Iraq, and we did it without air conditioners when I was there.
Oh.
This is spring 2004. We're leaving. Everybody that moved in started buying fucking air conditioners and installing them in the palaces and shit. And I agree with Ron Paul. It's bullshit. Them motherfuckers, they can suffer like we did.
Look, I would love to know who got that gig. The air conditioners for over there. That's a lot of fucking money, man.
Oh, so it's like the electric bill? Like what if they're buying them on their own and installing them into like tents and buildings?
Yeah, who pays for the electric? If
It's
you're
the
over
electric.
there fighting and you're like, you know what, I need an air conditioner for my little.
Well, it's got to be the government,
little area.
whatever they're setting up, whatever power plants they have. It all.
Right.
I think
$20 billion for
what's
air
that consensus?
conditioners. That's crazy.
We frayed a bunch of wires and made a big hook out of it and threw it up on the electric line.
That's what they do. Just steal your juice.
I love it.
That's good.
All right, Oscar.
Nothing wrong with that.
Thank you, sir. And thanks for everything you do for this country. Hey, Herman Cain is the CEO of Godfather Pizza. Is that true? The black guy is Herman Cain.
Oh, is that it?
I'm getting intel.
Yeah.
And he's the CEO of Godfather's Pizza.
Oh, there he is. Kane in 2012, yos.
Man, he has no shot.
Oh, not a chance in hell.
No shot.
No.
Do they give them an equal number of time to talk?
Well, they're supposed to.
I think they kind of
But
turn their
some
mics down a
people-
little lower and stuff.
Some people, if they're asked a question and then they give shenanigans to another candidate, the other candidate gets an opportunity to kind of rebut that. And if no one's talking to one candidate, they don't get as much chance to talk.
What were they saying about the death penalty? Weren't they going back and forth about the death penalty too?
Yeah. Perry is, big fan of the death penalty, being in Texas and everything like that.
Yeah.
And again, MSNBC was like, it's just appalling to me to see somebody and people actually applauding the killing of other people. It's like, really? Really? What about the people that killed the people that are because that's what you're talking about. They've killed other people. So shut up. Making it sound like they're just cheering about, yay, kill people, yay.
You're applauding the fact that you feel that justice is being given. I don't even like the death penalty, but it's not. I was thinking about those two that killed that doctor and his family.
Yeah.
On the way in today,
right?
I would applaud those two being burned alive.
Oh, exactly.
They should be killed.
That's a Connecticut thing.
Yeah. It's the worst thing I've ever heard. They should be burned alive.
Over. That whole MSNBC and the slogan that they have, lean forward. because everything they say is right leaning or left leaning. They're like, we lean forward.
Let's just lean forward.
And I tweeted it last night. I'm like, lean forward, yeah, over my toilet bowl. That's what I do. Well, as I vomit. It should be MSNBC. Well, hold my hair. I had it with lean forward. But shut up.
Aren't you vomiting for other reasons, sir?
Well, sometimes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do that sometimes. Captain Morgan, lean forward. Captain Morgan, bathroom tile marks on my face.
Well, that fucking debate, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I think it's just all silly.
It's
in the end. So the front runners, Romney and Perry.
That's what I'm looking at.
All right, who's third and fourth place right now?
Third and fourth. Pretty good.
Who's up there?
Pretty good. I think a lot of people
doesn't have a chance.
I think a lot of people do like Ron Paul.
Bachman doesn't have a shot.
But
what about the weird guy that looks like a kid toucher? What's his name?
Yeah, he kind of popped his head in there, and he actually had some pretty good things.
They kind
to
of
say.
like him, but they're saying, you know, a little too green. Maybe another 4 years he might have a better shot at this. What's his name though?
Yeah, starts with an H. Fuck. The
guy all the way on the right there.
Hamna.
That guy.
Yeah, what's his name there?
What the fuck is his name?
Just the way they stack the front runners in the middle.
Of course.
I'm waiting for someone to come
What a
up with
rigged
it,
game, man.
It is.
That's the political process in this
rigged.
country.
It's a little
It's
rigged.
fair for everybody.
Harkonnen.
First of all, you need millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars to even have a
Huntsman.
chance at it.
Huntsman.
Thank you.
I believe
sir.
it's Huntsman, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, Huntsman.
They kind of liked him, but he's got a weird look to him.
Well, yeah, he does kind of have a younger Gary Condit weird guy look.
Herman Cain, no way. You got the Ron Paul, Romney, Perry, Bachman, Newt. Who are the other two that were up there? Do you even know?
No, I don't pay attention to like a few of the people.
Now,
They just whatever.
Let me ask you this: did Clinton come out of nowhere, or was he a front runner? I don't remember anymore.
Well,
He was kind of,
at the beginning. He was kind of a peripheral guy, but
he was right.
But he was what
And
they
moved
call
up in the
charming,
ranks?
had charisma.
Who were the front runners that year?
Fuck, who was it?
Because I have a feeling that Clinton just came out of nowhere. I'm wondering if any one of these guys could come out of nowhere.
Was that 92? Clinton got elected?
92, sure.
Was Dukakis? I think was Dukakis from Boston?
Oh yeah, he was.
Jerry Brown, Paul Tsongas. Remember Paul Tsongas?
Yeah.
Were those guys the front runners that year?
They were in it.
But who are the guys that people were really focused on before Clinton came out of nowhere? Or maybe Clinton was a front runner.
I don't remember.
I don't
He's from
think he
Arkansas.
was,
I mean,
though,
they weren't doing that well in education.
Brown,
Looks from a very impressive place.
Tsongas. Who are the others two?
I don't know now.
Bob Kerry, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Kerry.
Turn
Shit.
that last guy there.
Kerry was probably the
Tom
front
Harkin.
runner.
Okay.
Yeah, well, Clinton was the guy.
Well, we now know that, but
Yeah.
until he played his saxophone, we didn't know who the fuck this guy was.
I know. That's what he did. He went on the MTV.
Arsenio.
Arsenio.
And then-
Arsenio.
yeah,
yes.
yeah, he did that though. He went on the MTV too and got the
MTV.
he went on the MTV and got the boxes or briefs question and laughed and got every young vote.
What did he say? Did he say boxers or briefs?
I think he said he goes commando and comes all over interns' dresses, and they all laughed and thought it was a joke.
Yeah, he probably said he was naked or something.
Exactly, Chip. You got it.
Is that how you handle it now?
Yeah,
That's how you handle it, huh?
exactly. When Reverend Al blurted out Galileo instead of Galileo,
Galileo.
I think twice he said it too. He's a moron.
That's what he is. He's Ugaleo.
Uncle Leo. Uncle Leo.
Gary Hart, people are saying, was a front runner.
Was he then?
Was he before the
Was that monkey business?
before the monkey business thing?
Yeah, that was a good one.
And Ross Perot, people are saying Ross Perot.
But he was more.
He was in there all the time. Independent. Pain in the ass. Fucking spoiler. I hope Ron Paul isn't going to pull that shit. Once we get viable candidates up there through this primary, everyone else just has to back him and pull the fuck out, or else you're going to take away Republican votes, and this jackass is going to get another 4 fucking years.
I might vote for Ron Paul. I don't know.
No. It's a throwaway of a vote.
I don't care.
And it's a vote for fucking Obama.
There's a lot that I don't like about his his stuff, but I do like his economic. I think he knows what he's talking about. I think he knows that process. He's a little too old.
Yeah.
I don't like somebody that old getting elected, and that just bugs me. Anybody who's like that bugs me.
But you're going to vote for him anyway?
Because
you're confusing.
No, because the point is that's not really an issue in politics right now.
Right.
Like, it's not an important issue. Like, it's not like because he's a creationist, he's going to fucking not do the right thing tax-wise.
Yeah.
I'm undecided with him.
Yeah.
But Ron Paul, a lot of Ron Paul, I know you guys are passionate, but a lot of you really are annoying. Like, when you say, you're not sure, they're like, but he didn't say that!
I know.
Like, I'm just telling you, I'm not sure, you fuck. Shut up.
Damn the Ron Paul
Assholes.
people. Like, Ron Paul, like I said, he's got some good ideas. He's a little kooky. I don't mind Ron Paul. It's his people that are crazy.
But you're missing the point. Jimmy, you think people just overreact all the time?
All the time. It's like, because I said some good things about him. Like, I like the fact that he answers directly and stuff. And then they're like, fucking, it's like, if you don't get 100% on board, I'm like, yeah, but I don't like that he's a creationist, though. Yeah, but that's not going to affect anything. All right, asshole. Good. Sorry, I didn't say that. Yes, I think that's a repulsive point of view, and I love him anyway. Sorry. Shut your face. At least I'm saying something good about the guy. I'm being open, cocksuckers.
Nothing wrong with being open.
Really? Like, I'm taking a look at him. I'm watching some of the things he's saying.
Right.
And a lot of what he's saying I like.
Right.
But there's that other part that I don't like.
And they attack you for that?
Fuck them. I know they're passionate, and the problem is they're like, nobody will talk about Ron Paul. That's why, you idiots. Because whatever we do, you jump on the one minutia
Yes.
that we're not 100% with Ron Paul. That's why nobody wants to talk about him.
So
Because
right.
you guys are annoying.
That's so fucking right.
Of course I'm right.
Oh, God.
I was tweeting nice stuff about him.
Yeah.
And still getting attacked,
And
right?
still. But he didn't say evolution. Great. I'm sure he didn't. Shut up.
It's like Jesus was riding a dinosaur.
That
or
made me
something.
laugh out loud when a guy wrote that.
Yeah, that is a funny one.
But the guy raised a good point. He goes, who cares if Ron Paul thinks Jesus was riding a dinosaur? He can fuck my mother as long as he can fix the country.
Fix the country.
Yeah, that's all.
And that's a great point.
Yeah, that is funny.
Clinton got in the race in November, supposedly. Back in the day.
All right, so like a year before.
Well,
yeah.
Well, all right. So a couple months later,
Something like
from where we're at now, right?
Yeah, that's when people got into it, like a year before the race. Now they
start a lot
over
earlier.
a year and a half before the rumblings start happening.
And that's what bothers me too, because now you got a President Obama, love him or hate him, whatever. But now he can't even focus on
He's
the
not
country
doing
because he
his
has to focus on his reelection.
A president now serves 2.5 years.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
And then campaigns for a year and a half.
And it works on both sides.
Yeah.
You know, the next president, if he's a fucking Republican,
It'll
he'll
be
do the
2
exact
years.
same fucking thing.
It'll be 2 years as president and then 2 years of campaigning.
Shouldn't there be some kind of laws in there where, look, you already have a gig.
Yeah.
Do your gig. Sorry,
Yeah.
but you can't focus on, making sure you continue with your gig right now.
I'm waiting for the day where the president gets sworn in and then starts making campaign promises for his next election. He hops on a bus and goes around the country trying to get reelected the day after
When you
his
see these presidents
inauguration.
going around the country to fundraise and all that, you think to yourself, well, that time could be spent doing something else.
Yes. We do have the Reverend Al post-debate MSNBC roundtable discussion about the debate. And here is the always smart and genius Reverend Al.
Breitbart. I remember that guy.
I think that I agree. Governor Perry fed red meat to his base.
So hateable.
I think that he hurt himself, though, with the general public. When you go through the fact checks, when they check out his claims about jobs and minimum wage in Texas, I think he's going to get a little hit hard on that. The Ponzi scheme, science. I mean, this whole thing of Galileo was outvoted. I mean, he really got out
That
there.
meant Galileo.
Pause that, and you call him on it, there'll be a problem.
That whole thing with Galileo, with fucking Galliano. I love that wine. That's that Guinea wine, right? Don't the wops drink that shit? Oh, but I'm impervious. I'm black. I could say that.
Look, I suck at talking, but I know it's Galileo.
Of course.
What did he say? Galileo?
Galileo or something.
That sounds like a brand of wine in a
Gallo.
box.
Outvoted. I mean, he really got out there. But
Oh, they're killing
think
him
he's
too.
gonna get,
Jello.
A little hit hard on that. The Ponzi scheme, science. I mean, this whole thing of Galileo was outvoted.
Jesus. Seriously?
Galileo. Yeah.
Seriously.
Oh, why don't you go Leo on a train track? Fat fuck.
He is a fucking hateable guy.
And what I hate the most about him is that brow thing he
His
does.
furrowed brow that he's
I
always
fucking
angry.
hate
Well, he's
that.
perpetually outraged.
Is he?
Yeah, he's been outraged for so many years. His face stuck like that.
Outrage pays well.
Oh, it pays well.
Why
Look
don't
at
we
the
go
suit
into
it gives him.
Why don't we go into the world of outrage?
Yeah.
Man, look at the
Yeah.
suits. He's flying first class. He's on TV.
Oh, it's amazing.
How do you join that?
I don't know, but who is this Copernicus guy? I don't know. Copper nickels? No, they're not. Pennies is copper. Oh, who was it? That's what I said. What about Socrates? What did Socrates say? Plato, I had that as a child. Didn't it pick up comics when you pressed it on a... Oh, no, wait a minute. That was silly putty. That's what I got between my legs. One silly putty. Copper knickers. Why would he wear them? They sound uncomfortable. Oh, I got it. Arrows throttle. What? How fast does an arrow have to go? I'm outraged. Outraged. But I'm sure he knows the peanut inventor guy.
Why is everyone scared to correct him, by the way?
Because it's
Why can't
racist.
one of those idiots in the round table go, you mean Galileo, right?
I would be all over him like, really?
Right.
Did you mean Galileo? What? What if I said George Washington Carter, you dummy?
Oh, you'd be outraged.
Oh, of course.
They don't correct him for the same reason they have him there. They're just groveling pussies.
Assholes.
MSNBC really are. What a shitty network.
Be all over him.
Ugh. Just the way other people are punished publicly for saying stupid things.
Yeah.
No one has said more dumber things than this guy. He said more stupid things.
Oh, yeah.
Year after year. And the fact that he is now considered a viable opinion.
Yes, he's the Teflon dumb. He says something else dumb, doesn't he?
Yeah, you want to keep going?
Yeah, keep.
He
Oh,
really
please.
got out there, but
And then it says, did he mean Galileo?
science. I mean, this whole thing of Galileo was outvoted. I mean, and I think the DNC should take the Social Security line of Mr. Perry and the attack on Social Security and the Ponzi scheme and put out bumper stickers saying it's not about Obama, it's about your mama, and we'll win.
Yeah, it's good.
Al's point is very important.
Oh, them dramatizing. Huntley, Brinkley, Chancellor, Mudd, Brokaw, Williams, Sharpton. Very important. Reverend Al's Oh, shit, they put an old picture of him with Tawana Brawley from the old 80s days. Wow,
That
that's
was
funny
great.
shit.
Yeah,
that is
part.
very fucking funny, man.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh, a good point. Galileo, and then it's not about Obama, it's about yo mama.
That's right.
That's good. I'm sure, the White House is going to love that.
Get the
Yeah.
kids voting.
Hey,
I wish they'd put those stickers out.
we got this for you, Aunt. Brad in D.C. Go ahead, Brad.
Well, Brad.
Quickly, Brad. Let's go.
Hey, I don't blame you for bashing MSNBC, but fucking Reverend Al's on Fox News all the time.
Not anymore.
Yeah, let me tell you something, though. When Reverend Al goes on Fox News, it's as the opponent. He does Hannity's show a lot, and he comes up with these points, and Hannity will not let him get away with one fucking dumb thing he says like this. Do you understand?
Would Hannity correct him on the Galileo thing?
Correct him. He'd be all over him.
And you're not going to see Al Sharpton on Fox anymore because that's the competition. MSNBC hired him, right?
Yeah, and MSNBC now they wouldn't jump on him and don't debate his point. They just let him get away with it.
I mean, Henny wouldn't, but
he would.
O'Reilly does kiss his ass.
Yeah.
O'Reilly kisses his ass. Do you think if you said Galileo that O'Reilly wouldn't jump on that and go, who? What are you talking about?
I'm not arguing. I think MSNBC.
Yes, you are, sir.
Terrible. Okay, I am.
Arguing with me.
All right, sir. Thank you.
I think Hannity would be much more likely to jump on him than O'Reilly.
Oh, he would.
Yeah, O'Reilly seems to.
O'Reilly tries to be fair and balanced a little too much.
Oh, really? Does he?
You know, when he goes home, well, he's not too fair and balanced. He's fair and balanced. I bet he sounds a lot like me when he goes home. That's all I'm saying. Another Long Island fucking piece of white trash.
Is he?
Oh, please. We all are.
You want to do the weatherman story before the break?
This is
just to change it up a little bit because we went a little serious.
Davis, this is the funniest story ever.
And we pointed this out years ago. The name always fits the story.
Yeah.
We got a guy. He's a weatherman in where the hell is he again? Arkansas, right?
Oh yeah.
Arkansas. If you're Sharpton.
Arkansas. TV weatherman Brett Cummins.
Yes.
The name always has something to do with the story.
Oh boy.
Brett Cummins wakes up in a hot tub.
It was actually a regular bathtub.
Yeah.
It was just a bathtub.
Why are they calling it a hot
guy's-
tub? Because it had a couple jets?
It must have had jets, but it was in the house, and it was a bathtub in this gentleman's house. Not the weather guy's house. Another friend.
TV weatherman Brett Cummins wakes in hot tub with naked dead man, but it's a bathtub.
Yeah.
Arkansas police are investigating the death of a man found naked in a hot tub next to a sleeping TV weatherman.
He was wearing a dog collar around his neck. Yeah.
A friend woke meteorologist Brett Cummins of Little Rock Station, KARK, on Labor Day. He found the forecaster snoring in the empty whirlpool next to a nude man with a dog collar around his neck.
Bring out the gimp. The gimp's sleeping. I guess you better go wake him up then. Do you think he had the guy on the collar at one point in the tub and they were drinking, doing some drugs, and then he took his 5 fingers and just put him over the top of his head? And I love that scene.
Absolutely. The 36-year-old resident who made the grisly discovery, Christopher Barber. So another guy was involved.
Yeah.
This guy came in to wake up the weatherman. Allegedly told police that the victim, 24-year-old Dexter Williams, was blue in the face and lying near Cummins' shoulder.
All right, look, if he's blue in the face, someone's coming. What? This is crazy.
A lot of fucking blowjob jokes here.
Yeah.
Barber says the two men were in his home the night before drinking and snorting drugs.
Oh, boy.
Police haven't determined the cause of death, but a detective allegedly found a ring of blood in the bottom of the empty tub.
A ring of blood. Gee, I wonder where that came from. A perfect ring of blood. Ow.
Wow, did Kevin just wake up? I said Arkansas on purpose. Yes, you douchebag.
Oh, my God.
Because Jimmy pointed out that's how Al Sharpton would say it. Oh, God. Please listen closely to
He
the show.
was sitting on a burning ring of blood.
I bet it's in the shape of fingers, too.
Oh,
Five
yes.
fingers.
Police are waiting for autopsy results and don't consider Cummins a suspect. Yeah, but he don't have no job no more.
Well, I guess the station said he's just taking some time off to mourn the death of a friend.
Well, you know what? That's how it always begins.
Of course.
And
Until
then,
they have an internal investigation.
Yeah, a couple weeks will go by, and Brett Cummins is no longer with KARK.
Now, this guy kind of looks like the type of guy that I'm not saying he would wake up next to a corpse in a bathtub, but he looks like the kind of guy that would get into a tub with another guy with a dog collar on. Doesn't he?
Well, I think that's pretty obvious from the story.
Weathermen got
there were some
bad reps. Some of these weathermen.
What could you be doing in the tub? Who had the dog collar? The other guy?
The other guy, the dead guy.
And there was a ring of blood.
Ring of blood.
So, I mean, there was probably something in an asshole, you'd hope.
Well, you would hope.
How else would you get blood there? I mean, what else is he? I don't think there was a knife used. And how do you fall asleep?
The drugs.
Well, the drugs after a bender.
So maybe there was a little ass fucking or something?
There could have
possible.
I would assume there was some things going on. They were doing their drugs and partying, and then the guy probably maybe had a heart attack or something.
Some kind of activity.
Sure.
Maybe the dog collar was a little too tight.
What?
Maybe they were doing some erotic asphyxiation with the dog collar, and he got hung up on the drain, maybe, or the on the spigot. There's so many things that can happen with two nude men in a bathtub.
Why wouldn't you get out of the tub and just say that you walked in and found him?
No, he was asleep.
He was asleep.
The weatherman was still asleep. Dead guy is on his shoulder.
And yeah, and then the guy that owned the house came in, saw it, freaked out.
Sure.
Then weather guy wakes up
with the dead
sees
guy on his
dead
shoulder.
guy next to
Holy
him,
shit.
And then runs out of the bathroom and proceeds to start vomiting in the living room. He was so freaked out. He was screaming and vomiting in the living room. This guy's house is just a disaster at this point.
There's a dead man with a stringy, bloody asshole, a vomiting weatherman, and he has company coming over.
Yes. Chance of blood in the tub, 100%.
I'm surprised they didn't try to chop the guy up into little pieces like our bunny suit scenario that we love talking about every once in a while.
You know, he probably thought, like, my gig's over.
Yeah, this is a career ender, so you got to imagine that you got to maybe try to cut the body up into tiny pieces and hope no one comes a-calling.
Yeah, you think before they called the cops, they might have had a discussion, the owner of the house and the weatherman?
Like, man,
the guy in the tub.
Anything we could do here?
Like the guy that owns the house immediately was like, I'm calling the cops.
Right.
And you'd think maybe the weatherman was like, look, let's
sit down and talk about this.
Sit down for a minute. Just for a minute.
Give me a minute.
I just want to go over some options.
He's thinking about his weather gig, his cushy gig with the TV station.
And he's rolling through scenarios of all the people he knows in the news department going like, now they're telling the story of how he woke up with a dead guy.
And you think Brett Cummins is going, now I'm not saying we do this, but hear me out here.
But now calling the cops, of course, it's a great idea.
Great idea.
It's the number one idea.
We understand.
But let's look at a number two idea and weigh it and see if we really need to do this first.
Do you have a chainsaw?
Anything. An axe?
An axe?
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm thinking maybe no one if there's any way no one has to know about this.
I mean, you know and I know, but why does anyone else have to know?
Right now, that's it.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So no, put the phone down.
Yeah.
Put the phone down.
We can always call the cops. Relax.
That's a different thing. Yeah, the cops, they're not going anywhere.
You got any wine? Let's have a glass of wine. Let's settle down a little bit here.
We don't even know when this happened, so there's no big time of death problem. So let's just think this over a little more.
Well, I would assume that this Christopher Barber, who found the weatherman asleep in the hot tub with the other guy dead with the dog collar, doesn't like Brett Cummins too much.
Probably not.
Because he could have got him out of the situation. Said, look, all we have to do is say, hey, he's in the hot tub dead.
Well, I don't think the other guy that owns the house wanted to
take the
rap for the partying, the drugs, the collar.
Good point.
You know, if you fall asleep in a tub with somebody, there was some shenanigans going on.
Sure.
I think.
Wow, that guy.
Brett
Oh, he's got a Facebook page.
Oh, he does.
What was his last post?
Oh, God.
Here is your...
The other guy has a blue in the Facebook page. He's dead.
Here is your Labor Day evening webcast.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Yeah.
And all these people are blocking the comments because I guess he's got a couple people that are administrators or something on the page because there are people...
I got you.
Who just keep trying to comment rude things, but keep being blocked. There's just references to them. All the rude things are gone.
They're saying horrible things, probably.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Yeah,
what was his last post?
So. Yeah, what was his last post?
It was probably
go
like
to his wall.
Feeling sleepy. Gonna hop in the tub and fuck Jerry.
BRB.
BRB. Water's overflowing in the tub. Gonna fist my friend and tighten the dog collar.
Yeah, the blood is disturbing, man. What the fuck?
BRB, big ring of blood. Well, ring of RO. All right, whatever.
Good enough.
I try so hard sometimes. Nothing comes out. Oh, well. That is an interesting little story there, isn't it?
You're missing
Brett Cummins on Twitter also.
Well, Joker is saying we're missing the obvious.
At Brett Cummins WX.
Let's check it out. What was his last tweet?
Brett Cummins WX, and we'll see what his last tweet was.
Joker in Tennessee. What's up, Joker?
Hey, guys.
Joker.
You missed the obvious.
Oh, sorry.
The dog collar out of leather. It gets wet, it constricts, and the guy chokes.
Oh, well, you know what? It could have gotten a little wet.
Oh, okay. Got a little tighter, right?
Gets a little tight.
Okay.
Mm.
He falls asleep.
Choke.
Maybe he never falls asleep. He's
Chokes him
choking
out.
to death, and there's good old Brett Cummins
Snoring away.
who can't handle his drugs, so he's out cold.
Can't handle his fucking ground up oxy.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever he was doing. Oh, the poor weatherman. Oh, that's terrible.
Google Cummins image for new torso pics of deceased. There's no fucking way that's going to be a real thing.
What's that?
There's no way. This guy Bill in Columbus is saying,
Oh,
Google
Bill.
Cummins, Cummins image for new torso pics of deceased.
What?
Is it possible? Nah, come on. They wouldn't have fucking.
Yeah, what's that? Is that him? Is that him?
Oh, maybe it's a picture of him.
No, it's some young gentleman nude from the waist up, though.
Yes.
Weatherman awakens. Who is that?
That's the
guy.
It's the guy.
That's the guy who's dead?
Guy?
Yeah.
That's the twink.
Victim. The body of Dexter Williams was found
Oh, I wish it was
curled
Dexter the dog.
in the fetal position in a hot tub with Arkansas weatherman Brett Cummins. And wow, what a little twinkish lad he seems to be.
He's in great shape.
They were both in a tub together. Oh, boy.
They definitely had sex.
Oh, they so had anal intercourse.
They did. Two guys
just fucking in a
Fucking
tub,
and socking.
leaving blood and
they had butt sex.
Jeez, they had some butt sex.
Yes.
Yeah,
You think the owner of the home had a really good night's sleep and then just kind of wakes up and is like,
that's terrible.
I got to check in the house. I wonder where everyone is.
Wonder what happened last night.
Do we have the wake up music? Maybe. Do we have that, E-Rock? It all starts all nice. You wake up from a good night's sleep.
Oh well. Oh, I was just. Wow, I'm exhausted. What a night. Whew. Who was over? Brett. Brett was over, and then Dexter. Holy shit! I left him in the bathroom. I wonder if they're still partying. Let me get up and just walk inside. Who's look in the bathroom here. Holy shit! There's a dead guy at the top. Brett, wake up!
What the fuck are we gonna do, man?
Dexter's dead.
Dexter's dead.
Oh my god, he's got a dog collar around him. You're vomiting in my living room.
The guy was already in the bathroom. It's like, why would you leave and vomit?
I know, toilet's right there.
Yeah.
You know that the vomit in the living room was more of a drag than what was going on in the bathtub.
It probably smelled like whatever he ate and cum.
You could get rid of all that shit in the bathtub by just turning on the faucet, right?
Well, that's
but
true.
vomit, man, you get down on all fours and scrub that shit out of the rug.
Scrubbing. Well, all fours part's probably easy, but
Butt sex.
scrub and vomit. Yeah, butt sex. Butt sex. Butt sex.
Dave in Texas says this isn't the best weatherman story of all time.
What?
No,
it's a good
Dave
one.
wants to put this on the table. Dave,
I don't know if it's the best ever, but we had a guy here in Wichita Falls that used to be our weatherman, and the word got out that he'd had a gerbil stuck in his ass.
Oh, come on.
we need a new story.
No one really does that.
No, this was in the mid-'80s, and so he used to call our CBA basketball team games. He was like one of the commentators at the little stadium.
If his buddy lit a match to find him, and the gerbil shot out and broke his nose and burned his face, I'm gonna hang up in a second.
Yeah, we're gonna have to find you.
That
through
old
Google
gag.
Earth and kill you.
That was before like the internet. That was like shit would be faxed to you. That story.
We never did that story as real, right? We always did that one as fake.
I believe we always.
I know
did
a lot
that
of
as
radio
fake.
guys got tricked by that one.
Yeah,
a lot of them.
Well, I mean, nobody ever knew if it was true, but at the CBA game, we had a team called the Texans, and they were playing for the championship that year, and he used to call the games, and some drunk ass started the chant, faggot!
Jesus. Not much tolerance down there,
No, not much at all.
Everybody in town had heard this fucking story, you know? I mean, it just kind of made the rounds, and there were, gerbil jokes and all sorts of shit.
Well,
literally.
So
gerbil and
literally.
shit.
We don't have a news story on this?
No.
We don't have a news story on this, Dave. Very suspicious
If it ain't on AP, it didn't happen.
Dude, this is a town
Anal
of 100,000. I don't know if they put it in the newspaper, but everybody in town knew it.
All right. Well, there you go.
All right, guys.
All right.
Hey, Jimmy.
Bye-bye, buddy.
All right. We should take a break.
Yeah, we should.
Patton is here.
Patton Oswalt is here.
You missed
Definitely.
Roland's pronunciation of Patton.
Oh, really?
Patton.
Is that what he has?
P-A-D-D-E-N, Patton.
Patton Oswalt is here.
He's doing the rest of the show with us today. That's really cool.
That is cool.
And then
He's a good egg.
Nick Swartzen's coming in today, too.
I
Nice.
think 9 o'clock.
Very cool. Why don't we take a break and we'll get Patton Oswalt in here,
Yes.
and we'll continue to stay there.
Sirius XM, the virus.
And about me sounding like a white supremacist over the past week or so since Obama was elected, I'm seeing things that are happening outside. I'm experiencing things myself. This isn't my imagination. I am being bullied. That is just what's happening.
Come on. Now I've been listening on the radio to what's going down on the O&A show. Obama's got Anthony's niggas in a twist.
Yeah.
Something about the tax and the guns in his fist. Wow. Guessing and betting they're gonna take Ant's guns away. Robbing the rich for the black man's vanity. Wow. That's just crazy if you think for a second. Yeah. Now why the fuck would I want Anthony's check unless I'm getting to show me that you get to smell me? Wow. Sweet radio show, yeah, that would sell me. Yeah. But am I getting paid? And
Obama president now. That's right. I'm not taking this crap.
Rock's gonna take Ant's money and give it on up to me.
I'm not taking this crap.
Give it on up to me. The Rock's gonna take Ant's money and give it on up to me.
That's what you do.
You're a high-profile radio host.
Dude, I can't take this anymore. I can't take it.
It's the United Negro Kumi Fund. Drinking every bet under 21. So turning your guns for the collard green. There's a Starbucks for the great soda machine. Gonna get me if I had to punch it in. And Anthony's gonna have to take it on the chin. I'm bumping in the crackers that don't steer clear. It's the black man's time for terror and fear. Don't worry about the mortgage or paying your rent. Obama's got your back cause he's heaven sent. And when he's done improving my life, I'm gonna have more money than Ant's ex-wife.
I'm not joking. This is what we're dealing with. In this country, you've been allowed to voice that opinion and then have a dialogue about it with other people who disagree with that opinion. That's great. It's a great thing. But we've gotten to this point where you can't do that anymore. It's no. Hey, Obama president. Nah. That's what the president's going to do for you? Now you can walk in front of white people's cars. I'm sick of it.
You need a baby aspirin or something?
Shut the F up.
But now I see.
Obama president now.
On the Teddy Mountain Highway. Yeah. Teddy Mountain Highway. Rolling along Teddy Mountain Highway. Singing my song. Jimmy in the back. Eddie in the front. Open the wheel and we ain't gonna stop on the Teddy Mountain Highway. Driving along Teddy Mountain Highway. Yeah. Daddy's hands up. Sam down. Travis going bald. Steve's going gay on the Teddy Mountain Highway. Yeah. Teddy Mountain Highway. Rolling along Teddy Mountain Highway.
Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Dirty old town. Dirty old town. Clouds are drifting across the moon. streets at night. Dirty old town. Dirty old town.
There's a reason we're playing this today. Anyone want to?
What, we picked up 1-800-DENTIST as a sponsor? You ever see this motherfucker? Jesus Christ.
His teeth is horrendous.
Is it Shane McGowan's birthday?
Brushes with a shotgun.
No.
Is Pat a big
No.
Pogues fan?
We do have Patton Oswalt in here. You want to venture a guess there, sir?
So while we're playing
I didn't even know, to be honest with you. E-Rock told me during the break he's going to do
I
this.
actually do know this.
What?
I'll let everybody guess.
It's because it's the one guy that Sinead O'Connor wouldn't fuck if he answered her ad. Please, Shane, don't answer my ad.
I guess, because I'm way behind on this, but I guess Rescue Me ended their run with this song.
With this song, yeah.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, it was their last episode.
Yeah, I'm a little behind, so don't tell me what happened. But I guess they
Do
ended.
they pull out to reveal the whole show takes place in a gap between Shane's teeth?
That would be
awesome.
amazing. That would be very cool.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
The whole thing.
Yeah, and then he just kind of digs it out and leaves it on a pub, on a pub bar, wanders out.
Orders a Guinness.
Yeah.
Throws up and leaves. Great.
Feels like I got firemen between me front teeth. Give me another Sean Jameson.
the end.
Fin. Well, you go on, you Google him and YouTube him, you can see there's videos of him just singing in pubs. What a fucking drunk.
Yeah.
Oh, he's great.
And it's clear that he just stood up and everyone scrambled and got their camera phones out. 'Cause he was just singing. Oh, Shane's singing again.
I heard his teeth got
It's
fixed.
amazing.
What?
I heard he fixed his teeth.
Why?
What?
Man? He's known for his teeth.
Maybe it's hard to sing
And
though
his
like that.
voice, and
You can't sing S's with no teeth.
I don't think he would care.
Radio.
So this is how Rescue Me went out. I heard it was a great season too.
I didn't see last night's episode, so
you're a little behind too.
Yeah,
right?
I got it. What they call DVR'd. All the kids are doing it.
I'm still on season 1 first. I've never seen it.
Is that it? Season
I've never
1.
seen it either.
We got quite a way to go.
Rescue Me is great, man.
I have all these shows that if I don't get into them early, then they pile up and it feels like it's homework now. Like, oh, I gotta shake loose 18 hours in my schedule. I haven't seen Dexter. I haven't seen Rescue
right.
Me.
You are so right.
You're absolutely right. There are plenty of shows I haven't seen that I want to see, but I kind of like when I don't watch them when they air.
Yeah.
And then you could just do those marathons if you're really, you know, you have the flu. Whatever.
How great is it when you don't have to wait a year?
Yeah.
For the next season.
Yeah,
You're
it's like season after season.
Wait,
you're
no
just done.
year.
If you like
Here
it, it's right there. Yeah.
But it does get like a job though, where you're 10 episodes in and you're just like, all right, put in another one. Fuck. Well, like you're obligated to just keep going, right?
Sweetie, I can't play catch with you today. Daddy's got to catch up on Fringe. I'm sorry. I know this is a moment I'll regret never having again, but I can't be the odd man out in my conversation with my friends.
You know who piles them up is E-Rock. He piles them up, right?
Yeah, I'm starting Mad Men soon.
Oh, good thing you mentioned it. No one will spoil it.
It's only 4 seasons in.
I never mention the shows I'm watching on this
Right.
show because the lovely listeners will fuck it up for everybody.
I'm gonna watch that eventually.
Yeah.
Don't.
You'll tweet and it'll be like, hey, check out this link, hot chick. And you click it and it's a screen cap of the show with someone important dying. And you're just like, oh, thanks. Thanks, asshole.
Son
Great.
of a bitch.
Thank you. By the way, can you send the naked girl picture?
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
I can't find him on my own.
Naked girl.
Patton, what are we?
Any naked girl.
What are
Love
we
'em.
promoting? Because we're going to forget by the end of the show.
What are we promoting?
7, he comes in at 7. Here's my sheet. See, this is what I love. And he, finest hour on Showtime, on demand.
Oh, cool.
The album is out September 20th. You see how easy this is? I made a law, Opie. I made my own rule when me and Jimmy were doing the show when you were fighting off a hurricane down in the Outer Banks. I said, because they used to give me the very detailed sheet, and there were numerous ones for each guest, and I'm like, I said, put what time they come in, and by the way, I want the time they come in, then the guest, so I don't say Patton Oswalt 7 o'clock. That's silly. So if it's 7 o'clock, Patton Oswalt, and then it would be like, finest hour on Showtime on demand. Album comes out September 20th. That's all I need to know.
But you don't know anything about him now.
Hey, but he's here. He can tell it.
You don't know anything about him.
He can tell it.
Yes.
That's intrigue.
I love not knowing. Exactly.
Yeah,
Why have a spoiler? It's what I'm talking about. See, even the staff is spoiling my stories that I don't know yet about Patton.
What about another sheet where we go deeper with Patton?
Yeah, can we have 2 sheets for people that want to know?
Yeah, I want to know
that
some things about Patton that I didn't know before.
You know this, Joe, when you go on a show and it's clear that they're reading off of a Wikipedia bio as they introduce you.
A wiki bio.
You know?
So
our next
apparently
guy
we're on the Lusitania.
has been headlining clubs since 1996 and made a big splash. Oh, God, please just say my name. I'll talk about what's happening right now.
That's exactly it to me. I hate that other shit. I don't like the filler. Hate it.
I love when you go to a radio show and they're like, "So where do you want us to go? What do you want us to feed you?" 'Cause I love to just do material and make it sound natural.
Yeah.
That's the best part.
Funny you should mention anal farts. Here's 10 prepared minutes. Did I just say anal farts? Where else do they come out of?
That's all right. A vagina.
Oh yeah. You know what? That's
Well, but they're called queeps.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, but a lot of times.
Thanks for saving me there.
No, you were right though. I understood what you're doing.
It just means you're doing a good job.
That was clarity.
Yeah. It needs more clarity. This rain, man, what
gives?
What did a weatherman murder someone in his bathtub? Why is it raining like this? The weather offend, it's crazy.
That weatherman story is terrific. And his name is Brett Cummins. I mean, it's just perfect.
Yeah,
perfect.
I like the round circle, the little ring of blood in the tub. Very mysterious. I was
There's no mystery there.
Speculating. I watch a lot of the crime shows. I watch the Cold Case Files and Forensic Files and all that stuff.
Day.
I love that shit. And the ring of blood and the dead guy. This was one of these jacuzzi bathtubs. Now, I've heard tell that some of the vacuum suction things can be very, very harmful and can actually suck people's guts out and prolapse. So perhaps he got his asshole sucked out of him. Yeah.
What if that was the actual thing that happened, and he has to make that sound legit to the cops?
Yeah. Yeah.
Look. Like, yeah, come on, I'm sure an asshole got sucked out of here. But, hey, it's a really good system. All right, I went for the upgrade.
I really went with that heavy suction pump. I should have went with the 110. I went with the 220.
There's actually a picture on the box of a guy grabbing his asshole with his eyes open wide. This is a very powerful suction.
Yeah, what if they had like a little industrial graphic for that for a prolapse rectum, like warning, like don't use electric material, don't get your asshole near the jets.
What was his last tweet?
How would that look? The sign, because the corrosive one is a hand getting eaten away by corrosive, and then there's the gears that folding the guy into an accordion, and then there's just an asshole being pulled out of a gentleman with a pump.
Yeah, and for every one of those graphics, there was a team of artists that had to argue what's the best, like the Slippery 4 that went through 8 or 9 versions.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like he's flying. It doesn't show
we
the
gotta
message.
fix that.
You got to make it look like he's slipping. Now it looks like he has a big dick. What are you doing here? No, the legs are going up in the air. Come on, man.
Slipping guy is difficult because sometimes he does look like a professional skater.
Yeah.
He's doing a little pirouette.
Or is reclining. He has a huge erection. You have to be very careful with that stuff.
Electricity, not very difficult to put across. You just put that lightning bolt.
The lightning, everyone understands the lightning bolt.
And the guy's like,
Poison.
Everybody
knows poison.
The skull and crossbones.
Yeah.
The hand in the gear is one of my favorites because it just you go, there's a visceral The corrosive is silly because no one's going to hold their hand there steady
for that long
while it just
bone show
eats what looks like a huge bite mark out of a hand. It should be a motion blur. Like he's pulling it away at least.
Do you remember when there was this campaign? I remember this in the 70s called Mr. Yuck. And it was those stickers for kids, and it was his face just going, bah. And parents were supposed to get him and put him on anything poisonous in the house. So that little kid, and there was a little song, and they would teach kids, like, if you see the sticker, don't drink, because the hard to open drain cleaner top wasn't enough for kids. So I shouldn't chug this.
E-Rock had that on his refrigerator growing up. His parents really tried.
They did try.
Mr. Yuck.
Can we find the Mr. Yuck song?
I would love a Mr.
It has
Yuck
to be,
song.
Mr. Yuck.
The laser one's kind of cool. Look at that, the caution laser.
Oh, damn.
It's a line with a big ending of don't be there.
If you're working in a place with a caution laser sign, then you do have kind of a cool job. You do get to
that
say,
is true.
Yeah, well, I got to look out for my job. Some of my coworkers are dicks. Oh, there's lasers. So the kid's kind of rough.
Yeah,
I got a rough job. Yeah, there it is. There's the Mr. Yuck commercial.
All right, Mr. Yuck.
This YouTube.
I can't see it.
Oh, this is scary.
Mr. Yuck is me.
Oh, I remember this song.
This plays before Voss's act.
You know what, Darren? I look like Mr. Yuck.
Lots of things that children shouldn't touch.
Oh, Lord.
Home is full of bad things that can hurt you very much.
Uncle
Now
Yuck.
there's a man whose face is green that you ought to get to know. He'll warn you when danger's coming fast or slow. Get to know his face
He
in
looks like the IHOP
every
shooter in
single
Nevada.
place. When you see it, you'll know quick. Things marked yuck make you sick, 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 sick.
Whoa.
Like your uncle's dick.
Mr. Yuck is
Spit that cum out quick.
Mr. Yuck is green.
That's such a Grinch ripoff.
Yeah, I don't
You're
remember
a
that at
mean
all.
one, Mr. Yuck.
That one lyric in the
Please.
middle, your home is full of bad things that can hurt you very much. I wonder how many kids that were being molested were like, tell me about it. Like watching this commercial, like, no kidding. Now you tell me.
Laying there with a bleeding asshole just staring at the bleach. I wish I could drink that stuff.
The parents are trying to do nice thing, give him the stickers. He puts them on evil things and walks over to the uncle and puts it on his fly.
Yeah, exactly.
Very awkward moment.
At Thanksgiving.
Like, I don't know,
everyone's time.
This kid's crazy.
Yeah.
Love stickers.
What
Yeah,
year was that, Patton? You know?
I remember it in this either 70s or 80s. I just remember
I don't
seeing those
remember that one
commercials.
at all.
I've never seen that either.
No.
Yeah, they were.
No,
God, that wasn't on the prep sheet for Patton Oswalt.
Yeah, see?
God damn.
It's going to
Mr.
be the
Yuck
next
stuff?
It's going to be the next radio station he goes to, though.
Yeah, they'll
the
have
shit out of that.
So I heard on O&A you were mentioning a commercial that you like. We're talking to Pat Miles. We're fantastic thing coming out. Hey, we got our Thursday morning panic giveaways. We're gonna have a real good time. Then we're gonna have her at 10 a.m. I hate my boss donut toss. So come on down.
I hate my boss donut
toss the donuts off the roof.
Please tell me you made that up.
Oh, I hate that. It's great.
Now I need to know if someone did the I hate my boss.
I remember
Mr.
there was,
Boss.
there was a couple of DJs when I was growing up, and they would talk about the other DJs doing horrible promotion. I think that was an actual. They were just throwing donuts off their building, and listeners would come by with. But
I hate my boss
You realize
donut
there was
job.
a time when before like satellite that it's now missing just the local morning zoos
Yes,
where you
yes.
just had to do anything to get anyone to listen just for a day. They weren't even building an empire. It was like, how do we get through these next 4 hours? What can we do? You know, if there was a new pill in the market, yeah, let's give our intern this Viagra, see what happens. Like, they would just feed drugs to people, just anything.
Well,
How do we get one more hour of people listening to us?
Holy shit. That was us in fucking WAAF.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
We were.
Oh, yeah.
I guess we're guilty a little bit.
We moved on.
We weren't as
but,
bad as others.
Wow.
But I guess we have a little guilt there.
Oh, is that fucking classic, though? It's true that just get through the 4 hours.
Yeah.
Just whatever new thing is out, try to make a bit out of it.
Yeah, pretend
Hate
they're
the
flying like a
boss.
dirigible or something and dropping things on a TV station.
Bra
that would be
bombs. and-
stupid.
Yeah, that
I
would.
don't know what Jimmy's
Who
talking
would do
about.
that?
I was talking to Danny Bonaducci one time, and he said on a radio show, Rohypnol had just come out, and he was like, this can't be that this is all hysteria. So he went down to like 5th or 6th Avenue, New York, and he had a mic with him, and he goes, I'm going to take a Rohypnol and start walking up 6th Avenue and see if this affects me, and whoever bets on when I pass out. and then he said he walked, and then he woke up like 8 hours later in a hospital or something, and then he goes, and then some asshole won a toaster. So again, just testing, like the history of Rohypnol would include, and then Danny Bonaducci took it on 5th Avenue and decided to walk and record himself.
There just isn't any of that local shit
There's
left
nothing.
anymore, which
They're all doing
was
sports talk
really
now.
bad, but
That's the new trend in regular
nostalgic.
radio.
They flipped in Cleveland recently.
Sports talk.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Safe.
It's
Safe shit.
nostalgic now. You know
Really?
how long it's been since I've done this? Like and
An
this,
hour?
and this and this was supposed to. This got to the point where it was supposed to be ironic. You know,
Right. Oh,
like,
yeah, yeah,
hey,
yeah.
everybody.
You know what?
Now it's not even.
You know what?
Yeah.
Why don't you throw that away right now?
I'm going to retire the horn.
There it goes.
Here, it's in the garbage.
Oh, come on,
There
we
it
might
goes.
need that.
I still
There
have
it goes,
the
Pat.
racism bell. Everyone knows what this means. Whenever I mention something that is completely racist, instead of mentioning it,
You just
I
want to
will ring the
acknowledge,
bell.
okay, yes, I know I'm being very
yeah.
racist.
And then the universal sound of the boner.
Still need that, Pat.
Oh yeah, well that you
still need that.
Yeah. But I actually play it also. I'm like Zamfir, master of the pan flute.
Yeah, master of the slide flute. Where's your late night commercial?
I know.
Couple
I should.
sitting by a fire with big goblets of wine, and suddenly, hang on, honey, let me make the mood right.
Nothing beat that Zamfir commercial. It was great. He was into it like Jimmy Page playing guitar.
Man.
He'd make faces, and his arms are. Whoa, he's working a pan fucking flute.
Yeah,
he would help him deal.
The way he would crank his torso around.
Yes.
With that, and you know that when he really plays it, he just sits there.
Oh, he does.
Still, and then the guys who's commercial like, could you really kind of?
You think he was mugging a little bit?
Ham it up.
Oh man,
in the
you
studio,
better sell this dude.
There was a mic and him sitting. He was probably sitting down, just playing it.
What is Zamfir doing these days?
Is he dead?
Let's go to his Wikipedia page.
I like finding out what happens to people.
I love finding out like when people that you really dug growing up have now become like crazy political one way or the other, like that was never a part of what they did.
He's
suddenly
the
they have
grand
some,
wizard.
Yeah, or he's a grand wizard. He's like a radical vegan, you know, like with dreadlocks.
Yes, using his pan flute to spread the word of veganism.
Zamfir started an online petition to have all Jews put in garbage disposals. What? What happened to that guy? He seemed like such a nice guy when we met him.
The pan flute. I didn't realize that he was channeling so much rage to that thing.
As he plays Deutschland on his pan flute. He knows every German march.
That would be a great like Mad Men style show to do a show about the early '80s like morning radio, like that.
Yeah.
Whole world of the competing, because it was like there were times it was really ugly what people would do to each other to try
wars.
Yeah.
Zamfir, not Zanfir.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
Zamfir.
You don't know who that is.
Yes,
you don't know who's it.
He's a kid. He's a kid.
He's
It's pathetic.
He's almost 30.
It's sad. See, this is Zamfir. Just put master of the pan flute.
Exactly.
And it will come up, my friend. Oh, I could play along with this.
This is yesterday by him, obviously. Yeah. Zamfir.
Yeah, Jim, you used to play this in your car to relax the tranny hookers before they got in, just to make it okay.
Well, they told me it was a pan flute.
And his body was writhing and his hands were moving.
It's all right, honey. That Venezuelan guy plays something just like it. You'll be fine.
Yeah, Daddy, you got to pull back the little hood on this one.
Yeah, don't you fret none. No, that's a special pussy. That's a special pussy just for you. It's Ramadan.
Oh, shit. You don't know what happened to him?
He's still passionate
still
about
playing. He's still
I mean,
passionate.
in the spirit of fairness, he really can play.
The pan flute.
I mean, all kidding aside.
And he was the only guy, though. You didn't have another pan flute guy.
Who's the second pan flute guy? I always like
You
knowing
know who
the second guy.
pan flute guy is? The bitterest motherfucker.
Yes, the Pete Best of the pan flute.
You bring up Zamfir's like, that's oh my
fucking guy's
God.
a hack.
Yeah.
I got close once.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. It's Nickelback, Limp Bizkit, and Zamfir, the luckiest assholes in this business. Don't say that name to me.
There's a whole warehouse of Larry the Pan Flute King bumper stickers that never got used.
He stinks.
Yeah, but Larry got in trouble locally with some fucking pornographic images of children.
Some file trading in the early AOL days.
Yeah. He was in a chat room. LTPFK or whatever it is. That was his screen name.
We need to write a book on the second guy. A whole book on the second guy.
The second pan flute guy.
Or just the second guy had a lot of other things.
Oh, right. Well, there was always, I think the definitive one is the other guy from Wham, Andrew Ridgeley. Ridgeley got fucked over supreme with that.
You know the when what's his name Bannister broke the 4-minute mile.
Yeah,
there's another guy that did it that day.
Really?
Who's that guy?
Who's he?
Because he didn't win the race.
Wow. Sebastian Coe.
Yeah, I remember Sebastian Coe.
Yes.
God
Who's
damn it,
Sebastian
Jimmy.
Coe?
He was a runner back in the early 70s, whatever, mid-70s, like a marathon runner.
I don't,
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if he went marathon. Did he go?
Or maybe he sprinted. I don't know. He was a runner. Can you look that up, Sam? That's S.
I think he did the middle distances. If you need to know, Jimmy, I think.
Okay. He was
I think. I don't think he did more than like the 2 mile.
Did they do a 3-minute mile or something? Or no? Is that impossible?
It's impossible.
Who knows?
What's the fastest mile run so far?
I thought Sebastian Coe had it at one point. I'm going to make sure that he is relevant. I want him trending
It's
on
all
Twitter.
about Sebastian Cohen.
What's David Allen Coe's mile record
what's
right
his,
now? Is he doing?
Yeah,
did he get it down below 10?
He did it right after he saw who moved in next door.
Oh, David.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
He has a tattoo on his
hey,
cock,
everybody.
too. I remember years ago in one of the porn
Yeah?
magazines, it might have been Wee or Hustler in the like early 80s.
I used to love a Wii.
I did too.
Showed like
Pia
hardcore.
Zadora. There was a
Yes,
picture of her,
yes.
slow fade, pink nipples.
Yeah, in the
remember
bathtub
that?
and shit. I remember
fucking
that.
That's a
Wii.
classic pick.
But David Allen Coe had a tattoo on his cock. I don't remember what it was. It might have been a spider in the middle of his dick, but one of the magazines showed his tattoo on his dick. I don't. It's been so many years.
That's a hell of a commitment and a hell of a move to actually show up and have that done.
Yeah.
Wow.
I love that thing that the Onion ran. It was just a picture of David Allen Coe, and the headline says David Allen Coe waiting outside to kick your ass. That's all it says. That's all you need to say.
Ian's hilarious, man.
Yeah.
I remember reading something from the Onion years ago about like Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier fighting again like now.
Right.
And how it was just... And they went like round by round and really did it, and they were calling him smoldering Joe Frazier. And their punches weren't even hitting each other. But the way it was written, I was fucking crying. I had to turn away and not read anymore because I couldn't breathe. Those laughs
there was
are the greatest, and you'll never hear that on our show. You'll never get those laughs.
Absolutely. We keep a nice level of lukewarm humor.
Yeah.
Just a few chuckles.
Yeah. Opie and Anthony, home of the. Oh.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a good point.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Just there were times reading the Onion that I was like, I can't believe I'm laughing this hard at a thing I'm just reading. I'm sitting here reading, and I'm about to pee myself. This is so hilarious. When was it the African? Was it black community terrorized by ask murderer? That was one of their headlines. Oh, and when Reagan died, the headline just said Reagan's body dies.
Another great one was, "Holy fuck, we landed on the moon!"
Oh God!
And it was the headline of a newspaper, and it was supposed to be 1969, and the news about it, and he just kept saying, "Oh my God, holy fuck, man still walks on moon."
They have a quote: "First words from the moon, holy living fuck."
Hilarious.
Yeah, they had that book. It's called Our Dumb Century, and they go to the Onion through like the beginning of America.
History.
So
fantastic.
there's one from the 70s, which
Holy
is
shit.
There it is. Man walks on fucking moon.
Neil Armstrong's historic first words: "Holy living fuck."
I can still read that and laugh my fucking balls off.
Yeah,
alone.
The guy who
above, Neil Armstrong.
The guy who wrote and directed Big Fan wrote that. That's one of the articles. He was one of the editors, and he was the editor, and he put that book together.
You know, this guy on hold for the last
Siegel.
a guy on hold for the last half hour. All he wants to say is how great Big Fan was.
Oh, really?
I fucking love that movie too, man.
I lucked out. I lucked out getting to do that. That script was so good.
It was interesting to watch you going through and reading and preparing, because you always it never occurred to me that sports radio's callers actually do that, but I'm sure they do.
Oh, they're competing with each other.
If you listened to, because Robert would play me some of the things that inspired him, and knowing what you know now, if you listen to some of the callers, they are so clearly reading off of a thing that they prepared and have. I mean, haven't you ever guys gotten callers where you're like, I think this guy wrote this stuff down?
Yeah.
Never.
We're waiting for that day, Pat. That would be real
You're
nice.
aspiring to that. Regarding Mr. Norton's statements on oversized piss flaps, I must vociferously disagree. Point one. Yeah, that'll never happen here.
No. Unfortunately, no.
Hey guys,
they're all adults.
What's going on? What are you doing?
So what's up?
Hey,
we're good.
Hey, is Jim Norton there?
What do you got?
Hey,
happy birthday, Jimmy.
What are you doing, Jim?
Oh,
Yeah.
God, it's every caller.
Hey, so you're doing a show next week?
Yeah, well,
All right, that's cool.
Have you been calling us for years? Wow.
As different people?
I think it's meant to some horrible town. Like, dude, you got to get up to Seekonk, Massachusetts. For what?
For what?
Oh yeah, the Facebook fan page. I have to every day people are like, hey, when are you coming to Ponca City, Oklahoma? And I gotta stop myself just writing never. What? No, I'm not.
Never.
No.
Not.
You're driving somewhere when I'm close to you. I'm not going there. I'm sorry. There's nothing there. I can't make that worth my while. I'd go if they'd pay me. No one's gonna pay me.
Well, we're going to try one of these out right
God, that's
now.
hilarious.
We got the guy from Westchester. He's been on for like a half hour.
Oh.
Buddy, what's your name?
Hey, I'm Mike from
Mike?
New York.
Okay, you got
Mike.
Patton Oswalt listening to you. What's up?
Hey, I just want to say that movie Big Fan was hysterical, and it fits me and my friends to a T.
Oh yeah. Do you guys call into a lot of sports shows?
Oh no, not only that, because when you talk about Giants are like, oh, we got to win this week. What do you think we should do? Incorporate ourselves.
You get into a panic like you're responsible for it. We got to do something here. What do we do?
Yeah, and you think everything's like a good luck charm.
Yeah.
I know you're not in here to promote that, but that's out there where just kind of.
You can buy it on DVD. You can get it on iTunes. Has the worst DVD cover for a movie. It is the most misleading DVD cover I've ever seen. No. The poster that they did was great. Then they did a DVD cover that makes it look like,
oh my God,
I'm going to be at a football game.
Right.
There's
that looks
no
like the cover of a movie
footage.
like Rudy.
Yeah, I know. I look like it's like it looks like Patton Special Day at the stadium where I'm just like, I want to see football, and they take it's so, and the guy that put it together. We're like, there's no football in the. You understand?
Yeah,
it's not about that. And he said, people like football, like they'll get it for that reason. I go, yeah, they'll buy it and then they'll be furious.
Yeah,
what do you,
of course.
Why don't you just put
play?
Yeah, if you're going to use that logic, put RoboCop on the cover. People like RoboCop.
People love RoboCop. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they do like RoboCop. I'll put that on there.
I highly recommend you go try to find a Big Fan with Patton Oswalt.
It's on Netflix, right?
And with football season, starting this week.
Yeah, it
Perfect.
is
Perfect time to watch that.
It was such a good script. It was
great.
And apparently it made the rounds for like almost a decade. Like people always wanted to make it, but it's so dark and he wouldn't change it. And then he wrote The Wrestler, and that got him all this heat. He said, "All right, screw it, I'm going to make Big Fan now."
Oh wow!
Now that I have the heat to do it,
really?
Yeah.
Isn't it interesting how stupid they are too? Like all these years, it's a little too dark. These fucking people. I really hate entertainment business.
Oh, it's not a typical Hollywood movie. This thing is dark. Man.
No. This is like one of those
places.
early '70s.
Yeah,
5 Easy
Gritty.
Pieces, and but it's God. They shot the hell out of it. It looks great, and it really looks. Here's what the only thing that really drove me crazy about the movie was after it came out, we got really good reviews, and then the Village Voice, which I love the Village Voice, but their review was like, the guy was like, oh, these horrible Staten Island stereotypes, like, oh, we're gonna laugh at these suburban idiots. The guy that wrote that review would never go to Staten Island, so he's defending people that he would never actually go hang out with. And B, everyone I've met from Staten Island goes, that's exactly what it's like. You totally nailed it. That's exactly what it's like out here. Like I nothing cracks me up more than people defending people that don't want their help. When they try to pick the fight for them, people are like, no, that's actually pretty accurate.
Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah.
No, he's right.
Yeah,
don't defend me against that, because I actually kind of agree with that stuff.
Right on.
Yeah.
Critics are really annoying. When they write good things, though, I kind of like them.
Fuck them. When they like your stuff, you love them.
Yeah, I wouldn't know, but I mean, I'm sure that it's got to be a nice feeling when that happens.
Why don't we let Patton finish his bagel? We'll take a break.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm eating on
no,
the
I
air.
don't mean it like that.
We do it all the time.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't mean it. Yeah, go ahead.
Rich Voss was we were actually doing something with him where he had to ask him a question, and he was like, hold on, and he would bite his egg sandwich and then prepare to answer the question.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do on the air that's more distracting than Voss and his Nicorette.
I want to get Patton's take on the debate, because you were great on Twitter last night, sir.
Thank you, man.
And it was really good too, man. Just going with the flow. So.
How come? What about me?
I didn't read your. Did you?
Were
have a
you?
few?
Were you?
Oh, I
tweeting-
blocked you.
Hey, wait a minute.
So
I don't think
I don't have your tweet.
Jim, I don't think I'm following you.
But I,
oh shit!
But I.
Oh, dude,
that's terrible.
Oh,
but I just want to help, Chessie, please.
Jimmy, you weren't you weren't tweeting a lot about it though. That's the problem. Anthony was in real time, Patton was in real time. That's why
I did no. Right
those
before-
guys were in real time.
But right before I went to bed, I said I just took a treacherous shit in 80 wiper. I didn't even know the debates were happening.
I was talking about the yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
But Patton killed it last night, and definitely killed it.
I was really.
Why don't we talk about that
fun
next?
just sitting there miserable on my couch.
And let's not forget Patton Oswalt Finest Hour available now on Showtime on demand. Replays Friday at 9 on Showtime, and then the album comes out on September 20th.
iTunes, right?
Yes. Well, it's you can pre-order it now on iTunes and Amazon, and it drops.
Oh, look at you!
I'm like a gangster rapper.
Watch out
on Tuesday.
You and Jay-Z.
Oh yeah.
We'll be right back.
Sirius XM, the virus.
What we have here is the best of both worlds. The fastest reflexes modern technology has to offer, onboard memory, and 30 years of human experience and interaction. Bobocop, what are your prime directives?
To serve the public trust, protect the innocent, uphold the law, and to jerk off in a toilet, all right?
Part man, part robot. Complete imbecile.
Alive or dead? Dead or alive? You're... What am I supposed to say?
Hey, fuck you, you metallic mongoloid. Eat a bowl of dicks. Will he be able to recall his past memories?
Don't you remember? Bobo, it's you.
What's me?
You, Bobo, it's you.
Who is?
Holy fuck, Bobo! You! It's you! Bobo, it's you.
I think I'm in a weak signal area.
K-9 units, please respond. We have a 16-3 in progress.
All right, let's go, Mr. Mamoonigan.
Bobo Cop! Who is he? What is he? I suck.
The dumbest, most annoying person on the planet is now a law-enforcing cyborg.
Bobocop, any special message for the kids at home?
Believe me, all right. You gotta wear a condom when you go to sleep, because you don't want to jizz in your pants when you're...
Bobocop?
Sorry. I mean, stay out of trouble.
Bobo Cop.
Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Patton Oswalt in studio today. On Twitter, Patton Oswalt, OSWALT. We spelled it wrong on our pad data.
What?
Would you spell it like Lee Harvey?
Yeah, they did.
That's
Oh, we just lost
Oh,
Patton.
shit.
Good day, sir.
I said good day.
You know, the drinking stuff has to make the air. That was
Yeah.
too good.
Yeah.
Patton has a theory. Ant's got a theory.
Well, I just concurred with Patton's theory.
And I mean, you were talking going to the bathroom, how I don't understand how you could drink a bottle of wine at 9 o'clock at night and function today, because I would absolutely not be able to function.
Yeah, it was the...
if I had a bottle of wine starting at 9 o'clock last night.
I got to admit, though, I couldn't do it without sleeping a fuckload beforehand. Yeah.
Right.
Like, I remember yesterday, like daytime yesterday? I do. See, I don't.
See,
I was gone.
Are you still drunk or hungover right now, sir?
No, now I kind of feel okay.
What about at 6 o'clock?
I think.
What about at 6 in the morning?
No, I was okay then too.
Yeah, I didn't
That's why
notice
one
it.
bottle
I didn't notice
is
at
okay.
all.
Sometimes I'll have one bottle and look at the clock and go, I could probably squeak another glass or two in, and
Well,
then
you're
it's
drinking
bad.
red or white.
Red.
Yeah. See, red
Well,
doesn't
whatever
give
kind of
me-
mood I'm in that night.
Red gives me horrible hangovers.
See,
I
red
love it.
doesn't give me the really bad hangovers.
Oh, there's shit in red that'll fuck up your...
the tannins.
Yeah, all that crap.
No, I will. Red will. Ooh, if I get hammered on red wine, it's a 2-day hangover, literally. And I got a washcloth on my head. I'm moaning and groaning, writhing around in bed.
One bottle doesn't do that? One
No,
bottle
one
would
bottle's
absolutely
good.
do that to me.
One bottle's good. It's like Vitamita Vegemin to me.
I'm just
but a little more, and
I'm just
you
amazed.
keep it in that little water bottle holder on the treadmill when you're running along.
When I'm getting. When I'm exercising, I just got a squirt bottle. You squirt all over my head.
Yeah.
A little red wine.
Is it in you?
Is it in you? Exactly.
Oh, you want to hear the Michael Jordan outtakes from that commercial?
You?
Oh no!
Have you ever heard this?
Oh, it's terrible.
It's so worth playing for Patton.
Yeah,
All Michael Jordan had to do was that one lousy line.
Yep.
Do we have that quickly,
Let me hear
Rock?
that.
All right, here it is. Listen to this.
Ready?
God, he couldn't get it.
On action. Gatorade, is it in you? Gatorade, is it in you? Gatorade, is it in you?
He doesn't know how to say it.
That's right.
Wait.
No.
Gatorade.
I gotta hear
Is
it.
it in you?
Right. Ready? Is it in you? Ready? Gatorade, is it in you?
No! That's
No.
not it. This is so aggravating.
Gatorade, is it in you? Gatorade, is it? Gatorade, is it in you?
No!
Nope. One more time.
Fucking idiot.
Try
The last way you just said it, just conversational. Gatorade, is it in you?
All right, ready? Gatorade, is it in you? Gatorade. Gatorade, is it in you? Gatorade. Gatorade, is it in you? Okay, ready? Gatorade, is it in you? No, don't like that.
Oh, you don't.
Gatorade,
Yeah.
is it in you? Okay. Gatorade, is it in you?
Oh,
There it
dear.
is.
Oh, Michael.
I love the really forceful Gatorade one.
It's funny when they have to kiss his ass.
I
love the
I know.
time. Yeah.
It's the Orson Welles thing. You've done 8 ads for us. And by far, always the best.
Wow, I did it right the first time.
Fellas, you're losing your heads.
You know it.
Find me a jury.
Find me.
No one says it like that.
I love
Why?
how
I did it right the first time.
Yes.
I love how Michael keep going. You ready? No, Michael, they're ready.
Yeah,
Trust me, they're way more than
They
ready.
are so ready.
They're not the ones with the problem.
They
here.
assume this
You
would
guys-
take 30
you guys okay?
seconds. Yeah.
Oh,
Can't believe it's the greatest.
in you.
Yeah.
Oh no. Come
Is
on.
it in you? Is it in you? Is it in you?
Well, you know,
Chris
I was
Crumb
talking.
coating.
There's these two guys, the Sklar brothers, Randy and
Sure.
Jason Sklar, and I was talking to them about LeBron James, and they were saying something really interesting, which was like, LeBron James, as dumb as his decisions are, is at his heart a very nice guy, which is why he's not a champion. He doesn't have that driven. I will. Whereas, but they go, consequently, he has the most chance of, after all this craziness, of having a normal life and becoming a real person.
You have to be able to step over people and
Yes,
be a
whereas-
scumbag?
Well, not even so much a scumbag, but you have to literally think of yourself in godlike terms that you are more than human and just the world doesn't quite apply to you like it does to little people. In a lot of ways, that's the thinking of these champions. Like Michael Jordan is an amazing basketball champion and a horrible human being, and he's burning his life to the ground because that drive makes you not live a good life outside of the sport.
Outside of
Because
what you're driven on.
He buys motocross teams and hemorrhages money. And people go, hey, you can't make this work. And he's like, I'm Michael Jordan. In the fourth quarter, I will pull. Like, in his mind, he will always
and he's
pull
still
it
using
out.
basketball
He will
terms.
always, like that's the gambling. That's all that stuff. It's
Wow.
so weird. Yeah.
I heard he's a big card player.
Yeah.
By the way,
But
never heard anyone in my life badmouth Michael Jordan until today.
Oh, really? No,
I'm
it's
not-
legendary.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not. Again, I'm not. He is an amazing basketball player, but a lot of the stuff that made him. We know a lot of comedians that they're amazing comedians, and the thing that makes them so incredible on stage kind of makes them train wrecks in real life.
Oh,
geez.
sitting
it
right,
happens. It's
we're
hard.
sitting right next to one. Let me give you a hint without saying we're both sitting next to one.
It's in between you two.
Guys.
And you know,
Jimmy.
Don't be
Jimmy's
fresh.
listening.
his name rhymes with Bim Borton, and I'll just leave it at that.
Oh, guys.
No, but like
Tim Horton, he's a Canadian hockey player.
But you know what I'm talking about? Like, there's just that sometimes the drive to succeed in one small area can really burn everything else down in your
That's
life.
interesting. I'm
Good
kinda-
point, sir.
I'm trying to see if that applies to
Richard
like
Pryor.
me.
Pryor,
Oh, yeah.
You know,
the greatest of all time, and his fucking personal life is a disaster.
Yeah.
Disaster.
Absolute disaster. But on stage, when he was on that stage, and I would say like on stage and kind of nowhere else, because once he got successful, look at the decisions he would make about the movies he would do. He would do that those early movies like Blue Collar and Lady Sings Blues. Are just like, can't believe this guy didn't get an Academy Award, and then later on just went
Toy.
yeah.
But they were throwing millions at him, though. It was hard to say no to the money. I think Brewster's Millions. There were some awful ones. Moving.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking, another. What was it? Another You, I think.
But also, I think it was that
Silver
thing where he
Streak.
goes, I'm
That
on
was funny.
stage, I'm making stuff work that no one has ever been able to make work.
Yeah.
So getting that mindset of like, I can make anything work. I can make it's Carl Lewis singing the national anthem. I can do that. I'm Carl Lewis. I can do anything.
Yeah.
No, dude. Just because you can, nail the one thing, you probably can't do the other.
That is a fascinating hypothesis, and I always wonder if people know they're assholes. Which is that's a tough question. Like I don't know if I'm looked at as an asshole.
How can you not? What, you never read Twitter?
It. I know, that's just
don't you
it.
see the billboards in Times Square?
Exactly. That's just it. Like, you read some things on Twitter and stuff. I think it's easier to maybe figure out if you have some asshole-ish tendencies these days, because there's so many people that can tell you.
Yeah.
In the old days, you just walked around and someone would have to go to your face and say, hey, you're an asshole. Take the time to get a quill and write it.
How would someone like a Kobe Bryant or a Michael Jordan know they're assholes when that asshole behavior is what made them a champion? Like a lot of times they're on the court and they do something that some guy's like, you're an asshole. It's like, damn right, I just scored.
Motherfucker.
And of course you think I'm an asshole. And then that just and I'm not even judging them, because if I were in that position, I know I would be even worse if I had those kind of skills. Right. I would be a monster.
In your face.
Yeah.
All the time.
And then on the other hand, you have people like Reggie Miller who are just as amazing, and everything I've heard, he's the nicest, most down to earth guy. So I'm not saying that applies everywhere, but it clearly. I think that the most. I know this is weird, but some of our most effective presidents have been effective because they're horrible people and because they're willing to. I read this great thing by a guy named Jonathan Hickman. A president has got to understand that when he goes into the White House, when he leaves 4 or 8 years later, he will have murdered people. And he's going to have to be able to sleep with that for the rest of his life.
Wow.
So someone like Jimmy Carter, who was a really nice guy and does great work, but not a good president because he cannot square the fact. And then people like Nixon, except for all the paranoia, did amazing foreign policy stuff because he was like, I got to kill some people here to make things like it's just that weird. And Clinton too. Clinton he killed people.
Yeah.
He went over, did these little wars and just and left. You know what? I'm going to be okay with it.
He didn't inhale. Don't you hate comics that just do the old reference?
Do they just have their old joke in this?
Lewinsky's dress.
Yeah.
You got it? Yeah.
I mean, it's weird. I was talking with someone about I was arguing with someone about George Bush, and they brought up a really good point about George W. Bush, because I was like, I think he was a horrible president, and then they said, well, you think he's a horrible president because he got stuff done that you didn't want to get done. But as far as being an effective president, has there ever been a president that got everything he wanted the way that put anything, any horrible thing he wanted to put through, he got it through. Whereas like Obama is trying to give people, I want to give you guys free healthcare. No, you can't get that through. You have a majority, so what means what do you mean when you talk about effectiveness?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Like it's just that there's that weird. So I don't know. I'm reading the Robert Caro's the Lyndon Johnson biography, that big 3-volume thing. It's unbelievable.
He was quite the character.
I normally don't read huge doorstop biographies. I don't want this thing to end.
It's a 3-volume book.
Huge. The Path to Power. The Master of the Senate. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
What part are you up to? What's he up to?
I'm in Master of the Senate right now, and he is basically, I didn't realize that in the 50s and 60s, the Senate was just a joke. It was a joke, and he came in and said, oh no, I know exactly what to do with this thing. I'm going to make this. So, it's unbelievable.
How did he become the president, though? What actually happened?
The book says that it was JFK committed suicide. That's the worst research part, but otherwise, it's not.
Holy shit, Jimmy!
But yeah, it's an amazing book.
I'm trying to. It's funny. I was trying to get my reading habits back because like I'm so online now.
So am I.
It's
Yeah,
hard
yeah.
to read for more than 5 minutes. Then I got to go to the computer. Then I
jerk off.
Dude, exactly. I'm
Yeah.
trying to fucking just make myself read more.
Yeah.
Because I used to love to read.
A real book made of paper and
I,
everything.
I like to smell it. Yeah.
Yeah, every time I open like 4 JPEGs and get them just the right size and line up
Yes.
so I can jerk off to the gallery I've put together.
Right.
Like,
The little strip
I
club
could
you
have
put
read a
together for
chapter
yourself.
of I could have read a Hitchens essay while I was doing that.
It's hard to make yourself read, man.
What happened to my imagination?
Nothing worse than spending too much time jerking off and realizing, boy, I could have just gotten that over with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why did I want to make it perfect?
Yeah, why did I just...
Perfect one.
Yeah,
I
why
gave
did-
my dick dinner.
Yeah, why
It's
did I just...
fucking candlelight.
I just storyboarded and put a soundtrack on my masturbation. Good Lord.
Yeah, I know.
Spielberg didn't work this hard on The Color Purple.
Fucking, yeah. Holy shit. I'm on Pro Tools, like putting fucking CGI with the
Gonna
girls.
do a
there.
slideshow.
Yes,
put
she's in
this-
space. It's
Put
great.
this Fergie song on. All right, here we go. Just time it. Time it.
It's fucking midnight. I started at 5.
What's worse than when you edge for hours and you finally blow your load, but you time it wrong, and
Yeah.
only fluid comes out, and you feel like you got a half pound of spackle left in your balls,
no.
like you
Oh,
just
boy.
don't
How do you
finish the
solve that?
orgasm. It's horrible.
like
One
a
of those
terrible
ones that
ride.
you just get a half an orgasm out of.
We'll be right back on The View.
Yes.
In just a second. Thank
Jimmy,
you, Jim.
it's not the destination, it's the journey.
Yeah. When the destination is a fucking head-on collision into a wall. The journey wasn't that great.
Hey, Pan, you got to give your theory on drugs and alcohol.
Oh, well, okay, this is my...
And Anthony was with you on this.
Yeah, okay. It starts with that theory of like, well, boys are better than girls at math. I actually think with math and chess, there's just a tiny portion of the population that just get it, and then some that don't, and that's
Right.
it. And we're trying to force people that everyone can learn math. I don't think that I also think only a tiny part of the population needs to know math and physics to move us along. So like, figure out in high school who gets it early. Good. Let's put those kids in the math classes and leave everyone else alone. Let them go on with their lives.
Right.
Now, along the same lines, I think that there is a small part of the population that do better on drugs and alcohol. They're actually effective, and it doesn't hurt their lives. And there's no way to study that, but if they could, there's obviously people that drink and do drugs that need to go into Alcoholics Anonymous and need to get off it.
They're disasters.
But there's other people that it actually kind of helps them.
Jimmy just gave me the bedroom eyes, I think. Oh, that's right. He was staring at me.
But there's, if you read the William Manchester biography of Winston Churchill, I'm reading all these biographies. I'm turning into my dad. I'm reading these biographies about once I start getting to the Civil War, then I'm done. Winston Churchill would not have won World War II if he hadn't been plastered. Like,
He
it
was
helped
drinking.
him save the world.
Do you think some of his decision making was a little more loose? Like inhibitions kind of drop, and you go, let's send a whole fucking bomber crew in the daylight over there to Dresden.
I think it definitely opened a row of doors and windows in his brain, so that he saw a bigger perspective than someone who was maybe sober and narrow and going, let's look at the task at hand. Whereas Winston's like, let's throw it all up in the air, see what we do here.
Yes.
Boom.
Let's run up the flagpole, see what sticks.
Yeah.
Or wait a minute.
And he, so there are certain people that it kind of helps.
It works for them.
And also some people, it doesn't adversely affect them. And I know that's a very taboo thing to say, but some people, the alcohol and drugs are good for them.
Do you know not everyone can draw Tippy the Turtle from the matchbook?
No,
and it's
exactly.
true.
Yeah.
Some people are cut out for it, and I think your math thing, I think math is part art. It's supposed to be this definitive science where, 1 + 1 is 2. That's where mine ends, by the way.
Yeah.
But there's an art to it.
Wait a second. One plus
1.
Oh God, you lost.
Yeah,
me.
I know.
Right,
See,
sorry.
some people aren't as good at it. You're probably more
I don't
a
have the
grammar
gift.
guy.
I don't have the gift.
Yeah, the gift. It's but I think there's an art to it in looking at those numbers and instantly being able to figure it out, like much like a painter would with a canvas and paint.
Yeah. Like I don't believe that everyone has a sense of humor. I don't believe that everyone can play basketball or everyone. I do not believe in anyone can do anything.
Right.
We're all equal.
Fuck
We're not.
that.
the reason that we can move forward is that people have different skills
People
and
that are
weaker
better at
and,
other
yeah.
things. The
I
world
just
needs
don't-
ditch diggers too, you know.
Hey, there's an art to building a wall. There's an art to
There is.
there is that,
Gotta be
that some people
Italian.
don't get. I can't build things. I can't build things, and other people can.
Right?
So yeah,
2 parts
so
cement, 1 part water.
yeah, and look, I get drunk, and it doesn't really help me. But there's other people I know that they get drunk, and it really helps them.
And
They're better
some,
drunk.
some people are really, really bad drunks.
Yeah, then there's some people that
Yeah.
should not be drinking.
Yeah, and other people that
Yeah.
are fine and status quo, and other people that all of a sudden it becomes a beautiful mind. They're amazing.
Yeah.
They're writing on the windows.
No, it
Of course,
happens.
it's scribble.
Yeah, yeah.
Dick pictures. Wait, is this math you're writing on? Well, then people could see this outside. What are you doing?
And then you said you were a better driver when you were drunk.
I said I was a better driver when I was drinking,
To a
not
point.
completely drunk. I would hit a point where I would be like, I'm not driving. But there was times where I would be over the legal limit of 0.08. And I knew I was, but I knew I would drive home doing the speed limit, staying in the middle lane or the right lane, and doing the speed limit and not weaving. You know, just keep my eyes on the road.
You would have that focus.
Not tailgating, focused. Because I knew if I got pulled over, I'd be fucked.
No texting or tweeting.
No, and
no
now
changing the radio station.
when I'm sober, I'm a fucking lunatic on the road.
Well, then there's your PSA. If you're
Yeah.
going to if you drink and drive scared.
Drive, yeah,
drive.
petrified.
If you're going to drive drunk, do it scared. Yeah.
And they do scare you at the commercials. They go, if you're drinking, you will get a DUI. And that just makes me go, wow, I better drive nicely when I'm drunk so they don't catch me.
Radio off, window open, cool air hitting
That's
me.
it. Oh, the cold air hits you.
Nice and focused.
Radio off, really? That's tough to do.
There is nothing worse. But if you're drunk, you get lost in a song. If a great song comes
That's
on,
right.
oh man,
Yeah, you
forget
gotta,
it.
you know,
Immigrant song comes on, I'll drive into a
that
school.
will dump your pill.
Boom.
That will make your foot go down a little bit on the gas pedal.
Who wants to be killed listening to Mares Eat Oats and Dozy Eat Oats, Little Lambs Eat Ivy?
How many people do you think have died because they didn't like the song on the radio?
Oh, and went to change it?
And went
How
to
many
change
people
it?
have died because they loved the song on the radio and put their foot there? Yeah.
Or that moment you just looked away because you were turning the radio.
That's what I'm saying. How many people have died because the
Yeah.
song sucked on the radio and you're like, oh, fuck this, and you're looking for something else?
Yeah.
Oh, how many people died and they weren't close enough to the button? So when they died, it was like Barry Manilow's ready to take that chance
Oh,
again. Like
no.
that was the soundtrack of them burning alive in their car. My skin is coming off.
The cops are trying to rescue you. They're backing away from the heat and they're just saying, "Oh, Mandy, well you came and you get." Well, we should don't even save them.
We should get some EMT guys on the phone. I bet you they have stories.
they've heard.
Horrific car accidents with a horrendous song
We
still
were
crankable.
going to cut the guy out of it, but Nickelback's
Arms was on.
Photograph was playing. I can't get close to that. Look at this photograph. Let him die.
The guy who might have cured cancer could have been killed when he was 6 because somebody didn't want to hear "Aha" again on the radio, and their car plowed into a.
Oh God, yeah.
Player, yeah.
That is rough to think about, right?
That's tough. Oh, I can't hear another Foreigner song.
Yeah. Ah, shit.
Pat and James in North Carolina says, we don't want health care because of the price we have to pay for it.
Serious politician guy is calling
No,
out.
it's all just laughs right
Serious
now.
politics
But I
guy.
thought the whole point is that they're trying.
That it was a thing that was good. That people just
Aren't they trying? Well, the other thing is once people get free health care, then they don't want it ever to go away. So that's the other reason to stop it going through, because then it becomes this thing you can use. So
it becomes a right, just about.
Yes, exactly.
What did you think of the debates last night there?
I
Or
love
the
I
debate.
love any kind of presidential debate because what as a comedian, and you know this too, Jim, when people
Why?
have something.
I've interviewed enough.
No, you hang around with comedians, right, Jim?
Yes.
So,
Oh my God, it was brutal. One word.
People are never people are never more stiff and overthinking when they have something on the line. Like if you're doing a set and it's a Tuesday night and there's 80 people in the room, you're just loose and hilarious. Then if it's a Thursday and it's packed and your manager's like, the Letterman people are here to watch you. Then you're,
Why would they ever tell you that, by the way?
just don't tell me. Let me just go up.
Don't tell
so
you
these guys, they've got the White House on the line. So they're trying to be loose, but their version of loose is so stiff. And like early on when Perry and Romney were going at each other with the Al Gore jab and then the Dukakis jab.
I was like watching Gladiator.
Yeah, but it was still came off so stiff because they would do the weird nervous laugh afterwards, like, I hope people don't think I'm an asshole. Which is a weird.
So you're saying it looked more Punch and Judy?
Yeah, but in a weird way, like that's why watching someone like Ron Paul or Michelle Bachmann, who in their heart they know they're not going to get it.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to say, I'm just here to get my point across.
Pressure's off.
It was like I loved having Al Sharpton when he would debate because he's like, I'm not going to win. I'm just going to try to get enough votes that I can bargain for something I want down the line. So he would just say whatever and he was showing clips on his show of stuff he would say to people, and it was
just to
so
try to
brutal.
Yeah, I remember seeing him during those debates. And just being horrified and disgusted. Yeah. Because you knew he didn't have a chance in hell of winning. It's like, and why the fuck is he even up there? Because he's the guy.
He's there to stir things up. And he knows how to use politics. He knows how to use the form and the system to get. He doesn't want the White House. He wants the guy that wants the White House to need something from him. That's the strategy.
He knows how to work the system. But it's amazing he didn't been allowed to stay in the system over the years.
Well, and nobody's brutal back to him. That's the problem.
Right.
Is that he's an awful guy, and nobody just attacks him with the venom that they should. Like so he would attack them, and they would look weak because they don't hit back and just brutalize.
Because they don't want to be the guy that yelled at the black guy,
right?
And then lose their
exactly.
thing.
Exactly.
Like
that thing in the Laugh Factory.
Oh well. I was talking earlier about David Duke and how he went into politics and
got
he
cheek implants.
He was he did.
Gorgeous man.
Just wonderfully beautiful. He got into politics and he was a bit right of the mainstream, let's say.
You think?
But he had kind of forsaken his grand wizard of the KKK beginnings and became a politician.
Right.
But MSNBC isn't going to have him on to talk about the debates, yet they have Al Sharpton on, who was one of the biggest race-baiting, race card-playing hatred mongers of the 80s with those lying Mason and Maddox and Tawana Brawley and hanging out Stephen Pagonis. And he never, ever has to pay for that. To this day, no one calls him.
Well, I bet that MSNBC would have David Duke on as a guest. Are you kidding? For the ratings,
but just like they would have,
him a show?
just like Fox would have Sharpton on as a guest, which they have, so they can argue with him.
Yeah,
I could see that, but they wouldn't. But even like Fox wouldn't put David Duke on to discuss the presidential debates. It's too out there. But he gets a free pass for his entire past. Reverend Al.
Well, white guilt's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Thank you. And that's all I was trying to say.
By the way, Fox is just as bad with stuff like race as MSNBC. Even though they're much more conservative, but they're just as frightened of being declared racist as
everybody's
MSNBC
petrified of being declared racist. Believe me. But
well, the code language since Obama got into the White House is gorgeous. The gymnastic twists and turns. They can't just go, I'm not comfortable with a black guy. All the different Kenyan, exotic.
Right, yes.
It feels like
Caribbean.
There's a dry erase board in the basement of, and they have the word, they have the word nigger at the top, and then they go, we can't say this. Now I need, everyone just brainstorm ideas. What can we say instead? Exotic,
keep throwing
good.
them at me.
Exotic
Keep throwing
is good.
them at me.
Kenyan, nice. Kenyan, all right. Nice, okay. Cotton picking, that's going to be a little clumsy. I don't know if we can do that one.
Yeah. Put it at the bottom of the board. We'll keep it up there.
Think about it. What's so hilarious is, especially watching the Republican debates, is that they are. I mean, there is a Tea Party test, and I'm not saying that I disagree with everything the Tea Party says. I just the way they go about it is so the Tea Party is the right wing's annoying hippie assholes. They're their version of the women that are painting their breasts and dancing with tambourines. We're like, would you guys just grow
tone
the
it down?
Stop it.
I like some of their ideology, but they're no worse than the Congressional Black Caucus and a lot of this other bullshit
So,
on the other side.
Watching people that are beholden to a fringe group try to debate is so hilarious to me. The one
It really
they have to,
is,
like,
yeah.
throw little like bits of red meat out to them. That tension is, to me, just comedically is fantastic.
Watching him try to dance around the obvious is hilarious.
Yeah.
When you're watching somebody tap dancing around the obvious so they don't come off looking a certain way, but you know they want to step right in the middle of that.
Like for instance, like the evolution thing. I honestly don't believe in their hearts any of those people up there disagree with evolution, but they can't just go, yeah, it's been tested for hundreds of years. Let's just move the hell on.
Watch the votes just tumble away.
They have to go, well, it's not. They also can't just come out and go, God just made the whole thing. Yeah. So they have to find that weird middle ground, and it makes them sound crazy.
Yeah, there's
not even the flip flopping, just the verbal gymnastics to try to
twisting and turning.
Everybody.
It's like watching one of those movies where the guy has to squeak through all those lasers to get to the vault. That's what he's doing.
I think we finally have the first generation of politicians who finally realize everything is on videotape now. Everything's recorded forever.
Everything.
So you have to be careful what you say, because that they can literally make you debate yourself.
Yes,
in 10 years
they
and
do
show
that.
What a hypocrite you are.
They were trying to do it on the debate last night, and
Yes,
I was
and
watching the clip didn't work. I actually was sitting there, and I said out loud to myself, I'm alone drinking, remember? And I sat there in front of the TV and actually went, why would it work? I swear to you. It's what we do here every time something doesn't work. Play the clip, we go, why would it work? So he goes, and this is you, a few years ago talking about this subject. We want you. And literally, he would have had to debate himself.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, I hated that guy. Yeah, fuck him.
The two,
that guy was miserable.
I'm telling you, it's
I'm not
come,
that guy anymore.
After watching last night's debate, it will come down to either Romney or Perry, and the reason I can say this as a comedian is because they were the stiffest.
Right.
Because they have something to lose.
They looked presidential.
Everyone else is just, not even presidential, they looked like, do not fuck this up. So close. And Kane and Bachman, and they were just like, all right, so anyway, they just
Bachman,
were so
Turner,
loose.
Overdrive,
Yeah.
they were
like,
just,
I knew.
Wow.
I remember in 2008. I knew. I knew that McCain was going to lose in 2008 when I watched the Alfred E. Smith dinner, because Obama went up and he was kind of funny, but he was a little stiff, and he was thinking that, and McCain was so fucking funny, because he clearly, it was a week before the election, someone showed him the numbers, he's like, well, I'm not gonna win,
fuck this,
boom, and just went out and then went on SNL and killed, and when Obama went on SNL, he was stiff, and it's because like, don't fuck this up.
Wow.
So that's like, as a comedian, I can just tell, he knows he's gonna lose, he knows he could lose it. So that's why they're acting the way they are.
Yeah, it's yours to lose.
Yeah,
so
that's
keep it cool, keep it stiff.
That's the worst thing to say to a performer.
Yeah.
Hey,
it's
don't
yours,
fuck this up, dude.
Yeah, you got it. You got this. You got this.
Oh, you got this, man. No, now that you said that, I don't.
No. Jerry, the pilot of the plane is sitting out in the audience. I just wanted you to know. You ever see that Seinfeld episode? Well, you were on an episode of Seinfeld, but one of the ones
How'd
where
you get that?
Yeah, it is a great fucking. It's the coolest
I
fucking
wish I
thing.
could tell. I wish I had a great story. I went in.
Question.
Yeah, I went in and auditioned. That's it. I wish I had a better story.
Fucking cool ass show to be on, though.
But there's nothing worse than when you say you did something and a comedian's like, well, how'd you get that? Are they looking for people? It's like,
Leukemia. Why don't you just die? There was one of his like road managers was the woman from that 70s show, The Mother. And she'd always like nudge him. And he was going out on stage, and out of nowhere, she goes, I don't want you to be upset or nervous or anything, but the pilot of the plane we were on is sitting in the audience. And he goes, why are you even telling me? Like, it means nothing. So he goes out and he starts doing his act, and he turns and looks at the pilot, and the pilot's looking at him, and he froze. He flop sweats. He runs backstage. He goes, why did you tell me that? But it's one of those things where it's like, it could fuck you up.
Yeah.
Just being told something like that.
Any thought into my head. Just let me wander out there.
Just do it. Yeah. Shut up.
What'd you think of Ron Paul there, Patton?
I like. It's weird how Ron Paul. It's like somebody tweeted about Ron Paul. He's just he's 90% right. He's 90% right, which is my friend tweeted. That's like going, here's a great bowl of ice cream with a tiny teaspoon of dog shit in it. So that's fun, But it is weird how so many of the things that he's destined to be like the Ramones of the new right wing, of like he had the ideas first and never got to profit off of them, which is let's scale this stuff back. I'm all for let's put more money in the infrastructure. Let's I'm all about America first.
Well, you're going to hear that tonight, by the way.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
It's like I heard that though during the campaign.
I swear to God,
it's supposed to be a new idea. What happened? Wait a minute.
I'm that's you're talking about like calling Al Sharpton on his shit. I'm really glad that I have that my third album, which we're on it. No, my second album. Or no, it's my third special.
Braggart.
No, I talked about...
It's the beauty of being me. You don't have those dilemmas.
Was I at the Oscars or the Emmys when George Clooney said to me, no, it might have been Sean Penn. But I was like so high on Obama, and I have a bit where I'm like... to me now, people are like, well, you must be really embarrassed by that. Like, no, it's a historical thing. That's how I felt. I was so excited, and now I can do new material about how, that didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to or thought it would. Like, when you're talking about, like, calling Al Sharpton on stuff, I wish it was okay for people to just be able to bring up to David Duke, to Al Sharpton, anyone, hey, you did this really horrible thing. Like, you got behind an obvious lie, and then have them go, yep, I was young and stupid, and I fucked up.
Right.
And I know better now for going through that shit. And I think a lot of people would go, yeah, that's how you learn stuff. You do something really dumb, and you fuck up big, and then you get to where you're like, oh, okay, now I can approach things a little calmer because I was part of this huge disaster. I actually don't trust a leader that never had to go through a holy God, that I just screw up.
Wow, that was a bad one.
Wow, and then walk away from that. That's
no
where you
one
get
does
the real,
that.
Yeah.
There's not a human on the face of the earth that is of voting or electing age that hasn't fucked up.
Somebody recently sent me a link of something I said about the Iraq War. I literally couldn't have been wronger if I said that. If I said we were going to fight Sweden, I would have been more accurate than what I said about Iraq.
What'd you say?
I don't remember, but it was like, we'll be out quickly. I literally...
It's in and out. It's great.
But you have to own that and make fun of yourself for it and go, look, I was wrong. It happens.
Comedians... We're magazines. We're issues of a magazine. You don't get an old issue of Time magazine and then write them a letter going, you said George W. Bush is president, and excuse me, but maybe you need to because Obama's president. Yeah, that came out. That's a 5-year-old magazine, you idiot. So when people call me on my early stuff, I'm like, that's I stand by it because that's exactly how I felt at the time.
Yes, yeah.
But that shit changes constantly, and I'm glad that there's a record of that. There's a record of the. I mean, I'm delirious with hope when Obama's about to be elected because I'm so angry at the end of 8 years of Bush that I cranked up the hope too much. Like I'm literally assigning him superpowers. That's how excited I am. And then you realize, people, I was dumb for getting wrapped up in this stuff. He is just as fallible as anyone else. He's done a lot of good things. He's done a lot of stupid stuff too.
Yeah, it would be nice though if other people, politicians, they are the one people that can never say, yeah, wow, I fucked up. Or let's look at what you said 2 years ago. It's like, 2 years ago, I felt that way. You're right. Am I allowed to maybe get new facts? Situations change. Why can't my opinion change based on a changing situation?
Yeah.
But they will hold you like, well, you said that 2 years ago, and now you're saying something different. Oh my God, he's a flip flopper.
We punish them for being wishy washy. That's our problem as voters, or whoever does.
We
vote.
want people that have crystal balls that can read into the future and know what decision to make now, and not look like an idiot 4 years from now.
But don't you feel like maybe in the next, not 4 years, maybe 8 or 12, it'll take another couple of cycles. There is going to be some politician that will rise that will actually make a weapon out of going, yeah, boy, you should have seen me 5 years ago. I was...
And use that.
Now I know.
And make that acceptable.
And you know why I know? Because I got my ass handed to me.
Yeah, yeah.
And this guy who's talking about it in hindsight, but he doesn't know. I've been through it. I know.
That'll be when the debates are like on HBO and they could say fuck.
Yeah,
That'll be
Or when
great.
the- I mean,
he fucked the whole thing up when he was in office. It's like HBO.
Yeah.
And then you got like the debates. Yeah. Hey, asshole. You were the fucking the motherfucker that wanted that bill passed.
They
Go
started
shit in your hat.
They started that last night, and I was so waiting for either Romney or Perry when they were going, well, in your job, you created less jobs than Dukakis.
Yeah.
And if Romney just going, yeah, you know what, we tried that system and it didn't work, and now I know better. Now I know not to do that.
Now I know what. At least I could say I know one thing that doesn't work.
Yeah,
that
and,
I won't
and we'll
try.
never do that again.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
But they never
I mean, it was
do.
like when people would bring up that Robert Byrd was in the Ku Klux Klan. Yeah, and realize later how stupid it was.
Maybe he didn't enjoy it.
Yeah. No. I bet
he enjoyed it
what
at
if
the
he
time.
loved it, but then he got a little older and went, these guys are horrible.
Yeah.
You know. Also, I love how people bring up he was in the Klan. The Klan is like the least powerful. Like they're basically it's a bunch of guys with no jobs. They don't have any voting power. They don't. They're not. I love when they hold
They're
up
not a
stuff
party.
like the Black Panthers or the Klan. You may as well just bring up the Sharks or the Jets. That they don't affect anything.
At least they can dance.
Yeah, they don't
They were
affect
wonderful.
anything.
Well, the Panthers probably could.
Yeah, that's true. A lot better than the Klan. It looks stupid.
Two-stepping idiots.
Yeah. Oh, the Panthers. All 80 of them. All 80. Boy, when those guys get together, forget it.
Or is it, now you're talking the old ones or the new ones? Because there's 40 of each.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know. I almost feel like the Panthers and the Klan should just get together like professional wrestlers. Like, okay, this year, so in April you attack us.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then I'll call
We'll
you
do
out.
that.
Just to get like the fundraising
I think they
going.
should go around like Liddy and Leary went around and just go to colleges and beat each other up a little bit. People be like, wow, I feel like I was there. It's
Hey, the MMA should do that. They should go tell the Klan and the Black Panthers, you have a year to train, get your best guy.
Man, yeah.
Get the best example of the white race, get the best example of the white. Let's put him in a ring and see what happens.
Oh, yeah. Some skin-headed motherfucker and some big Tyrone motherfucker and just go at it. Oh, that would start a race riot, though. That would be like
awesome.
The second the one guy gets an advantage over the other guy, I think society would just unload and start fighting. Wait, he's beating him up. Fight. Yeah, well.
Those guys.
Those guys.
Should.
Well, Patton Oswalt is here.
Yes, he is.
Finest hour available now on Showtime On Demand. Replays Friday at 9 on Showtime. And then the album comes out September 20th. It drops September 20th.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm from the street, guys.
Yo.
So it drops.
September 20th, which is a great day because that's 9 days before I'm in Tampa at the Improv.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
You see how I just segue?
Shit.
I'll say it now. I timed it that way.
Like, it was very well done.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because people can be so excited for comedy with the Tampa thing coming up that they're just going to buy anything new. So I'm like, I'm kind of riding in your jet wash. That's what I'm doing. I'm just, you know what I'm doing? Water skiing behind your yacht.
September 29th through October 1st, Tampa Improv. And I want to plug this USO thing, which
fuck yeah, it's a good thing. Man.
It's a 9/11 remembrance walk. It's the inaugural 5K walk through the heart of Lower Manhattan to remember and honor those who were lost 10 years ago. And it's Saturday, September 10th at 7. You can register on site.
7 p.m.
7 a.m.
Oh,
and it's at the Hudson River Park at Pier 46 between Charles Street and the West Side Highway. So it's obviously for a really good cause.
Yes, it's a good cause.
For the USO, which does a lot of great things for soldiers.
Yeah.
So if
you
you're
worked
around,
with the USO, didn't you?
Yeah, I went with Colin to Iraq for the USO.
How many people get killed? Nice.
I bored a few to death on stage. A few suicides after my fucking set.
That'd be
They're like, this is the free speech we're fighting for?
Imagine that telegram.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, stop. Your son has died, stop.
Yeah.
It was out of boredom at a Jim Norton show,
No,
stop.
my parents got a telegram. Your son died. Put 2 shows in a row.
I think like 90 of our guys joined Al Qaeda after your set. Right? They just like, screw this. Strap a bomb to my chest. This is pointless. I'm fighting for this shit.
I was doing Christopher Walken impressions for the Republican Guard.
The guy's funny. I like it.
Holy shit.
You got to go through Iraq, like actual.
Yeah, we went in through Kuwait, and then we flew into we did Talil, Kirkuk, and Baghdad twice. And we were supposed to go to one more place. Maybe it was Talil. We tried to land in one place, but we couldn't because of the fog. So we had to do
fog.
We had to do 2 days in Baghdad instead of one. There was one location we lost.
Scary. Did you take Black Hawk?
No, we took no helicopters. We took all Oh God, with the the fucking.
The amphibious.
No. The those
armored personnel carrier. APC C-130.
C-130s.
C-130 to every base.
Every base C-130.
So they were big bases.
Yeah, and we had enough space in between each one. And there was one flight where we had to get diverted to another airport, and that's we hopped on Ricardo Sanchez's plane. No, this is in Iraq.
Sorry, I thought you were over there.
And we got to ride with him. He was running the all troops. So in Iraq, we had to ride with him.
Was he clean or was he dirty? Right, shut up, Anthony. What a hack!
But he was the top officer of.
Oh yeah,
and it was really weird to watch his Delta team get off and fucking secure the area before he left the plane.
You mean it was weird to see real men, Jimmy? Is that what you're talking about?
I couldn't have felt more like a fucking. They handed me a helmet and a blonde wig.
Oh, you're used to being handed a helmet.
So I
and the blonde wig, to tell you the truth. Daddy.
The beauty of Colin is we were doing the show that night, and Ricardo Sanchez was in the audience. And Colin just goes right to the Mexican boxcar jokes.
Oh, shit.
I couldn't believe the balls on Colin.
Colin
to fucking do
fucking hilarious.
Mexican boxcar jokes to the fucking commanding officer in Iraq.
He's right there.
And the soldiers
with people
did enjoy
with guns. With guns.
It was great. Great trip. So, yeah, we saw a good piece of Iraq.
Man.
Performed in his palaces. And
that's very good of you, by the way.
It was fun.
That is,
I demanded money. I demanded money. I'm like, I don't take anything on the arm.
Because you take it for granted, but that is dangerous. You put yourself in a tad bit of harm's way to bring some aloft.
That's why Jesse Ventura annoyed me so much pulling out that military card.
I'm
not. He did. We had an argument. I'm not as brave as those guys by far, but I did volunteer to go into a war zone. You fucking
motherfucker!
Cunt.
And he probably was in a motor pool in Saigon the entire time. Probably the first chopper out in '74.
Are you saying that I wasn't in the shit?
A Navy SEAL.
When you ask him what he did, though, he doesn't answer.
No, he doesn't. Because he was a frogman, but he calls it a Navy SEAL now because the frogmen were absorbed into the new
UDTs,
thing, which is
right?
called the Navy SEAL. So he says he was a Navy SEAL, which he never. And it could just be semantics, but bah. And I'd love to know what he did. I don't talk about my missions. What?
Were you in?
I had to change a tire once for a corporal. It was unbelievable, the action. What happened? Where were you?
Yeah.
Saigon. Till when? Till the chinks came. Then I left when Charlie came. I know he wasn't in any action.
He tried to eat a Jeep like Klinger.
That's where he got his boa, trying to get a Section 8. You fucking his ass was the Ho Chi Minh Trail.
Yeah. His job was to clean the foreskin of Sophie the horse, even though that was a woman.
Horse hockey.
It's the proverbial piece of baklava, sir. I love how everyone on MASH had the most ridiculous vocabulary in the end. These giant words. Isn't he a high school dropout from Toledo?
That is true, yes.
Yeah. What's he saying proverbial for?
Looking back on MASH, the humor doesn't work for me anymore at all. But I love a lot of the serious stuff they did.
And we lost the MASH guy.
Who?
Who was it? It's in the paper.
Died. What?
A guy who directed MASH.
Yeah, behind the scenes
I didn't
guy.
recognize his name.
You didn't recognize his name?
I like the ones, my brother always points out, the best run on MASH, the best era is when BJ, before he grew the mustache, when Frank Burns was still there.
Yes. Frank Burns still there.
Those episodes are amazing, and those are actually, a lot of them are really funny, because those were the first where they would do episodes without plots. It was just, we're in the operating theater, and there's nothing really overall happening. It's just a bunch of little events.
Yeah, they're kind of drinking or playing poker or something, and then they're
trying
in the
to get
OR.
through the night, and it's so like, oh, this is great. They're not setting up any goofy jokes. It's just real life. You know, it felt really cool.
Fucking Frank Burns. They said that was one of the greatest regrets they had about MASH. They didn't allow Larry Linville to develop who he was, because he was a funny character, but they left him one level.
And they could have added. And I always say, if MASH were made today, the top comedian, the star on the show, would fight to play Frank Burns and not Hawkeye, because now, if you notice, the best comedian characters, people like Larry Sanders and David Brent from The Office, they want to play the damaged assholes, and not the self-righteous guy that's
a little more.
Exactly. And if you made MASH now, Will Ferrell would want to play Frank Burns and not Hawkeye. Wow, and who would be amazing at it, because you could do great satire.
Oh God, when do we get to the point where we can make war sitcoms again? Hogan's Heroes.
It'll eventually.
Hogan's Heroes always made me laugh because it's like, even as a kid, I didn't quite feel right about, hey, it's a sitcom and there's swastikas in it.
Yeah.
It was just the oddest thing. It's like canned laughter's going off and there's a picture of Hitler and they're fucking.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, that's a little odd.
Who the fuck was in charge back then to allow that to happen?
It's a sitcom about Nazis.
It's a talent show being run by Oscar Schindler. It's a little odd.
Who's in charge of the network?
No, the Nazis, all right, they made him look a little goofy and stuff.
Well, wasn't it the guy that played Klink? Because I think he
was Jewish.
Yeah, he was Jewish, and I think some of his relatives died in the Holocaust.
Werner Klemperer.
And he said, I'll take this role, but Klink can never win. He always has to lose.
Yeah, he would be the goofy guy that
he
always
has to be
lost.
the butt of the joke. Yeah.
So. Oh, it would be great if they wrote an episode where he had to actually kill all of Hogan's heroes.
Yeah. And look, Amon Gert is doing the eyebrow raise. Oh, he's a card.
All right.
He's a card.
Hogan, get your men, have them dig ditches. Dig a big long ditch in the woods, Hogan.
She left her ring in the tub. Canned laughter. Oh, that red dress. That shouldn't be colorized. What a nut.
Do a slide whistle every time Amon shoots out the window.
The prop ricochet shot.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then he's talking like, I feel like my bullets, it's like all like veiled erection jokes. I feel like my bullets are just going 2 inches and falling down.
People are dying. It's horrific.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Are we having a barbecue today? Not exactly.
They were always trying to rig the old ball bearing plant to blow up Hogan and his men. They'd have to go out the tree stump and come back. And again, as a kid, I didn't quite understand like what they were doing. I was like, if they're out of the camp, why don't they just fucking leave?
Keep going.
Yeah,
I never understood heroics. Like, you're a kid, so it's like not like you don't understand what a guy that would have a mission or something. It's like, hey, they're out. Why don't they just fucking leave?
Yeah, let's go.
Why is he going back?
I just remember that theme of that show is a big part of my growing up because it just always seemed to be playing in the background.
In the background on some TV. With a drunk relative laughing at it, going, God damn, why'd they lose?
I wish we'd had Hogan when I was in the Ardennes forest. We could have used that son of a bitch. A tunnel under the doghouse. Ah!
Look at that. It's lifting up, and the dog doesn't even care.
Stupid Nazi dog.
He likes him, see, because even the dog's pleasant.
My wife doesn't fuck me. Hogan's Heroes was a. Well, you know that we'll finally get over 9/11 as a nation when in 60 years they make a cheesy Pearl Harbor style romance. Titanic style movie about 9/11,
where it doesn't really matter the horror of it. It's more the romance. And
there's a young stockbroker in the tower, and he's in love with a sandwich girl, and she's trying to work her way. So all that's happening in the backdrop of that morning, and then they're in the tower as it collapses and have to proclaim their love. Like, that's coming. Yeah. That's maybe not soon, but will happen.
Enough time goes by, and we've always talked about this. I was and people took this for granted. It's like you watch a party going on or a little fair, and kids are sliding down this ship that looks like it's halfway into the lawn, and it's a water slide.
I know, I've seen that,
and it's the Titanic ride.
I know.
And it's like, they made a ride out of a shipwreck where thousands died in frigid waters. Yeah. And the most horrific death. And then enough time went by where it was an inflatable ride that children, and they're bouncing off the smokestack and, this is fun.
There's salt and pepper shakers you can get. It's the Titanic sinking.
Titanic sinking.
It's the thing sticking up. Yeah, I'm
so
not kidding.
When will the World Trade Center be like a ride where maybe even a bigger one at MGM?
Oh, like that Twilight
Tower of Terror.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Something like that, where it's like, whoa, hey, the World Trade Center ride. Look out, people.
If you told people in 41 that, this Pearl Harbor thing, this is going to be a really cheesy romantic movie.
Bad movie.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. With a young people, and she's a nurse, and he's a pilot, and they're kind of in love on the island.
This is horrible.
This is
I know people, they just died.
No, just give it some time. People will be cool with it.
Yeah, they'll be cool.
They won't? No, they will. They really
Don't
will.
worry about it.
Yeah.
What was the last comedy about a war that was made? Was it MASH?
I'll say that, not that this is a sitcom, but we had Chris Morrison Young Lions about the four
Four
suicide
Lions.
bombers.
Oh, my
Oh,
God.
Four Lions.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Four Lions. Young Lions with Brando.
that-
Four Lions was great.
that really
I loved-
totally comedy?
Yes.
Yes.
I know. I saw it. It was great. It was great.
Chris Morris, that guy, any comedian that has to flee the country after the episode of your show, the one he did. You ever see the Brass Eye?
No, I've heard. I know. I'm familiar with it. But
He did this thing about the danger of pedophiles. It's a fake news show. So then they show, but it's more about the hysteria about pedophilia. It's not actually about, because at the time in England, people were going nuts that they burned down a pediatrician's house. They didn't understand the difference between, that's
Jesus
how crazy it got.
Christ. Okay,
so at one
that's
point
bad.
he's doing this hidden report, and it's just a picture of a school. He goes, "This clever pedophile has disguised himself as a school." and then he had to leave England. People were calling for his head.
Wow.
And of course, the point he was making about all the news program hysteria, then they did all these shows about how awful his show was and totally proved his point.
Yeah.
He was the news for a month.
Well, we were doing that with news teases about how does a pedophile live next door to you? And no, and then it's like no. It does. The report comes on and goes, well, unless you live here.
Oh, yeah.
If not, no.
Oh, they'll do that with minor stuff.
no pun intended.
The local news in Los Angeles, I will put that up against any. That is the worst local news. It is high school kids are putting on a show, is what they're doing, and they will tease. I remember back in the day, the X-Files. Is it going to be canceled? Tune in at 11. I like that show. Tune in. Nope, it's been renewed.
They renewed.
You can't tease a story that doesn't exist.
But they would do it constantly, and here they would do more dangerous shit. Like they would tease shit that is like, "Is your water killing you?" and just leave it at that. And you're like, "All right, is it?"
Yeah.
Now I gotta wait. If it was,
nah.
wouldn't you want to get the word out before people start drinking some more
water? How about
water?
the emergency broadcast system if the water's poisoned?
Yeah.
If the Joker just threw something in the reservoir, why do you break into Dancing with the Stars and tell us?
Shit.
Wait till 11.
We do have a bunch of those.
You want to do this or what?
Yeah, I would love to hear some.
Right.
We every so often we
haven't
play
done
these
this in a while.
They're
nice.
news. They're real news teasers.
This is the Hall of Fame. We've been collecting these
the
forever,
Hall of Fame.
and this is the Hall of Fame. These are the
love
best of the
these.
best
The
news
best
teasers.
of the best.
I love them.
Just for you, Patton. First, this one.
One city wants to pack all their sex offenders into a 3-block area. Problem is, it could be right next to your house.
Now, come on. Look, what kind of panicky Pete, fucking alarmist shit is that?
This news story is for
Right
one
next to
guy
your
out.
house.
Are your relatives going to be sending your Christmas cards to Rape Street?
Yeah.
Tune in at 11.
Could you imagine 3-block radius? It's all pedophiles. You're the only house with kids, and you're not a pedophile.
Yeah.
And you're like, wow, the news was right.
There's a candy store every 5 feet.
I know.
Yes.
I will say, if they did do that, and I was a little kid, I would know where to go get the candy.
Of course,
I'd
right
know
there.
where to go
Just
get treats.
run, though.
Absolutely.
Although, if that existed and you were a little kid and you walked through and no one bugged you, you'd be like, oh, I really am not
I
good
suck.
looking. Oh, this is terrible.
Come on, guys.
Like, that'd become a
Help me
little
out.
kid thing. Like, I walked through Pedo Town and no one even looked at me.
Little self-esteem for me here,
Yeah, yeah.
please.
Really, at least hit on it.
Help me out here, Henry.
Here's the next one.
I'm trying
trying
to,
to bang this old man.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of favors for you there, Henry.
Come on.
Here's the next one.
How a twist on the predator law could shut down religion.
How a twist
Shut
on the
down
predator
religion.
law can shut down religion. Religion.
Because religion is like water parks. You just you shut them down.
You shut them down. Sometimes
Yeah.
you got to.
Shut down religion.
I hear
over.
You know what? It didn't get so bad, so all they did was close at dusk.
Yeah.
But they reopened in the morning.
Oh, my God.
That is the most alarmist shit.
Wow.
This is the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
It's great.
this one made the Hall of Fame, too.
Could frequent hiccups be a sign of cancer? Watch News 8 at 10.
How about just giving us a yes or no?
And you're like, and then you're hiccuping, just thinking, holy shit, this sucks.
Instead of can it, how about just saying
No.
frequent hiccups is not a sign of cancer?
Yes.
That's why the media deserves no more fucking freedom than comedies get.
But somebody,
Yeah.
I bet somebody that
Yep.
has frequent hiccups does have cancer. But 99% of frequent hiccuping has nothing to do
And
with
if
it.
they don't, they should. They're annoying everybody with their hiccuping. It's like, will
What's
you find
that?
a lump
Stop it.
somewhere already?
Oh,
shit.
God.
Fucking
It's
buzz
so
off.
funny.
Here's the next one.
Oh.
Are you normal? Thursday at 11 on News 8.
That wasn't cut. Are you normal? Thursday at 11. Oh, I got to wait till Thursday. Holy shit. While I hack this hooker up, I hope I'm normal.
The problem solvers have uncovered sexual predators sent to live in our nursing homes.
Do you really know who's living down the hall?
Could this happen to your mother?
Shit. Oh, look out.
That sounds like an
the
SNL
old-
bit.
The old broad's
It
getting
really-
a deep dick
yeah.
in.
Kentucky Fried Movie or something.
Yeah, that
doesn't
does.
sound real.
Big Jim Slade.
Yeah. Here's the next one.
Could your house be making you fat? Tomorrow, CBS 2 News at 5.
Right. Let her rip.
Yeah, if the walls are made of ham, sure. Oh my God, they're just. These are guys. They're just sitting in the newsroom. Just what's a scary phrase? Say something.
Yeah, say something.
We'll just tease that.
Let me think. Murder.
All right. Good. Yeah. Do bees buzzing? Does it mean murder?
Oh, yes.
Something.
Could buzzing bees make you murder?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
perfect.
good. All
Go
right.
with it. Where's the graphic
That's our tease for
Take
today.
a victory lap there,
That's
Lenny.
our tease today. High five.
And the ingredients in shampoo that can make a boy develop breasts tonight at 10.
What?
I wish they would tell me what that was. I'd slip it into Sam's shampoo and then feel him up when he came to work.
Black people, can they walk through walls when it rains? Tune in at 11 to find out.
I hope not. Jesus, it's raining. My alarm isn't on.
God.
And one more in the Hall of Fame.
Here we go.
Sex offenders may be in your house at 11.
Now that's scary.
really
They
is.
really went all out.
Yes!
They really went all out on that one.
Unless
Yes.
you're a sex offender, then that story holds no interest for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that.
It's like it is. I am. You're beating off to kiddie porn. And yeah, you're right.
It should say sex offenders or federal agents could be in your house,
Yeah.
which will get everybody to watch.
Yeah, or send people to like just tap on the walls.
Yeah.
Hello, I got some boy ass out here. Hello.
It's a new Wes Craven movie. The pedophiles under the stairs.
Oh, shit.
I got to piss desperately.
Yeah, all right, well,
and Nick
coming up-
Swartzen is here too.
Coming
He's
up on the top of the hour, we might as well take a break.
Yeah.
I do want to say this. We should bring that bit back. If you find
I
a
do
news
love
tease
that,
out
yeah.
there,
Yes.
please send it into the show. Please. Those
Fucking
are really old for
fantastic.
most of the listeners. They've heard those.
But you know what?
Too many times.
I've heard him every time they've heard him, and I still love hearing him.
Yeah, but can
See?
let's get some new ones. So if you
Yeah.
hear a good one, send it in, please. We'll promote your Twitter account. or
That
something,
should be hilarious.
Patton Oswalt just killing for us today. Like Jimmy said, Nick Swartzen is going to join the program.
Yay.
And I got word that Kevin Smith wants to call and just say hi today.
What? I finally saw Red State.
Loved
I
it,
did
right?
too.
I fucking
hated
loved it. Hate it. Like worst movie I ever saw. I was only kidding. No, it was fantastic. And fucking Michael Parks.
Yeah,
Amazing.
Michael Parks.
Why is this motherfucker not being used?
Unbelievable in that movie.
Why did he go from
unbelievable?
Then came Bronson, and then 40 years later, Quentin picks him up.
Yeah,
and now like
well,
where was he?
Same thing happened to Robert. What's his name?
Culp?
No, the guy from Medium.
De Niro.
The guy from Medium Cool that was in Jackie Brown.
Oh,
Yes.
Robert
Forrester.
Yes, Robert Forster.
Yeah, that was always great.
Yeah.
Why did he vanish?
I don't know what happened, but somebody like Michael Parks, when you watch him in that role in Red State, he's fucking
Holy
perfect.
crap.
He's frightening.
But then and also weirdly charming.
And
like
charming
you understand
and,
why
and
people.
calming.
Oh,
He's calming,
God.
but he's fucking petrifying as a person. He is an amazing actor, that motherfucker.
It's amazing.
Yeah, and a great
amazing.
movie.
Red
a
State
great
is great.
movie. One of Kevin's best ever.
We'll talk to Kevin Smith about it as well. Stay there.
And now, 88 seconds of former Minnesota governor, professional wrestler, and Navy SEAL Jesse Ventura talking crazy. And go.
Were they testing out HARP and it created this tsunami that later killed hundreds and thousands of people? They have such power. Our president goes to it, and our president has to sign a no-talk thing. And the real guy is this character called Maurice Strong. That's the big point. What if it is? No. 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 It shows how they could shoot these things down to masses of people and literally affect your emotions with them. They can cause you anxiety. They can cause you fear. And that was on the night that Jesus Christ supposedly rose from the dead. Both. Yep. With this satellite, if they want to, they can follow you and know right where you're at. It's eye-opening. I don't do computers. I'm computer illiterate, happily. Probably. But trust me, I can do you in and not think twice about it. Oswald couldn't make the shots. You know that as well as I do. This thing's set up on the same frequency as the human brain. Do you think that's by happenstance or by design? Why would everything have to be locked up in national security for 50 years? That's because you're not seeing the real medical evidence. Could that be part of it, that they're heating up the ionosphere up there by using this thing? Ford changed where the bullet hit. They put him in the MRI and the machine went ballistic. You know why? 5 chips in his body. Oh, yeah.
That was 88 seconds of former Minnesota Governor, professional wrestler, and Navy SEAL Jesse Ventura talking crazy.
Oh, yeah.
On the Opie and Anthony Show.
Coming soon to Broadway, Jim Norton of the Opie and Anthony Show stars as that lovable red-headed orphan in the new production of Annie.
The sun will come out. Come on, Jimmy. Tomorrow.
You gotta lay in bed and die of cancer tomorrow, like Yul Brynner. Oh, you used to be fun in the sun, but now you're shitting in your bed, and your head is full of mush like Lyle Alzado.
Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Only for us today. Having a lot of fun, and now we.
I was naked. He was naked. Maybe I'm gay. Oh,
it all depends on who had on the dog collar
at the time. Nick Swartzen joins the program.
Hi, everybody. What's up?
Hello, sir.
What's up, everybody? This is my new comedy voice.
That's a great.
What's up, everybody?
That's a great voice.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Bucky Larson, Born to be a Star in theaters Friday.
Yep.
This Friday.
Nick Swartzen and Bucky Larson.
Boy, that's going to be terrible. My new album comes out on September 20th. That's a Tuesday. Make sure to pick up Finest Hour. Make sure to pick up Finest.
What is Bucky Larson going to be about there, Nick?
It's about a really nice, sweet kid from Iowa who gets fired from his job. His friends decide to cheer him up with a porno, and he recognizes that his parents are the stars of the porno from back in the 70s. He didn't know they actually did that.
Oh, from back in the 70s.
Yeah, so he's like, holy fuck, those are my parents.
Bushes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
70s Earth Mama Muffs.
And they're really nice Midwest parents. Like, you meet them at the beginning of the movie, and then you see them in this porno, and they're still, like, have that nice Midwest mentality. And they only made pornos with each other. So, like, they show them, like, a box of, like, all these pornos. And my favorite line is, one of my favorites, they go, we were going to tell you on your 50th birthday. And so he decides, instead of being horrified, he decides that's his calling, and he goes off and becomes this fucking porn star, but he's got buck teeth and a bowl cut and a small
you
dick.
look really odd in it. I saw some of the trailers for it, and man, you got like the big, large size chiclet front teeth, and then a kind of a Prince Valiant bowl haircut thing going on.
Yeah, no, we wanted to make the guy look as stupid as possible.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah. The antithesis of porno, so... we definitely accomplished that.
Did you have to do any nude scenes, sir? With some,
I had the weird
girls?
Experience of my character has this tiny penis, and I actually had to go to
the character
pack.
They CGI that in. Right?
Look, you can see right now that it's a character. I had to go to a prosthetic place, and they had to make a penis, and they had to make a mold of my penis So I'd have two guys put putty all over my dick and crotch and ass.
How much did that run you?
2 high fives.
So wait a minute. You had two guys put putty in it. So you had a that's called a Jim Norton Tuesday night. Is that what that's called?
Not two guys though, just a married couple. So
okay.
A gay married couple.
Gay married couple.
Yeah, guy and girl. She's forcing us to do things. Well, the dominatrix says it, so he's gonna put putty on my dick and tug it until I make cumsy. So be it.
They made you.
Absolutely.
Yes. For the love of God.
That's a nice cozy word.
So they made you like tuck. I guess what they tuck and then cover with
No, there was no. They should have. I think I got scammed because there was no talk. Like, I mean,
I have a feeling they didn't have to.
At least let me shove it in my own asshole. No, it was just out, and so they like puttied it up and fucking and then it dried and they took it off, and then when we started shooting, they came back and then glued it back on my penis. So I had a small penis glued onto my own penis, and it was
Isn't that
fucking
impossible?
It was what?
Isn't that impossible?
It must be over the pubis.
Yeah, it was like
I'm just trying to imagine how they would do that.
They glued a mound over my penis. So it was like,
see, and then a little penis under it.
Yeah, and then they like topped it off with a little penis.
This
Hollywood magic.
That is.
We're
That's old
talking
school.
to Nick Swartzen inside the Actors Studio.
We're talking.
Back in a moment to get his thoughts.
We're
on
talking about my new
Stanislavski.
movie with Meryl Streep.
Well, you got a pretty great cast, and you got Christina Ricci's in it, Don Johnson,
Stephen Dorff, Kevin Nealon. That's the thing about this movie is that the commercials, look retarded, and like the trailer, it like we're trying. It's a rated R movie and it's a hard R. It was NC-17, and we have to cut these PG commercials and these PG trailers.
Yeah.
So like we can't show any of the like the craziness of it, but. The movie is fucking great, and I wouldn't jock it if it weren't, but it really is funny, man. And like we got this great cast because the characters are great. There's so many crazy one-liners. I mean, it's fucking nuts.
Who play your parents?
Oh my God, Ed Herman.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, and Miriam Flynn. Miriam was the Randy Quaid's wife in Vacation.
Yep.
And and they're fucking amazing.
Oh, wow.
Ed Herman's played like a president in movies like 10 times.
He played didn't he play like FDR and he's like plays these historical figures.
He's like a real actor's actor, right?
IMDb him. Do it on your
He's
fucking
been He's been in Coen Brothers movies.
Yeah, he's amazing.
He was also the lead vampire in The Lost Boys.
That's correct.
I don't know if you remember that. But
Wasn't he Corey Haim's dad or something?
He was that's kind of interesting twist. Because he's dating Diane Wiest, and you think that he's his square, and you think that the head vampire is Kiefer Sutherland, and then they kill Kiefer, and then the other guy hasn't turned back yet, so you go, who's the head vampire? And it turns out to be Ed Herman. So you didn't know he was the vampire the whole time.
Oh yeah, I know who he is.
Oh.
Did he play Van Helsing?
Huh?
I didn't mean to wreck the entire show. It's just a question. Wasn't there a Van Helsing character in Lost Boys or no?
No.
Okay.
No, Lost Boys was Kiefer Sutherland.
Yeah.
No, but what was the character's name of the older guy?
Max something.
Faggotron 2000. Is that right?
Edward Herman's character's name is Max something. And then there's their old grandpa, but he's not like a Van Helsing. Know who the Van Helsing in the Lost Boys is? Corey Feldman. Really? He's the vampire hunter. Him and his brother Edgar and Alan, the Frog Brothers.
Everyone knows that guy. Yeah. Everyone knows that guy.
God damn it!
He's
I have
been
nerded
in
out
so many movies.
Let me see a picture of him, man.
Right here.
All
That
right.
guy.
This guy right here.
That guy.
Check him out.
You know him, right,
in
Norton?
everything.
That guy.
That guy.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. He's been. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I just said, oh yeah. I think I recognize him.
No, you do.
He's the
one of the
I'm
guys.
in everything.
You do.
JT Walsh was like that. You remember JT Walsh?
JT Walsh,
One
right.
of those guys who
JT
nobody knew his
Walsh.
name, but it was like that guy again. He's
He
been
was
everything.
great.
I knew
you know,
I knew JT
Yeah.
Walsh.
Ed Herman was in the Houston 500, the porno. Just trying to find common ground with
That's funny.
He was in Marines Don't Kiss, Mexican Toolbox. You haven't? No? Hispanic Mechanic 3 and 7.
Marines don't kiss. He was in Brown Periscope.
I am going back.
He was in The Greatest Glory Ever Hold.
Wow, Brown Periscope has to be a title. That's a great fucking porno title.
It's in The Great Gatsby.
Who would play my character in that?
Like a real movie. Wow, damn it.
You.
Oh yeah, I would be in
fuck?
I would want to be in the porno version of that.
I want to
As
be
my
in a
own
gay
character.
porno, but I just don't want to have sex with anybody. Like, I want to try to finance a real movie where I play a detective, and everywhere I go, everybody's just sucking each other's dicks, and I wonder why it won't get released. we found blood in the study, and the guy's like sucking his friend's dick. Going, I didn't do it. I was working. People go like, why are you doing that? You're hurting your chances of getting that release.
Fantastic. Any of these fingerprints match the killer? Because we should maybe run some DNA tests.
Why is the lab guy sucking the dick?
And they're all great-looking gay guys, and I'm just me and my fucking tight-fitting, my fucking awful stomach and side fat hanging
Going around like
And
a gumshoe.
They keep trying to convince you that there's a clue in their ass. And you're like, I'm not looking in your fucking ass, dude. You're like, here's a clue, I swear.
I'm last night at 2 a.m. I heard someone scream murder up there. I would check. I'm just saying.
Yeah. And I had maybe my assistant look in the guy's asshole. Well, go check. I'm busy. But I won't acknowledge that I won't fuck somebody. I'm always like just doing something else in the movie. Of course. I'd love to check in your asshole, but I have to look for fingerprints.
You like dust his prostate.
CSI Fire Island.
I think you have a movie.
That movie would be such a bomb.
Jim Norton Cumshoe.
Nobody would finance that.
No.
But the best part would be pitching it to like showing my managers and having them and not telling them what it was. And then all of a sudden the guy pulls his dick out and sticks it in something. Like, what is this? And I'm like just reading something next to it, not acknowledging it. Come on, you two, cut it out. We have work to do.
It sounds fantastic, and I can't wait to see it, Jimmy.
Get the phone.
That would be really great to make like a very sellable genre picture, but for some reason there's just constant chaos.
There's nothing.
It's like a sword, like a Lord of the Rings, but for some reason people are constantly having anal sex.
And every female,
and it has nothing to do with the plot. The main characters, they're just going, we have to find the claw of the griffin, and then in the background there's just guys having the noisiest, most painful looking anal sex.
Wizard cum and like really elaborate coming, like really like magical coming.
Like they'll cut to a scene in a tavern, and for some reason when they cut, it's just a close up of this hard dick, and they just
pulls
for no
away,
reason,
right,
and
right.
they just pan over to our main characters. Now, what did the wizard say? Like, and they just keep like
That's when you start though, right on just a fucking rigid hard dick, and then it just dollies away from it, and you focus onto the bar where they're talking.
Or while I'm sitting behind the desk and the guy comes in with the big case, and I'm like, well, tell me what happened. And he's just sitting there and he's like just rolling his cock in his hand and he's telling me what happened.
Yeah.
And I don't acknowledge that he's doing that. I'm just actually taking notes.
You're
Well, where
looking
was
in his
this
eyes.
dame? And he's like, well, she came back and I stroking it. No dirty language at all.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Rated G language.
Yeah. Oh God.
And every female character is pissing. For every scene, she's pissing every time she talks, and they never explain why. Every interaction with a woman.
Well, it's the lack of explanation that makes it fantastic.
That's the best. Yeah, she's squatting over a bedpan, pissing, saying,
Wow.
I have an idea.
This is one of the most amazing depictions of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Why is there constant golden showers going? Like, was that a part of it? I mean, you got the Kennedys down, all
Right.
the tension, but and you cut away to gay sex, and it has nothing to do with the. I don't understand.
Jack and Bobby talking in the Oval Office, and just on a fucking chair, just like blurry because the depth of field is so great that it's very blurry. You just see a head bouncing up and down on a hard cock.
And a guy who
what are we gonna do about this, Bobby?
A guy who looks like Lyndon Johnson from a distance is being blown by somebody really young. Fucking Khrushchev and Kennedy are talking through a glory hole for no reason.
Then your manager goes, you got these blurry guys in the background having this horrible anal sex. And you go, give me 24 hours. Can we cut it? Now suddenly they're in the foreground in sharp focus, and the Kennedys are blurring the background. We've got to tell Castro. Like, no, you idiot. What are you doing?
Holy shit! We're gonna blockade and crystal clear anal sex.
It's all double entendre. Like you show a TV with Kennedy going, and if those missiles, but in the foreground is a guy's big hard cock, being jerked off by somebody else.
I love the
Here's the
glory
pictures
hole.
the U-2 spy plane took. These are obviously missiles. Big fucking rigid dick.
Yeah, being snapped against firm stomachs.
What, the glory hole is what again? What'd you say?
Khrushchev and Kennedy are cutting their secret deal, but making eye contact through a glory hole.
It's like the hotline.
But while penises are trying to come through, like they're still
Keeps knocking him in the cheeks.
Get out information.
It hits him in the cheek and the mouth.
Yeah.
They're pushing him away.
They don't even get angry. They're like, "Come on, get out of here, would you?"
Move along.
Let me try to explain the gravity of the situation.
Not now.
Let's say Bobby's ass is the port of Cuba, and let's say this guy's hard cock is the Soviet fleet. Now the fleet is trying. Why are you explaining it this way?
If these then are your missiles in Turkey that are hitting me in mouth, you must take them out.
Hoover's on the phone, and Clive Tolson is just waving his cock in his face.
Why is that so compelling?
Never references it.
Never.
No, never. They just they just do all the dialogue straight, and it has like crucial information about the whole.
and the trailer for it is cut like a complete historic movie. No gay sex in it.
What the fuck is happening?
When you get there, there's a surprise for you.
Or they reference it like Clive is swinging his cock and he's going, woo! And Edgar goes, please. And he just goes out and he stops making noise and he just keeps waving his cock. Please.
Jimmy, you're on to something.
Yeah, just never acknowledge it. What a movie.
Yeah. And then the end of the movie is every cast member in a pyramid shitting.
Yeah, they show outtakes, like in being there.
It's like the last dance in Slumdog, but it's a pyramid of shit. There's like happy music over it.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, Bollywood music.
Yeah.
Well, thank God democracy's safe.
And the JFK character is goofily touching his head to make sure it hasn't been blown off yet.
Oh my God.
Oh fuck! That's sellable. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that really is.
You just blew it right there.
Yeah,
someone's gonna pick that shit
It's
right
our
up.
budget.
And the pyramid shitting.
Just mail Jim the Oscar right now. Just mail him
That's
the
an indie
goddamn
film
Oscar.
right there. That's indie right
Great
there.
movie that is. Pyramids shitting on each other.
And it's a hard cut. Like they're literally in the office. Like, well, the Cuban, the Russians are pulling away, and they just cut it off.
But
and then freeze frame credits any way you want it, that's the way you need it.
You go to Brady Bunch Squares, but of all their assholes, just and for no reason, N.B. Davis is shitting in the middle.
Well, when you do the cast at the end, you like they show each person in their face, you just show their, with Kevin Costner, his ass just turns flying.
And William Devane's ass as Jack Kennedy. He does a great Jack Kennedy. I love Bill Devane.
Oh dear God!
And his shitting ass.
That's a hit, man.
Yeah, that really
That's
is.
a hit.
Oh fuck, man!
None of this in Bucky Larson, though, huh, Nick? None of this in Bucky Larson.
The poopy pyramid is.
Yeah,
Should have put that in the end. Is there time to recut by tomorrow? Put the poopy pyramid.
When did the Cuban Missile Crisis happen?
Like a week ago.
62.
Yeah.
You can make it totally contemporary. Just they update stuff all the time. Just have it happen on 2011.
A reboot.
It's not time sensitive.
Oh, this is going to interrupt Dancing with the Stars for me.
He just said it's not time sensitive. Soviet Union.
It's
War.
It always works. It's perennial.
Holy perennial, man.
Oh,
dear God.
You have Kevin Hart playing Khrushchev just to get the black viewers.
With CCH Pounder as John F. Kennedy.
Oh, fuck.
Is that funny, man?
Oh, shit.
Oh, man.
Never been done before.
I
Never been
apologize.
done. And you offer it to everyone in Hollywood, and like Caligula, you don't tell them what it's going to be about.
Right.
Like you put a
Been
real
done.
script.
Oh yeah, you
Caligula did
shoot
that.
their scene separately, and then
Separately.
they all come to the premiere. I'm like, oh my god,
It's a porno. I'm in a porno.
What did I
happened?
just say yes
I'm John
to?
Gielgud, motherfucker.
Or the
Why
only-
am I in a porno?
Or the only dirty language is in scenes that they're not in. So it's like you have a serious scene between, like, Kevin Costner as the president and then somebody else. Then you just cut to the guy's ass fucking and just talking shit. I heard Kennedy likes cocks in his ass. I heard the same thing too.
or an over-the-shoulder shot where it's obviously not him.
Yeah, where he's actually watching two guys blow each other in a tub. It's somebody wearing his fucking awful Jim Garrison suit.
Oh, shit.
In a tub somehow makes you want to gag.
Fuck, man. I
And
guess
then
I
just
was
for no
wrong.
reason, just have Tommy Lee Jones' character from JFK just walk through. This is just totally gay.
What do we have here?
Have a happy Easter, gentlemen.
You're a handsome man, Mr. Garrison.
Oh, what a great film.
Holy shit,
You
man.
might have
Well,
to pitch that now, Jim.
Absolutely.
I guess I was wrong when I said I haven't laughed on this show to the point of almost throwing up. Wow. And not just from the funny, from the subject matter.
Yeah.
You could puke from either one. Oh, yeah, and all that could be seen in Bucky Larson, Born to Be a Star.
Yeah, we just described the movie for
in
everybody.
theaters
That should sell it for you, Nick.
Spoiler alert.
With Nick Swartzen. Holy shit.
Come for the laughs, stay for the shit pyramid. Bucky Larson, Born to Be a Star.
Anyone that can come up with a shit pyramid ending, I've got to see his movie.
Yeah. I think you just sold a ticket, my friend.
I don't care if it's a rom-com. I
guess
I'm
we're
gonna be
calling
hacking up phlegm all night.
We're calling Kevin Smith.
Really?
Yeah.
What are we calling him?
He wants to punch up the Cuban Missile thing. He has some add-ons.
We might want
That'd
to.
be
You might want to ask him about your movie, Jimmy.
He could
He can get
work
this
it.
done for you.
Yeah.
He could work it.
Right now, the working title is Crisis at 62, but he may want to change that. Crisis at 62.
Did you guys see Red
good,
State?
actually.
You guys saw
Fuck
Red State?
yeah,
Yeah,
Red State was
yeah.
good, man.
It looks
That
great,
was
man.
really
It's like-
fucking cool.
Really good movie.
Goodman's great in it.
Yeah, he is.
Melissa
Kevin
Leo,
Pollak.
but Michael Parks.
Yeah. Michael Parks is the show stealer, as they say.
Is it on
Wow.
That mother. It's on demand.
It's on demand.
okay.
I watched it
Yeah.
on. I rented it off iTunes.
Yeah, I demanded it myself. I went to.
Kevin Pollak has a great scene. I do not want to
No,
spoil
I
it,
wouldn't
but
wreck it.
oh boy,
It's fantastic.
it's like it's one of those scenes. You're like, oh, I wish I could do that in a movie.
I love Pollock, man.
Yeah, he's great.
Well, why don't we say hi to Kevin? Kevin Smith, everyone. We're discussing Red State, sir, and
You guys watched it already?
fuck
Kevin,
yeah.
How convenient that you could watch it in the comfort of your own home. You could pause it. You could go take a dump. You could grab something to eat, come back. That improves the movie. When
Right.
you're sitting in a movie
You're so
theater,
right.
you can't pause, and if you want to get up, you're like, fuck, I'm out of the experience. If you're at home...
You can sort of take a dump if you go to the right theaters, though.
On the without missing the movie, which
Yeah.
is I just watched it last night or the night before last on demand, of course, at the home. It was very very comfortable, like you said, and amazing movie. First of all, overall, just an amazing fucking movie. It looks great. It's got a look to it where I really don't believe you directed it.
That was
Jesus. No, I'm teasing,
Wow.
of course.
Wow.
No, it
that was part of the idea. The idea was like, look, I can make a Kevin Smith movie in my sleep. In fact, some critics have accused me of doing it. It's in my genetics. It's in my DNA. I know how to do that.
Right.
But those aren't the movies I dream about making. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't dream about making a Kevin Smith movie because Lord knows I can do it. I dream about making Quentin Tarantino movies. Or
Well, let me tell you
Coen brother
something.
movies.
Yeah, I think you're hitting on something there. That's for sure because it was just a great fucking movie overall.
Thank you.
And then fucking Michael Parks, man. Where was this guy from? Then came Bronson to the time Tarantino picked him up. What was it? What was he in Japan doing commercials?
No, he was. He had a kind of run-in, I guess, with the industry, with the guy that ran Universal back.
He must have really fucked up because he's an amazing actor in this. We were just.
You know what he is, dude? He's the absolute truth. And as much as he believes in the craft, he's like one of them Brando types, but probably wouldn't have even done half the work Brando did. He just like he's all acting.
Dude, we were talking about his character in Red State, and he's all at the same time fucking frightening and charming and like soothing.
But that's how you got. That's how hatred works. Hate speakers work like that.
I know. I see it in the mirror every day. Believe me.
Jesus,
I'm a horrible person.
Country behind him simply by being a silver-tongued devil, and that's what our Aben Cooper is. Like, he presents like your grandfather or a favorite uncle, and then when he starts speaking, it's all hate speak.
You wouldn't mind him babysitting your kids. I'm not saying that in a funny way.
You would just tell him nice
so
little
charming with
stories
the kids. Yeah, like.
I like that where he sends the kids out. Oh, it's like, it's grown up. What does he say? It's grown up time.
It's about to get grown up.
Yeah, it's about to get grown up.
I want to hear all about your school and like.
Yeah. He makes them go, but it's like, hey, I want to hear about
that little touch, like, oh yeah, Grandpa, and also he probably really does want to hear about this.
Of course he does.
He cares. Like, he is an involved parent, even though he's a horrible human
and it's
being.
moments from horror.
Yes,
and it's just what an amazing movie you whipped up there, Kevin. Great.
Thank you, sir. Wait a sec. I know I'm talking to...
Anthony.
You got a lot of people today. You got Patton Oswalt in studio, Nick Swartzen.
I recognize that voice.
Hey,
man.
Kevin, hi, it's Patton Oswalt from Basic Cable. How you doing?
How are you?
I'm good. Hey, listen, when you were shooting the scenes with Michael Parks, just as for you as a director, were you having to stop yourself from like jumping up and just giving high fives? Like, did you know what you had when you were shooting that? You must have been going, oh my God, this is going to be...
Look, I knew what we had before we shot it. That's why I could make a movie like Cop Out, because I'm like, I got Red State in my back pocket. It doesn't matter what y'all say about this, because I'm going to come back with the thunder. And now, when directing him, I didn't even direct him, dude. I can't take credit for that performance. You don't direct Michael Parks. Man's been acting for, 50 years? He's forgotten more than I'll ever know, right? My direction of Michael Parks, he'd do, like, you look at that sermon. He's in the subterranean chapel, and he drops that sermon. We did it in 3 parts, and he just went from top to bottom of the 3 parts. When we were done with the first of the 3 parts, I said, cut. I walked over to him, and I was like, oh, my God. And I just walked away. That was my direction.
oh, my God.
He had the script for about 2 months, and he kind of worked on it by himself. He figured out his choreography at home.
Oh, my God.
So much so that when he showed up on the set, he laid it out like a dance floor, like with little steps on the floor to show us where he'd be at every particular moment. The dude was absolute truth. If you hate Red State, you can't hate that dude's performance.
No, it's amazing.
Like, I hate Kevin Smith with the fire of 1,000 suns. Even those cats are like, this dude Michael Parks is brilliant in that movie.
It is one of those things where, even if someone doesn't like the movie, no one can go, and Michael Parks sucked.
No, or John Goodman or Melissa
And
Litt.
Goodman was great,
Goodman was
phenomenal.
Yeah, and so many surprises and things where you're just left with, I love holy shit moments, and the movie's got those where you're just like, that did not just fucking happen.
Also,
you know what it is? I'll be honest, man. It's not strictly a movie. I cheated greatly. I cut corners and I broke a lot of film school rules. It's more of a parlor trick, and with a lot of great acting in it.
It worked, almost
man.
Feels like a great expanded play in a lot of ways. Like
that's nice.
It's very.
To me, you know what it feels like? Experimental film. I never got to do one. I made Clerks. And then from that moment forward, they were like, what do you want to do next? And I just started making regular movies, but I didn't learn anything prior to Clerks. That was my first movie. So I went to film school in front of people for like 20 years, and I never had that cool, like, oh, let me go to film school and make an experimental film. Somebody described it. They saw Red State, and they were like, this is like an experimental film as if made by the teacher instead of the student. I like that very much. It's good, man. Honestly, like, it hands down the best film I ever made. You won't see a better performance this year than you'll see from Michael Parks or John Goodman. Even the kids, but Carrie Bechet, that chick, like, there's babies in the attic.
Oh, yeah, she was great. She was fucking really good, man.
Phenomenal. And then Affleck, he's making this movie now. He's making an Oscar bait movie called Argo for Warner Brothers. It's about dudes when the Americans were hostages in Iran. There was a film crew that tried to get them out. It's a really interesting story.
Oh, wow.
So
wait a minute. That's the one
with Wired, I think. They covered it. It was an article and turned into a book, and now it's a flick. But he went through it, and he asked me to borrow a print of the flick. He'd never seen our flick. He was like, can I borrow a copy? I said, all I got, we didn't make DVDs. All I have is a print. He goes, all right, I'll borrow the print. He borrows the print, and then I never heard from him. Dude never called me back, never said anything. I thought he was just like, this blows. And, that was that. And then I read in Variety, he cast John Goodman and then he cast Carrie Bechet, and then he cast Michael Parks. So I said to
Holy
his producer,
shit.
I was like, "What's up, man? This prick don't want to call me back or what?" And then Ben emails me the next day, and he's just like, "I thought you'd already gotten my message, but if you can't tell, based on the fact that I've cast half your, I like your movie."
Hey, Kevin, you got to explain the marketing to Red State, because a lot of people confuse that it's not just coming out as a regular movie in all the theaters.
Well, nothing about the movie's been conventional,
Sure.
So we just keep altering it. That's what's made it kind of fun for me and profitable. Like,
Right.
basically, by staying away from all that traditional nonsense or marketing commercials, spending money on
man.
blah, blah, blah. We're in profit long before we started showing in theaters. So the movie right now is on, I took it around, remember, 15 cities back in March. We toured it that way, like a rolling road show. Then we came out on VOD last week, so everyone can literally watch it in their homes. Now, September 25th, we go to theaters. There's one theater that I'm based out of in L.A., Quentin Tarantino's New Beverly, where we'll do the movie there, show it there, and I'll Q&A there. But that is going to be streamed into 50 theaters across the country. So even if you're, I'm not like you can go to New Jersey, sit down, watch the flick, and it's streamed into you. Then after the movie, the Q&A is streamed to you. I'm sitting there Q&A, and you
the
can
future.
interact with me, and then we do
Wonderful.
a Hollywood Babylon podcast at the end. So for me, it just doesn't make sense anymore. Like, I know how I watch movies. I got my laptop open. I got a movie in the left-hand corner. I got my Twitter on the right. I got my iChat with my wife in the middle, and I'm answering an email over here. And it's unfair of me to be like, hey, you, everybody out there, put your shit down and come to my movie and look at it. And I'm not even going to be there, but you do. It's not for this movie. This is a special handling movie. It's weird. It's not the kind of movie where you can put like a commercial on TV and people go, oh, I got it. It's different. So different movies require different handling. I didn't want to go through the traditional expensive way. So I said to myself, look, I'm going to take it out, and I'm going to make it worth it. If I'm going to ask you to come out of your house, I'm going to stand there next to the movie. I'm going to keep delivering. So we did like 90 minutes of movie and then 2 hours of Q&A afterwards.
Wow.
And that was the model.
Like Ed
now
Wood.
for this September 25th thing, same idea. We do 90 minutes of the movie, and we do, I think it's another 90 of Q&A and then podcast as well.
Jeez.
So for me, I'm like, if I'm going to ask you to leave your house, the comfort of your home, and sit down in a movie theater, we're going to make sure it's more than just the movie. If you want just the movie, you can watch it on VOD right now. So for me, it's about making it interesting. I love standing next to the movie. I'm proud of it. It's the first thing I've done in years where I'm like, fuck yeah, man, this is mine. Say something, bitch. I'll punch anyone in the face. Don't like it. So I'm happy to attend screenings with it. Every public screening exhibition of the movie while we were on the road, I was at. Like, I thought during the flick I'd go out back, smoke, or go on a bus, smoke weed while the movie was playing. But I never left. I sat there with the audience, and I'd tweet during it. I love the movie. It's gross how much I love the movie. So for me, the movie isn't just the movie. Like, anyone can make a movie. I like to make the theatrical experience more intense, like more satisfying. I may give you a reason to come out of your house and spend some bucks. So I keep packing it on. So I don't want the movie to simply go out to movie theaters without me. Like, if people just want to see it, that's why I said, fine, put it on VOD. That way they don't even have to leave their house.
Yeah. Oh, that was, believe me.
To a theater to see it, I'm going to be standing there right next to it or streamed in right afterwards because I believe in giving you bang for
That's really the way I watch movies these days is at home. Why the fuck?
But what are the movies you leave the house for? The event pictures, something big, something worthwhile.
Oh, the Sandra Bullocks and the
yeah, all those sweet movies.
Pairs up with Ryan Reynolds, I put on my.
I like any movie where the guy and the girl are standing back to back, looking over at their shoulders and going, "Ah, you."
That'd be a great movie box poster for a movie about the Kennedys. Jackie and JFK like leaning back to back, looking at each other like, "Oh, you."
He's dripping his head on her shoulder. All right, whatever.
Kevin, there's a moment in the movie when I won't spoil with the moment, but there's a moment with John Goodman, and anyone that hasn't seen it, you'll know the moment when it starts.
Yeah.
That is when the stuff starts going down. Him as the ATF agent does something that is so awkward and realistic that it amazes me that more people haven't put that in their movies before, because that is a thing that a guy in his position would consider and go. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I agree. In code, I absolutely
yes.
agree.
You'll know when it starts happening, and you'll realize how kind of clumsy and fake a lot of movies that you might have liked up to this point that never address that aspect of being an ATF agent. The fact that it got put in this movie, I was like, oh, yeah, wait a minute. That would be on every ATF agent's mind.
Of course.
That's the first thing they would think about, actually, and no one ever puts that in their movies.
We get to play with history and things that have gone before. Like, look, at the end, some people have said, oh, this movie, the message, blah, blah, blah. Look, as far as I'm concerned, I'm the writer. The only message of this movie is, hey, be nice to each other. Mm-hmm. Other than that, it's just a series of like, isn't this fucked up? Look at this. Did you think it was going this way? It's going left. Like, that's how I wrote it. Every time I knew where the movie was going, I was like, that means the audience is ahead of me, so fuck it, I'll change. And so the movie is like 3 movies jammed into one. It's a mashup movie. And every 10 minutes, we try to alter it so that just when you're like, oh, I know what's going to happen. Now this dude's here, and then he's his buddy, and they're going to take these guys. This dude's dead.
Yeah, that's definitely happening.
Oh, yeah.
And the whole thing is designed to keep you off balance. It's to keep you just never let you get comfortable. As an audience member, the moment I'm ahead of the movie, I get comfortable. I think about other things. So I figured if I can just stay ahead of the audience every step of the way by throwing out lefts and rights and rope-a-doping them. For example, this doesn't spoil much, but at one point in the movie, you see the time writ large on the screen. Mm-hmm. The actual time of, like, I think it's 4:47, means nothing.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with anything. But when it happens, you're like, oh, everybody remember that. It's very important because they wrote it big on the screen.
It's like, no.
But no, it never comes back. It's not used for
mental patient.
It's just made to, thrown in there to get you off kilter so that we can throw a right without you seeing it coming. It's a rope-a-dope movie.
You do a lot of stuff like, there's a very famous moment at the end of To Live and Die in L.A., that anyone in this movie was like, wait, what? Mm-hmm. But that happens every 10 minutes in Red State. We're like, wait, so I thought, oh, so that's not, oh God, what, who is, there is that, there is no comfortable rut. There isn't, like, is this going to be an action movie? Well, sort of, but then, oh, whoa.
Yeah, we keep calling it a horror movie. That's because, and I stand by it because I'm like, look, everything that happens in the movie is horrifying.
It was directed that way. Like you, first of all, like I said, I didn't believe it was you directing it because it's one of those movies. It's like nothing you've done before as far as directing goes because there are shots where it's very claustrophobic, right, and then other shots where it's you're almost moving in your seat trying to look what's around a corner before you got the camera there.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like it was that kind of directing. And then that odd camera on the person's face as they're running through, which gives it that really strange, someone's fucking chasing me look. And this is something, like I said, never seen from you before. Were you just sitting on it for fucking 20 years or
some folks have been asking, but honestly, think about every movie I've made prior to this.
Mm-hmm.
None of this style wouldn't have matched. There's no movie I've made
obviously,
that really requires a visceral, kinetic visual style. I made movies where stoners sat there and talked to each other. And like I remember people were like, oh, you got to move the camera. So on Clerks 2, at one point, Dante and Randall are outside having a conversation, and I'm doing a 360 with a camera around them, and I remember going, this is ridiculous.
Why am I?
This is so stupid. Just because like a bunch of critics are like, move the camera. I move the camera, and it's unmotivated. It makes no sense. It takes you out of the scene because you're like, wow, that camera guy didn't trip once. I never felt like, oh, let's put on the style. There was no need. Plus, to be honest, for the first 10 years, I was learning my craft. Like, Clerks, like, got me in the door, but I had to go to film school in front of people. So, with this movie, I always knew, like, this is going back 5 years ago. I said, hey, I'm going to write this movie, Red State. And that was the movie where I was like, look, with this one, I'll show them that I could do one or two things. People love to reduce you, stick you into a little box. Even if you accomplish something that billions of people can't, the moment you accomplish it, they're like, well, you only do that. For years,
what's next?
You do Jay and Silent Bob movies, that's it. And it's like, okay, I do, and I love Jay and Silent Bob movies, but bitch, I could do a lot more, and here's one, pa-pow. And you give it to them right before you're leaving. Like, I'm on my way out. Hit somebody, the next movie is the last movie I want to make. So I also felt like on my way out of directing, I might as well show them like, yeah, I mean, I guess I could have made a bunch of cool movies if I wanted, but all I wanted to do was make View Askew movies. Like, I loved connecting those.
And now you're going to do Paul Masson wine commercials.
That's right. I'm like, and sell wine. I'm like,
he doesn't say anything.
Wine though, dude. I'm in L.A., so it's going to be weed. It's going to be
true.
like we will serve no weed before it's done.
Kevin, I got to say, in Red State, I was a little leary, but the Jay and Silent Bob cameo works. It did not take me out of the movie.
In there.
It was weird. It didn't take me out of the movie at all.
But there is, to be fair, they're not in the movie, but they are in the movie. You know what I'm talking about. At the end, there's a reference to Kids Over the Hill.
Uh-huh.
That's them.
No. By the way, did this movie come out of any of the weirdness you went through when you did Dogma?
No, not really, because they're not, like, Catholic weirdness is not like Christian fundamentalist weirdness.
Oh, okay.
Catholic weirdness is very judgmental, and how dare you? Jesus would be ashamed. And Christian fundamentalism is way worse and way deeper than that. They take it way more seriously. Catholics kind of, they're very Catholic and religious on Sunday. Other than that, they live fairly normal lives. So this came more from the Westboro Baptist Church. Just after watching these idiots for years and years and years, finally I was like, well, if they could go to a funeral and hold up a fucking sign and make someone's worst day of someone's life even more miserable, then I think I could do that, a different version, where I hold up my sign to them living, fuck their funeral, do it while they're alive, and bug them. And it did. It bugged them so much. Like Shirley Phelps Roper and her daughter, Megan Phelps, all the Phelpses came after me on Twitter and shit, and Megan would be like, you're going to burn in hell. She's like the 25, 26-year-old Phelps.
Yeah.
The most.
She's cute, though, man. Jerked off to her.
A hot one.
She's fairly attractive Phelps. And I would write back to her, like, she'd be like, you're going to burn in hell. And I said, Megan, my wife says if it'll save you from your cult family, we can have a three-way. Flirting with her like that, and then her mother gets in and says, you're a pig, you're going to hell, and all this stuff. And we interacted with them for for the better part of a year, because they kept coming to, like, they came to Sundance to protest the movie.
Nice.
When it's first screened, and then when we screened at Kansas City, the Midland, they live nearby in Topeka, they came to protest there. So the movie was kind of about them, or people like them, and they fell in love with it. I call them my marketing partners, because they help us out. We didn't spend any money putting the movie out, but when Phelpses show up to protest, that creates attention and stuff. So
that's huge.
I wouldn't say I owe them, or even I owe them a debt of gratitude, but I do owe them at least a thank you from time to time. Like, thanks for calling attention to our movie, which is kind of about you guys indirectly.
It's fantastic. Like I said, I just watched it a couple of nights ago, and it's I'm definitely going to watch it again. It's got that rewatchability just for the performances alone.
I was going through, man. I wanted to make I spin Fargo at least once a week.
Oh, please, yes, of
for
course.
Me, and there's a lot of Fargo influence in that movie, particularly like the John Goodman half when he wakes up. That's straight out Fargo.
Yeah,
very much so.
On the side of the bed, right? Yeah.
You gotta have a breakfast.
Totally. I want to make a flick where people would spin this movie the way I spin Fargo. Like, oh my God, I got nothing else to watch. I'll totally watch Red State. Like a cool movie. Like, I remember popping in Kill Bill 1,000 times when I got it on DVD. Like, and no matter what else was coming out, I was like, oh, I love this movie. I'll watch it again. And I still watch it regularly. That's what I want for Red State. And I know I feel that way about it. I think others can too.
That's very cool, man. And again, Michael Parks, his performance.
We're trying to get him nominated. We had a run out.
No shit.
He has to get nominated.
Shit.
We're trying. We had a run out. In order to qualify an actor for the Academy Awards, there's certain rules you have to follow and hoops you got to jump through. And one of them is you have to play for 1 week, standard week of play, in Los Angeles in a theater, and you have to take out a paid ad, which we hadn't done. So we took out 3 paid ads. One in the LA Times, a small one in the Village, not Village Voice, their version.
What kind of grease the industry shit is that?
No kidding,
man. It's the way, it's a rule that's stuck around from way back in the day. That way you can't, I can't run you for the Academy Award.
Well,
you have to fall under these, unless you're in a movie.
Darn.
Well, there's a third thing, too, Kevin. The director has to pass a drug test. I think that was the...
I'm pulling myself out of the run.
Okay.
I don't want here's my deal. The only way I could get Parks nominated is if I go out in there, because there's a lot of people who are like, fuck Kevin Smith and his stupid fucking movie and his mouth and shit. So in order to get past those people, and they're like fucking cancer, they'll be with us always. In order to get past those people, I have to lay it down on the sword and I have to tell people left and right. Like, I didn't direct Michael Parks. Michael Parks directed himself. And that gives people a remove where they're like, all right, even if I don't like him, I could still vote for the dude in his movie. So we had this run at the New Beverly. It was awesome. But rather than just stick in the theater, I did a Q&A after each one, so we sold out like almost every show. And then, it followed that rule of playing in New York, followed the rule of taking out ads, and now we're fine. All we have to do is lobby. What I figure, like, rather than most people lobby the entire Academy, all I want is acting nods. I don't want anything for me or anything else. I just want actor nods. So we're going to go after SAG, and we're going to go after the Academy and make the DVDs and put them into everybody's hands, hopefully by Thanksgiving, because I'm an Academy member too, and when it comes to Thanksgiving time, I want a stack of movies. That's when I watch all the Oscar movies. So I want to be part of other people's stack, because I want people sitting around after Thanksgiving watching Michael Parks going like, this guy has to get nominated.
He has to get nominated.
That would be great.
We had to play by the rules so closely because what's her name? Linda Fiorentino. She was in that movie, The Last Seduction.
Oh, that's right.
Brilliant film, fantastic, and she gives a performance for the ages. Hands down, she should have been nominated, if not won. But because they played it on Showtime first and then went to theaters, the Academy was like, well, technically it's a TV movie.
Wow. Didn't that happen to Mimi Rogers with The Rapture?
I think it might have. I don't know if it did or not. I don't know if they went TV first. I thought they were straight up theatrical features.
But she didn't get nominated, which was another crime.
Yeah, she was awesome in that. That movie is great. That movie has a lot of influence on Red State. If you know The Rapture, watch that and watch Red State, and you'll go, oh, okay.
Especially there's one great scene at the end of Red State. Again, I don't want to spoil it, but if you've seen The Rapture, there's a great, brilliant nod to it. And then an even better payoff, and I'll just leave it at that.
Even if you've heard of The Rapture, not the movie, just the concept of The Rapture.
It's that whole scene, and the payoff was so great.
It's just an actor's movie, man. You get to if you like performances, it's like porn for performance. You just sit there and watch actor after actor make unique, wonderful choices, believable choices. Like it never. Because did you notice there's no score in the movie? Since there's no score, it plays more like a docudrama.
Yeah.
And it feels even creepier. Like we're never telling you how to feel with the score. Like, here comes the scary and blah, blah, blah.
Holy shit, I didn't even realize that. What an adult I am.
Ray is escaping. You hear a lot of like, and that's just repeated like boiler noises and never did a score. I mean, there's needle drop in the movie where you hear like a bit of a song on a radio in the sheriff's station. You hear a song on his boombox, and Parks sings about 3 times in the movie. And that wasn't even planned. Like he sang the first time. And I was like, oh, my God, this guy's voice is beautiful. He's had a history of he's recorded albums. I think he's had 6 albums or something.
What?
Back in the day. He sang the song from Then Came Bronson. Life
he was the shit back in the Then Came Bronson days. Like, chicks fucking all over the place. And
they called him the next James Dean, which he always hated because he was like, James Dean was difficult and the same reputation got laid on me. But so he sings in the movie. And he's wonderful in the movie.
You know what's fucked up?
Let me finish. This is awesome.
Oh, fuck me.
He sings this one song. I come up to him. I was like, dude, that's fantastic, man. And he's like, thank you. Next day on set, everyone's singing a song. You're walking around, you hear people going, farther along. And it's a church song. And you're like, what the fuck are you singing that for? They're like, Parks, man, that's beautiful. And I was like, isn't it? It's hypnotic. So I went to him again on another scene. I was like, Parks, can you sing in this scene as well? Like you're walking away with Melissa and you're comforting her, sing her a song. He goes, all right, I'll sing Golden Bells. And he just rocks this fucking church hymnal. It's beautiful. Then I come to him for a third time at one point in the movie. He's like, Parks, we could put a fucking song. You could sing right here. And he goes, hold on. What is this, some sort of fucking Elvis picture?
That's a good comeback.
He's got a beautiful voice. And he goes, okay. And he did it again. He sings, he acts, he talks, he does it all.
And those are just songs that he knew?
Yeah, those are old religious standards. But I wouldn't say he necessarily knew them. Some he researched. The dude's a research freak, so he does his homework and whatnot. So he knew definitely some of them, and on others he was like, I found, like I had in the script it said, as you enter the Cooper's subterranean chapel, they're playing a mighty, a mighty fortress is our Lord, which is that the song at the beginning of Davy and Goliath. And he came in, he was like, well, that's Lutheran. We would never sing that. So let's sing the old rugged cross instead. I said, what is it? He goes, well, it's an old gospel standard here. And he sang me a few bars. I was like, that's even better. It's creepier.
Straighten your ass out.
He had a head in that world of music. So for having him, it was bonus. I'm telling you, the dude paid out insane dividends. Aside from his performance, he brought us music, and the ending line in the movie, I don't want to spoil it, but that was his idea.
That was him?
Yeah, that was his idea. He goes, I think someone needs to say this, and he wanted it to be me, and he wanted it to be me on camera. And I was like, well, Parks, I can't do that. That'll pull everyone out of the movie. He goes, why? I was like, because they'll recognize me. He goes, from what?
What an asshole. That's funny.
I was like, dude, I had this whole other career back in the day. But he was like, that's how it should end. He goes, you're listening to this old man talk this horse shit the whole movie. You got to end with that. And I was like, I'm so with you. He was the best. But the movie exists because of him. I saw From Dusk Till Dawn back in 1995, and he's the sheriff in the first 10
I was gonna bring that up.
That's what I was trying to figure out when he was in the beginning of the sheriff.
One of the best scenes in that fucking movie.
Yeah, talking about the kid out on the it's
because he's so just standing there.
I mean, it's dialogue from the movie, but he talks about the quote-unquote mongoloid on the grill.
Yeah, on the grill.
Oh, yeah.
And you don't even know what the fuck's going on. It's just cool dialogue between him and the guy behind the counter until he goes to the bathroom, and then you realize, holy fuck, like, they're on the brink of getting killed. And then he comes back with the same thing, like, yeah, that retard at the grill, I mean, shouldn't even be working there. And now you're just not, like, at first you were entertained by the dialogue, and his acting is just incredible. And then when he comes back from the pisser, now you're like, holy fuck, this shit's gonna happen. Right.
Oh, that was
amazing,
dude. Aside from, like, that's a well-structured scene.
Oh, amazing.
In terms of suspense, intensity. But his performance stood apart from any other acting I'd ever seen in my life. And I'm a guy who appreciates acting. That's why I became a director. You like being around actors. You like the idea of somebody taking words on a page, making it seem natural. And this dude, like, as much as I'd seen people where I'm like, wow, like, I worked with Alan Rickman. The dude's amazing. He makes bizarre choices that no other actor makes.
Hans Gruber.
Oh, totally.
That's all I know.
This dude Parks is of that school, but he's like top of the class. Like, this dude was making Shakespearean choices in the midst of, what's essentially a little vampire movie.
Yeah,
he stood out, but not in a bad way, in a great way. He elevates the whole movie while he's
the odd thing is he's done in the first fucking 10 minutes of Dusk Till Dawn.
I know.
He's done, and it was such a memorable scene.
He is the guy. Why is this guy gone?
I know, right?
But at
cool
the
as
end of
shit.
that movie, I said to Scott Mosier, I was like, remember that old man in the beginning? I said, I got to work with him, man. And could you imagine sitting at the acting feet of that Yoda for like a month on
No
set?
shit.
Oh my
Wow.
God, the things you'd learn. And I did. I learned so much. It was great. Him, Melissa Leo, John Goodman, dude.
Yep.
Like, come on.
Yeah, Goodman was great.
Oh, and
fucking great.
Just sweetheart to work with, man. And all these cats, like, if I told you what we paid John Goodman to be in this movie, you'd kick me in the balls and be like, he's an American treasure, you prick. He was in Lebowski. He deserves better. We did it for like $4 million, so nobody really got paid. I didn't take a salary. It's a labor of love, but it shows in the movie.
That's fucking cool. Hey, what do you got there? They telling us?
I don't know.
Actually,
you got to go, Kev.
They're calling me.
Yeah.
We're
actually,
here.
We're the fuck out of here too.
I think you just.
I'm in Cleveland. I got nothing to do.
Oh, Jesus.
Shit.
What are you doing in Cleveland?
Sorry to hear that.
I came out here and do a gig. It's nice. I like this.
I'm fucking with
we
Cleveland.
love the people of Cleveland.
I love the
downtown
people.
area is a little rough.
Hate their town. It looks like a set for a zombie movie.
They just
there's no one walking around. There's malls. There's stores.
Give Kevin ideas.
Yeah.
I think you just sold Red State though.
Yeah,
it's on demand right now, and
give it a shot, man. If
people
you're home,
sell it.
Watch
They just got to see
your
it.
Wife tonight, or watch it with your husband. Don't watch it with kids because it's fucked up.
Yeah,
but you could have like 10 people over and watch it for $10, man. That's like $1 a person.
Yeah, believe me, it's well worth just watching it yourself too. Not people yelling and saying shit and fucking eating on the phone.
If
I love
only
being
I
alone.
had friends.
I love being alone watching a movie, drinking my wine.
Isn't it awesome, dude?
It was great.
Like not last night, night before, because I was out here in Cleveland. I got done with all my work. It was like 5 o'clock, and I was like, let's kick back and watch Lebowski. Rolled a fat joint, watched it at home, and I was like, this is life. This is living. I'm the king of this bitch, because I'm there in my house with what I put from fucking together from scratch and shit, enjoying a goddamn movie, smoking weed. I can't do that almost any place else.
Yeah, that's the shit.
Anthony just painted such a lovely picture. I hate being around people. I like to just be alone with my bottle.
You know,
Watching
it took quite a while to refine that whole thing and get it down, but I'm there.
Yeah, I just like to be there urinating on myself in slippers, watching an on-demand treat.
Exactly. That's what I do.
But Kevin, you said it's in L.A. September 25th.
Well, September 25th, if you go to coopersdell.com, our website, it'll tell you all the theaters it's in. Like, I do it from the L.A. theater on the 25th, and then it goes out to a bunch of other theaters as well. So if you go to that site, you'll see, like in New York, it'll be at the IFC Center and I think a Lincoln Center Cinema as well. Then there's places in New Jersey, places in Pennsylvania. So it's for me, this is cool because we do it once. If it works, then we could do it all the time. Like before the movie came out, we did at Smodcastle, we did this thing called the Red State of the Union Q&A class, where I'd show a scene from the movie, and then I'd bring up one of the actors and stuff. Like we brought up Parks. You can go listen to a 2-hour conversation with Parks on the Red State of the Union Q&A over at smodcast.com. So we had a great time doing that. Fantastic time doing it. But now with this movie theater thing, if this screening on the 25th works out, once a month we could do this where it's just like we go to the New Beverly, show Red State, and then afterwards it's like, okay, for this month's Q&A, ladies and gentlemen, John Goodman. And then we sit down and talk to him for an hour and a half, and that gets streamed in the theaters. So for me, it ain't about like the movie comes out on DVD and we're done. I want to keep exhibiting the movie in theaters for 2 years. As long as I can stand by it or be with it or whatnot, I could keep monetizing it. Because most people don't pay to see a movie when it's on DVD. But if I'm like, hey, man, afterwards there's going to be a Q&A, they'll pay like $20. They'll pay a premium.
Fuck yeah. He's taking you're literally taking like the technology that's available and using it.
How could we not?
That,
like,
but nobody else.
But no one's really doing it yet.
So it is fucked up.
Here's what I thought about it. All stems.
I mean, Nick isn't. He's just got a standard regular movie coming out tomorrow.
That's true. With a fake cock.
It's Bucky Larson, Born to be a Star.
Oh, is Nick Swartzen in there?
Yes,
Yeah, what's up, man?
Nick, how are you?
I'm good, buddy. How are you?
Excellent.
He didn't want to give you any kudos.
No, I love Kevin.
The whole time we're talking to you, or they're talking to you, he's just thumbs downing. We're like, but Nick.
And then he made the jerking off thing, universal jerk off thing.
They're joking.
Totally.
I wanted.
They're joking.
No, I didn't fucking do it. No, but I really wanted to see what Red said. I wanted to see it for a long time, and I'm really psyched to see it. So, where did you find Michael Angarano?
Michael Angarano, I saw, what's his name's movie? Jared, was Hess?
I fucking love that movie so much.
Gentlemen Broncos.
Yeah, I love that.
I was watching that on a bus one day, and I was like, God, the movie's really funny and offbeat and whatnot, but Michael Angarano was just perfect. And I was like, God, he looks good. And we had to convince him a little bit because, like, Michael's older. He's like 20-something. And I'm like, dude, can you play a teenager one more time? Also, Kyle Gallner we had to convince because Kyle had done, like, 3 horror movies in a row. And he's like, I don't want to become the horror movie kid. I was like, this ain't a horror movie. He's like, you said it was. I was like, well, that technically is because it's horrifying, but it's not technically horrifying. And Nick Braun, we found him in auditions as well. He was in Sky High and whatnot. He's gonna that tall kid with the ponytail, he had the long rat tail. Mm-hmm. He's gonna play the lead and Hit Somebody.
Right on.
Lead character, Buddy McCracken. That's the hockey movie.
Yeah, that little tease at the end. Like the whole cast is coming back for that?
Yeah, the idea of Hit Somebody is the last movie I want to direct, so I'm going to do it like a Muppet movie. Like it's meant to be my thesis film of like, this is everything I learned. So in terms of cast, since you follow somebody for 30 years of their life, that's a lot of life and a lot of people to put into the person's life. So I figure I'm going to pull from every cast I've ever worked with. It's meant to be like the best of in terms of like, hey, look, it's this fucker. Hey, look, it's this fucker. From all the movies we've done and whatnot, especially the last one. Like most of the leading cast comes from Red State. Like Melissa Leo plays Nick's mom, and Stephen Root plays Nick's dad. Michael Parks is coming back as a French-Canadian hockey coach, tough as nails. He does a beautiful French-Canadian accent because he was on Twin Peaks for a while, and so you hear his accent.
That's right.
Yeah, he was one of the Renault brothers.
Yes. Oh my God.
So him, John Goodman's coming back. He plays Buddy's coach when he's a youth and whatnot. So I'm bringing all those cats back, and then I'm going to reach back into the other movies and pull those cats forward.
Hey, you should grab some people that have done cameos, too, because they'd probably be good.
Jimmy, you're in it. Jimmy doesn't believe it.
Jimmy, I told people years ago that Jimmy will be in the movie. Jimmy is going to play a Glenn Hall-like goalie who constantly vomits before the game.
Nice. Hey, when is that coming out, Kevin? People are asking.
Which one?
Hit Somebody.
Hit Somebody. I just finished.
It's going to be a while, right?
Like I was going to make it as one movie, but the script got so long. I was like, fuck it, it's my last movie. I'm going to do whatever I want. I'm going to make it 2. I pulled a Kill Bill and split it into 2. So the first movie takes care of his youth. It covers all of his youth up until the moment he's about to step on the ice for his first pro game, and that's called Home. Well, that's his side name, Home. It's called Hit Somebody, but we're calling that one Home. The second one's called Away because it's all about his life in the hockey and professional hockey.
Kevin, I got to interrupt. We got to get Nick out of here for another interview.
All right, brothers.
They're saying
excellent talking to you. I'll see. I'm going to be there in October for like the New York Comic Con, and I'm doing a a show at the Count Basie with Jay. Jay and Bob Get Old, so I'm going to come and sit down with you guys if you'll have me.
Yeah,
cool,
absolutely.
man. Yes.
We look forward to it.
Congrats on the
Thanks,
movie,
man.
Kevin.
Yes,
See you soon, buddy.
Congrats.
I heard you coming on our show when you're done.
Yes, I'm finishing up a movie here in New York, and I'm talking to Megan, and that's one of the first things I'm scheduling when I come back to L.A. I cannot wait.
Beautiful. I want to pick you. I can do 2 hours on Ratatouille. Movie makes me cry. Anyone can cook, bitch. Anyone can cook.
Oh, man.
Forgot about that.
Thanks, dude.
Forgot about that. That's delicious.
I love
wake
that
up
movie.
with anyone could cook on my mind. That and someone please cook for me.
I think Brad Bird took out the word bitch from Anyone Can Cook Bitch for the movie, but maybe we can put that in like the Blu-ray.
Yes, I have one. I have an unstandard edition.
Oh, man.
Nick Swartzen is got up. He's
literally
leaving.
leaving.
Bucky
I
Larson, Born to Be a
go.
Star in theaters Friday. No, I know you have to leave, Nick. I'm just.
Bye, you guys. You're awesome. Good to see you.
We'll have you
See
back
you,
soon. Nick Swartzen.
Okay, cheers, guys.
Kevin Smith,
Nick,
congrats
thanks,
on
man.
Red State. It's
hilarious.
people are going to enjoy it. Yeah, Nick's okay.
Thanks, man.
Bye-bye.
See
Take
you,
it
brother.
easy.
And Kevin, thank you.
There
sir.
he goes.
Did we lose Kevin
Yeah,
too?
no, Kevin actually went, okay, take it easy. Goodbye.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Goodbye.
All right, let's end this.
That's cool. Yeah,
let's end this.
we're
bitch.
done, Ski. My
Yep.
God, Patton,
Patton,
what a great fucking time. That was a lot of fun today.
I'm sorry. I'm weirdly obsessed with Jim's movie.
I am too. It's hilarious.
By the way, it would be great if there was some insane billionaire like a George Soros or a Tacky, whatever that Greek guy's name is, that just did that as like a Christmas prank.
Yeah.
Like did
Just
some
somebody,
serious
someone, yeah,
movie, but
somebody
it's so
sends him
ridiculous.
you describing it and goes, "That's I want to finance
All right,
it.
let's go shoot that.
Let's do it. We're doing it now."
And then and then the first 10 minutes, because here's what I just found out. There's a lot of movies when they screen them for Cannes and Sundance, people, they'll just watch the first 10 minutes and go, yeah, let's put this in.
Oh,
so if
right,
you can keep
so-
the first 10 minutes clean, and then suddenly it's in Sundance.
Leading up.
And I want to have a Donald Sutherland character, like a Mr. X,
Right.
on a fucking bench in D.C. But then the guy he's talking to is listening, but he's got like white spandex and a heart-on in them, and he's not acknowledging that he's shirtless with white spandex and a raging heart-on.
It's just, it's fucking hilarious.
Truth's on your side, Bubba, and his cock like just flexes. That's all just window dressing, Mr.
I'm
Johnson.
so there.
Let's plug. Hold on.
Jimmy, what do you
Yeah.
got, brother?
Well, Patton Oswalt, Finest Hour is available now on Showtime On Demand. It's going to replay Friday at 9 o'clock on Showtime if you don't feel like doing it on demand. And Finest Hour, the album, will be out September the 20th. Of course, iTunes, there's a million places you can
Pre-order it now.
it.
Yeah.
And at Patton Oswalt, ending in a T, not a D, on Twitter. And September 29th through October 1, I'm at the Tampa Improv. And,
That's a good club.
I love the Tampa Improv.
That's a fun club.
And my Despicable is available, whatever.
Wow.
Whatever. If you want it, you'll get it.
Jim's so proud. That's much proud.
And Patton, we bow to you today, man. Great radio.
Guys,
Thank you so much.
Good seeing you, buddy.
Great fucking
You coming
time,
back
man.
soon or what?
Well, you know what? I'm here
Are you
through
around
the
for a while?
23rd.
So let's do it
why
again.
don't I just call you? Like, if I get another hold day,
Yeah.
could I just come back in?
Yes.
Do you mind?
We love it.
All right.
Definitely.
And then I'll be back in October for the Comic-Con, too, so maybe we'll do something then, too.
When is the Comic-Con in
yeah.
October? What's that? October what?
I think it's like the 15th, 16th, something like that.
Okay, I want to go to that.
Yeah.
I don't know why I could have just thought that
Yeah,
instead of
could've.
boring
Didn't have to
everybody
say it.
by saying it.
I know. Now we're
Let's
just
get the fuck out of here.
now we're just puttering.
All right.
I'm done.
The Virus, Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
What a show, what a show. It's After Opie and Anthony Live. Everybody's gone home. Just like that, the studio clears out. I've talked about it before. Just such an energy in here. It's a room full of people. You had, of course, Opie, Anthony, and Jim Norton all in here. Nick Swartzen was in here. Patton Oswalt was in here. Kevin Smith on the phone. Everybody's laughing, having a great time. Everybody's happy. It's like a party in here. It's like all the cool kids are here, hanging out and having a party.
And then they left, and now you're hosting.
And then all of a sudden, the energy gets vacuumed out of the room. It runs down the elevator with Anthony. And I'm left here to pick up the pieces. And that's okay. That's my job. My name's Sam Roberts, but you already knew that. I heard, I know Francina's around here somewhere. I guess she was visiting for the day. But on a show like we just had, how can you expect for us to go to Francine. I mean, she'll probably be stopping by in a minute or two, but I mean, Kevin Smith and Kevin Smith is just amazing. The way he's always ready to go. The guy has so much to say. I've never met an entertainer that is just always ready to say something and always has an entertaining story to tell. Nick Swardson, of course, hilarious. The movie comes out on Friday. And Patton Oswalt, I mean, he stayed for the whole show. He got here at 7, and he was here for 3 full hours. If you missed any of today's show, it was a classic. So tune in to the replay.
All right, shut up.
Why?
Because we have a special guest on the hotline for you.
Oh, my gosh, the hotline already?
Yes.
Well, it just got here.
I know.
Let me make sure everything's on. Okay. And this is I don't know who this is, legitimately.
No, you have no idea.
Okay.
This is somebody you really want to talk to.
Hello, you're on After Opie and Anthony Live.
Woo, woo, woo.
Oh, my. Is this Zack Ryder?
This is the Long Island IZ himself.
Oh, my God. Zack Ryder is on After Opie and Anthony Live. We've talked about you. I don't know if you've been getting tweets, but I've been mentioning. I started, kind of sneaking them in. Like, I'd start the show by saying, woo, woo, you know it, and sneaking them in. And yesterday, especially, Zack Ryder, you're a WWE superstar. You gave me a happy birthday tweet 2 days ago, which, I mean, set the Twitterverse on fire. Let me tell you how big Zack Ryder is right now. Zack Ryder is a WWE superstar. You can see him on Raw. You see him on SmackDown. You see him everywhere. Zack, you had a trending topic on Twitter that went all day yesterday.
All day and into this morning, so technically it was 2 days.
2 days.
The Situation stole it, that poser.
Yeah, I noticed you retweeted the Situation saying, "Pound, are you serious, bro?" Because that's your catchphrase.
That's my deal, bro. I started that hashtag in the morning, and it trended, and then Situation, he goes and steals it. It's unreal.
And people were actually crediting him with it?
I don't know who they were crediting, but it was trending all day. I'm pretty proud of myself.
You should be.
Tonight when I go out to the clubs, I'm going to tell the girls, hey, I had a trending topic yesterday. Got a lot of followers on Twitter, and hopefully I can pick some up.
See, for those of you that don't know, Zack Ryder is a guy who's been in the WWE for a little while now, and he was kind of, he was in a tag team with a guy named Kurt Hawkins. They were doing all right, and then they started kind of not sure where we're going with you guys. And Zack ended up in a spot where he wasn't getting any TV time. Is that right, Zack?
Basically, 0 TV time.
Right.
And that's when I started my own YouTube show, Z True Long Island Story.
And this is what he did. And this is why I love Zack Ryder, because he took his destiny in his own hands. He came up with this character, which I think is you, pretty much. It's just a guy from Long Island. I got to tell you, when I first saw Zack Ryder come out repping Long Island, you threw up the LI with your fingers, saying, woo, 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 are you serious, bro? Take care, spike your hair. And I got it because I live in New York. I'm in Long Island all the time. I get it. I was a little worried that it was a little limiting. You know what I mean? Like, for a worldwide company to be repping Long Island that hard. But you made it work somehow.
Yeah, I made it work. I don't even know what I did. I mean, I don't have like a master plan. I'm just a kid who's doing a little YouTube show, trying to get over, and kind of work. Got my own T-shirt now, headband. It was on Raw. I think I'm finally starting to get recognized.
It seems like it. Yeah, you got your own, and I saw you're getting your own WWE sunglasses coming out as well, right?
Yes, I have the prototype, and they're pretty sweet.
So people are actually going to be able to start showing up at events dressed like Zack Ryder.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. I got the headband. I think they're making a wig. It's unreal.
Well, where did you come up with the character? Because before he was Long Island IZ, Zack Ryder, take care, spike your hair, he was just a guy with long blonde hair and kind of generic tights, and he was just Zack Ryder. You made this incredible transformation into this whole other guy. Was this all your idea?
Yeah, I mean, I was, like you said, I was like the long-haired guy with generic tights. It was Hawkins and I were with Edge, of course.
Right.
And as the Edge heads. And once Edge, he got injured, took some time off, but we were just left on our own, and we were lost. We were just two guys who looked the same, kind of, and nobody really knew who we were. And I'm like, it just wasn't me. Like, the long hair, I hated it. Like, no girl likes a guy with like a slick back ponytail at the bar, you know?
Right.
It just at least it didn't work for me. I couldn't pull it off. So once we got the okay to go by ourselves, I'm like, that's it. The hair, and started really being me. And you always hear, like, with the volume turned up, but, like, this is just me, like, 100%.
So you really, because, like, in your promos and in your online presence and everything, you're shouting out BSB. You know, you're shouting out pop music, Joe Jonas, because you're not just limiting to like '90s boy bands. You're up with today and everything. Like you're really.
I listen to all types of music, and I'm not gonna lie, I like the boy bands. I like Joe Jonas. Yeah. I mean, who cares? That's great. I mean, I get a good cry to it, you know.
You do.
Someone just broke up with me. Sometimes I listen to some sad songs, get a good cry. You know, but then I go to the gym and work out really hard, you know, so it's okay.
What do you, so your girlfriend broke up with you, when you're trying to get in touch with your emotions like that, but you're a massive professional wrestler, your girlfriend breaks up with you, what are you listening to kind of tap into your emotional side?
Lately it's been the new Jordan Knight album. It's really good from the Backstreet Boys. He actually tweeted me the other day.
The new Jordan Knight album.
I'm serious, bro. Like, and I went on Twitter. I said Jordan Knight is the man, and he wrote something like, "No, Zach, you are the man."
So I guess that makes you the man.
Exactly. I mean, Jordan Knight said so.
If Jordan Knight said so, so what do you think when people like kind of hate on Backstreet and New Kids, like saying, "Look, these are grown men up there dancing like they're still in their 20s. They're old people by now." You're not in that camp.
Yeah, you can hate on them all you want, but when it comes on the radio, you know all the words. You know, you're singing along in your head. You just don't want to admit it.
What's your favorite New Kids song?
Summertime. It's one of their newer ones. I think it was like 2008.
So you prefer their newer stuff?
I mean, yeah, I kind of do. Yeah, they're more mature sound. You know, the lyrics are a little deeper.
So you feel like New Kids on the Block have finally come into their own with these new releases?
I would have to say so. Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Zach Ryder. I was listening to I listened to you on Colt Cabana's podcast, and Opie from the Opie and Anthony show here for the last like 3 days has been giving me shit because I turned 28 on Tuesday, and I was getting Mattel WWE action figures for my birthday, and I wasn't making any secret about it. But and then I was like, well, am I weird? Is this like, should I not be doing this? But I turn on Colt Cabana's podcast, and I hear that you, too, are an action figure collector.
Yes. I do collect action figures. Right now, I strictly keep to the Zack Ryder ones. I also like Ghostbuster ones.
Okay.
I have tons and tons of WWE, action figures. They're just all stored at my parents' house, like thousands. It's kind of pathetic.
That's what I'm living with my fiance now in our apartment. We have a small shelf of WWE action figures, but that's what my parents' house is too. Just closets and closets full of the old figures. You though, now you stick to Zack Ryder and Ghostbusters.
Right, because it was getting out of hand. What was I going to do with these things? So now I just stick to the Zack Ryder and the Ghostbusters. The new Ghostbuster ones are phenomenal, I think.
Do the guys in the locker room ever shit on you for it?
No, everyone knows the deal. Everyone's a broski.
Yeah. How did people respond? Because what you did on YouTube hasn't really been done before, and generally, like all the WWE guys, when they're doing stuff on the internet, we're doing it on the official website and doing it. Nobody was being themselves on their own personal YouTube channel. I mean, obviously now they've embraced it. Was there trouble at first?
There wasn't any trouble, but I mean, I was definitely kind of like hesitant and kind of scared. But at the same time, I was like, listen, they're not doing anything with me. So if I'm going to go out, I'm going to go out swinging, I'm like, all or nothing. This is my last shot. And, I mean, I wouldn't say it paid off, but at least it's finally been recognized. Monday Night Raw, when they played that video package before my match.
Yeah, and half the clips, most of the clips were from your show.
Right, they're all from my show. So to know that they actually have watched it and have recognized it, it's like, I had goosebumps. Like, because that was the first time I saw it when it was live.
And that, it was great because like WWE, when they put together video packages, like they spend thousands and thousands of dollars on the most up-to-date cameras and video editors and putting everything together so professionally. And then Zack Ryder's video, it's just the stuff you filmed on your flip cam.
Yeah, my stupid little flip camera that my parents got me for Christmas. That's what started it all.
But you never, you didn't ask them for permission before you started doing the Long Island, the true Long Island story.
I did not ask for permission.
Because I would assume they would have said no. And so, I mean, that's the philosophy on the Opie and Anthony show as well, is you don't ask for permission, you ask for forgiveness later. And you can generally get away with a lot more. So how psyched you won. And, like, people need to understand, if you're not wrestling fans, like, Zach was not getting TV time and kind of headed, and you know, don't mind me saying this, Zach, but was headed towards jobber territory. And then you come out on Raw this week, and not only do you have a video package, you won.
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, this new girl I'm seeing, actually, it was the first time she was watching. It was the perfect night. You know, so I looked like a superstar. So
what do you put on? What do you put on now? You got a new girl. You won the match.
I wouldn't say, well, pump the brakes a little bit. Pump the brakes.
Okay.
Still single and ready to mingle. Okay.
Nice.
It's just a girl. I took out a couple dates. You know, that's it.
Okay. So you got a girl on your arm for the night. You just won the match. So what do you put it on the radio?
What I play on the radio? I don't know. I haven't really been in the car lately. I'm too busy doing my show this week. It's a 24-hour process, the show.
You're just working nonstop. But that's
nonstop.
That's the way you got to do it. Now, are you worried? Because before, you know, you have a lot of what really brought you up is all these internet fans getting behind you, and it was also because, like, you were an underdog. They were like, what? Who's this guy who never gets TV time, you know, putting out this goofy YouTube show? Wait, this is hilarious. I'm going to get behind this guy because it's kind of funny because nobody else is, so I'm gonna support him. Are you worried now that, you know, you're becoming a little mainstream?
Well, no, because that was the goal, you know, like, so, I mean, that was the point all along. My goal wasn't to be like a little YouTube star.
Right.
You know, it was to be on Raw every week and be a champion and be like the man.
Right.
So if I lose some of the cult following, the underground following, just because I'm successful, that's idiotic. So if they want to stop watching me because I made it on television, then go, you know.
And
they stay. But if they're gonna ditch me because I'm finally on TV, then as NSYNC says, bye bye bye.
That's great to quote NSYNC at this moment. And people need to look at you if they're really supporting you. Look, are you sitting here talking about like indie rock bands and stuff that have a few fans? No, you're a mainstream guy. You're Mr. O-Town and Backstreet. How do you feel about O-Town?
Oh, they're horrible.
You don't like O-Town?
No, they're horrible. Come on, bro. They were manufactured.
Did you hear that they might be, you know, after NKOTB did a reunion and BSB back together, that O-Town, I read on TMZ, is getting back in the studio?
Yeah, I'm not interested.
Not at all. You're not even going to give them a shot?
Maybe I'll listen to their single, but I'm not going to download the album or anything.
What do you think of JT leaving NSYNC behind and becoming, like, you know, this superstar on his own? Do you support his single?
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, his stuff now is phenomenal.
You like it? And you like his movies?
His movies are good. I mean, what is it, Social Network? That was good.
Yeah. It seems like a lot of, like, you hear horror stories about the locker room. Like, you know, The Miz, everybody's heard The Miz's locker room horror stories when he first started being this reality show guy. They were throwing him out of the locker room and everybody was picking on him and whatnot. I watch the True Long Island Story on YouTube, and it seems like everyone in the locker room is supporting you because, like, all these guys show up on the YouTube show. Like, Cena's been on the YouTube show, and Randy Orton was on, you know, when you brought the flip cam to the ring the other week. Is everybody...
I mean, everyone's supportive of that, at least to my face, you know? Like, when I first started the show, guys like CM Punk and The Miz and, you know, John Morrison, they would retweet my links on Twitter. And that just, at the time, I had basically no Twitter followers, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So by, like, Cena and all those guys retweeting it, that's how it kind of got out there. And so I owe a lot to all the guys in the locker room for helping me out.
Your former tag team partner, Kurt Hawkins, he's also from Long Island because a guy named Pitsy, who used to work for the show that comes on after us, Ron and Fez, is best friends with Kurt Hawkins in real life.
Yeah, I know that guy. Yeah, I know him.
Oh, you know him. How mad is Kurt Hawkins that you took the sweet Long Island gimmick and he doesn't get to use this thing?
I hope he's not mad. I mean, I didn't do it like behind his back. We knew that our time as a team was over.
Yeah.
And we both had the opportunity to create our new selves, and
Because I'd be pissed. I'd be like, not like because you did anything wrong, but just because you thought of it and I didn't, and now you've got all this, everybody's buying your shirts and everything and following you on Twitter and spiking their hair.
Well,
I'd be pissed.
I don't think the whole spike in your hair is really the Kurt Hawkins way. He has his own style, his own way about him. So if he tried like the spike in his hair and doing what I'm doing, it wouldn't be authentic, So I'm glad like he's sticking to his guns, and he may not be on TV as often right now, but I'm sure he will be eventually.
He's not a BSB guy?
I don't think so. A couple songs. One of our, we were a team on the Indies. One of our songs was entrance songs with my Backstreet Boys.
Have you had to defend, like, now it seems like all these things that you like, all the bands and the action figure collecting, they all kind of fit into this persona that you've created that everybody loves. Have you been having to defend this, though, like, before you created this persona, back when, like, nobody knew who you were and you were still doing all this weird stuff?
Oh my God! Like in high school, the fact that like I wanted to be a WWE superstar, like people would laugh at me. They would laugh in my face.
Yeah.
And like it's funny now because like when I moved away to go to the WWE developmental schools, and when I came back, everyone would be buddy with me, and I was like, "Are you serious, bro? Like,
yeah.
Get out of here."
Exactly. It's like, I mean, you remember. You're a loyal guy. You remember where people were. You remember, you're not going to start liking O-Town now because you remember who they were before. And you're not going to, people all of a sudden, now that you have a T-shirt and a headband that people are rocking, your old friends or your old people that made fun of you can't come back and be friends with you now.
Yeah, you'd be surprised by how many Facebook messages I get. Hey, how you doing? Can I get an autograph for my cousin? Or can I get hey, if I'm friends with you or you're cool with me, I have no problem signing an autograph, giving you a shirt. But if just coming out of, haven't talked to you in years. You're like, come on, give me a break.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Zach, I want you to know that there's one guy because Sirius XM here, I don't know if you've ever been up here, but it's just about every single show that's on Sirius broadcast out of this one building. And I'm going to tell you that I'm the one guy who walks up and down these hallways wearing his Broski T-shirt.
I love it. Thank you for representing.
I always will. What can I do to get you to follow me on Twitter? Because you shouted me out, I know, and I don't want to keep asking you for things. But I mean, what can I do?
Well, you just asked me, so I'll just follow you. I'll just click follow.
That's it.
That's it. Yeah.
Well, my Twitter name is not Sam. Should I just tweet you like after the show? But you know what? I got my Twitter right now. I'm going to tweet you like as we speak.
I can, I'll try to go on as we speak, too. I'm at my computer. I'm editing this show, which I do all by myself. Thank you very much.
You do the video editing on the True Long Island.
I created the show. I write the show. I fund the show. And you don't even know how expensive it is to do this stupid show. Every prop, it's unbelievable. I bought that Internet Championship, It's like, oh, man. But it's worth it. It's all going to pay off.
Yeah, you have your own championship belt on the show. Like, when you started the show, it was just a toy belt. But now you created, or you had a belt made that's like a professional, like, championship title belt. How much did that belt cost?
It was like $1,500 or $1,600.
Oh, my God. Are they going to let you bring it on TV?
I'm working on it, but I'm not so sure.
Well, I saw it on WWE.com.
Right, they just did a whole feature on it. So hopefully soon. And by the way, I'm following you. That was easy.
Oh yes. Well, I'm still going to send this out anyway. So hopefully people will see my Twitter, and if they're not already following you, they will. Well, Zach, thank you so much for calling in.
No problem.
And next time you're in town, I know you live in Long Island, but you have an open invitation to come in here, and you could plug the YouTube show anytime you want. Like, you could come in here like 3 days a week, every week for the next 6 months. It wouldn't bother me. You could come in and just come in and co-host the show every day if you want. You're always welcome in here.
I would love to come in. I don't know about every day.
I know you're a little busy. Well, yeah. Well, listen, you could direct message me now since we're friends on Twitter.
Yes.
And it won't be a problem. All right, well, Zach, I'm going to let you close out the interview because you know how to do it best.
All right. Guess you got to like me on Facebook, follow me on Twitter, buy the T-shirt and the headband, and take care. Spike your hair. Woo, woo, woo. You know it.
You're the man, dude. Thank you for calling in.
All right, thank you.
All right, later.
Later.
Oh, my God, that was awesome. Did you hear that, Pips?
I heard it.
That was Zach Ryder, Long Island IZ.
Never heard of him.
What?
Never heard of him. Don't know who he is.
Are you serious, bro?
I'm very serious.
Well, I want you. Are you on Twitter?
I'm not.
I want you to sign up for Twitter today. Will you do this for me? Sign up for Twitter today. You could pick your own screen name.
Okay.
And then go to my Twitter, which is not Sam.
Mm-hmm.
The people know that already. And then find my tweet to Zach Ryder so you can see the Zach Ryder Twitter, and then follow Zach Ryder. Will you do that for me?
Why should I follow him?
Because he's the man, dude. Did you hear him?
A little bit, yeah.
He's the only guy in WWE. He's a pro wrestler.
Okay.
Who's repping the Backstreet Boys. New Kids on the Block.
And you want me to follow this guy?
He's keeping it real, dude.
He's keeping it real? If I follow that guy and talk about him, I'm not keeping it real. I lose my street cred.
No, dude. This is street cred. You gotta do this for me.
This is crazy, Sam.
Do it for me. Eric, you follow Zach Ryder, right?
Of course I do.
Did you hook that up?
Yes, I did.
Oh, you're a godsend, Eric.
And our good buddy Joe Villa.
Joe Villa is, I mean, what a wonderful person you are, and what a wonderful person Joe Villa is, because that just made my day. And you know what? We may have isolated a lot of the audience, but I don't care if we did. If you stopped listening to that because you don't like wrestling, I don't care.
Fuck them.
Yeah, don't listen to this show ever again. Ever. If you didn't like that, never listen to the after show ever again, because I'll do that every day, all day long.
Don't listen to the show before this.
And don't listen to Opie and Anthony. And I mean, I don't want to speak for Ron and Fez, but if it were up to me, I'd say just take your radio, satellite radio, and flush it down the goddamn toilet. Okay?
We do need to do a quick break.
All right, let me just take one call because there's some guy on the line. Hello, you're on the after show.
Yeah, hey, this is a giant pile of shit. Fuck you and fuck you.
You see, now there's a guy who can't.
Thank you, 404.
Did you get it? You got his number.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, we're gonna call him all day long. Are you serious, bro? That was awesome. We'll be right back with more of the after show.
The Virus, Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live.
Is this This is Zach Ryder's favorite NKOTB song?
Correct. This is Summertime.
How could you not think that guy rules? He's a wrestler and he sits in his car listening to this song. It's awesome. It's After Opie and Anthony Live. I mean, I don't know what more you could want on this radio show. This has been an amazing week since we returned from vacation on the Opie and Anthony Show. And I mean, it gets better and better every day. You know, I'm not even talking about just having Zach Ryder on the after show, but you talk about the main show. You talk about the Opie and Anthony Show, where you had Patton Oswalt sitting in all day, Nick Swartzen stopping by, Kevin Smith on the phone, and tomorrow, Eric, should I tell him? Tomorrow?
Yeah, you might as well.
The man himself, Jim Brewer, returns to the Opie and Anthony Show tomorrow.
He might have an update.
Ooh, I've spoken to him because I did a Comedy by Request with Jim Brewer yesterday, and he was very excited about coming back. And I've heard that he actually canceled a couple TV appearances so that he could come on to O&A earlier.
Take that, Pix 11.
Okay, well, I didn't want to shout out this station, Eric. I don't think that was our place to do it. We're joined, though, by an old familiar face to the Opie and Anthony Show. I hope you all know her by now. It's Francine. Francine is back.
Hey, you guys.
How you doing, Francine? For those of you that don't remember, I was actually just talking to Pips, the intern for Ron and Fez, during the commercial break. And Francine is probably most famous for her story where she had not the abortion, where she was going to have an abortion, but then she miscarried into a toilet. And you told that story with such glee.
I was 17, you guys. I didn't want it.
And so you didn't want the baby. You did want the miscarriage.
Absolutely.
That's disgusting. But it was you said it was such joy and pizzazz that I think it gained you a whole lot of new fans. And you've also, I mean, You had a segment for a while where you were coming in and doing the news.
Yes, I did.
And that was more focused around Opie and Anthony not thinking you were super intelligent.
I am super intelligent.
No, I
first
think
of all.
so.
Thank you.
Yeah, but Opie and Anthony do not.
No, they think I'm intelligent.
Okay. We'll agree to disagree. I saw you were saying hello to Opie and Anthony and Jim, your old pal, because you were an intern for the show at one point, right?
Yes, I was.
And this was
10 years ago.
Right, way back in the day in WNEW.
That is correct.
Before we were even on satellite radio.
That is correct.
What was your internship like back then?
It was actually a lot of fun. I used to listen to Opie and Anthony at home with my sister and my brother, who were way too young to be listening. My brother didn't really like it so much, but my sister loved it.
Mhm.
So it's to the point where she's actually obsessed with Opie and Anthony as well. But yeah, and
So
then
is she jealous that you're an Opie and Anthony star?
she is kind of jealous, but now she's 18.
Oh.
So she can actually come and see. So she's always like, oh,
Ew.
when are you going? I want to come with you. And I never
What?
tell her when I'm coming. Because she's
What?
in college in Canada anyway. So,
Oh.
yeah. But yeah, we're O&A fans. And
But what was it like when you were an intern? Because I can relate. I mean, I was an intern, but this was during the satellite radio days. What was it like interning during the terrestrial radio days?
it was fun. I mean, it's no different than what you guys are doing. I mean, technology was like a little different. So we had like faxes instead of, I guess, comments written down on a computer screen.
Gotcha.
So we used to take faxes in and out of the room. Back in those days, it was really raunchy. So I used to see lesbian sex going on.
That's nice.
No, that's not always nice.
No.
I think I saw live sex. Lots of girls.
Intercourse.
Yeah, intercourse.
That's not allowed here.
Yeah. Also,
That would make penetration. So we're not allowed to do that.
lots of girls used to come in to do the wow photos. That was interesting. So
Like
I
the
saw
breasts.
lots of boobs, and I think I was working at Victoria's Secrets at the time, so I had to see boobs at work,
Secrets.
and then boobs at my internship. So, it was
So that must have been a great time in your life.
not really.
No. Well,
Well,
okay.
Victoria's Secrets wasn't fun.
You know everybody here, of course. You know me and E-Rock, Danny, Derek.
Yeah.
But I was noticing while the show was going on, because you were here while the show was on. It was a very exciting show today, by the way, wasn't it?
Yes, it was very exciting, but mostly we were talking about the Bible back there and me loving money.
Well, yeah. I mean, you met Troy today.
Yeah, Troy.
Where's Troy? He should come down here.
Troy was an interesting character.
Well, Troy, he didn't really like your attitude, it seemed like.
Yeah,
Because you came in and you were saying that you sleep with men because they have money.
totally not true. I did not say that.
What did you say?
I don't remember, but I
It was
did.
something to that effect.
Probably.
Okay.
She did say she
Oh, sorry.
She
Go ahead.
admitted she was a gold digger.
She did?
Yeah.
Okay.
As a joke.
I mean, that was a joke.
Kind of.
Sort of?
Yes.
Mm. And then you started doing your flirty thing with Troy that you do with guys, where it's like you start kind of talking real close to him and sitting on the arm of the chair they're sitting on, knowing that you're you're being I'll say it, a C tease, because I don't want to be vulgar around a lady.
Be vulgar.
Cock tease
That's
is what
right.
you're doing. You're just teasing them as if to say there's a possibility of sexual activity when there isn't.
I guess so.
Yeah, that is what you were doing.
I guess.
Troy responded, though. He was being a little rude to you.
Yeah, he's being kind of gay about it.
Wow. You
Yeah.
think Troy was being gay? In what
Troy
way?
was being a big cocksucker about it.
You think so?
A big pillow biter about it.
Pillow biter.
A little turd burglar about it.
Wow. And in what way? You think?
I don't know. I feel like, okay, most guys I do that with. First of all, I'd never do that professionally at work.
Mhm.
Okay. I don't know what his problem was. I'm like, we're on the Opie and Anthony show. It's a pretty free-spirited kind of air here. Nobody's going to take that as any way. And he goes and takes it to like the next level of, he starts getting all harsh and stupid and just like,
But do you
dude,
think? I mean, but you said you think Troy is like he wasn't responding to your advances because he's attracted to men? Did you get that vibe, sort of?
I don't know if he's attracted to men, but I'm like, most guys don't really respond to this way. They don't respond to it with like
Anger
and animosity. I'm like, most guys like it when I do this.
So you're saying like he might not be gay, but he's probably at least like somewhat bisexual.
Yeah,
You do think so?
I think so.
And he's a fashionable guy, so it kind of. Well, I mean, don't laugh at what I'm saying. This is you. You know.
Yeah, I guess he is slightly fashionable.
So, Where was it left? I mean, I don't know where he is now. Maybe he's afraid of you.
No, maybe he's having sex in the bathroom. Maybe he's putting his leg out under that bathroom stall and trying to get some ass.
Having sex in the bathroom, only men are allowed in that bathroom.
Duh.
So you're saying he may be having sex with a male coworker in the bathroom?
Yeah,
that's where you'd assume Troy is.
Yeah,
because
he doesn't like me.
Eric, where is Troy?
I looked all over the place. I can't find him.
Did you check for a bathroom stall with 4 feet under the door?
No, there's a line.
There's a line.
Yeah.
Maybe everybody found out that Troy was in there pleasing men. According to Francine, I mean, I guess this is just an assumption, but this is kind of what you gathered from the conversation.
I gathered that he just was not very nice to me in general. I was just like, this is really weird. I'm not used to people being mean to me.
In sort of like,
especially guys.
Because he came off as like a sort of I'm into guys.
Yeah, rub my ass all over him, and then he's getting all stupid. I'm just like, what's wrong with you? I'm being very nice. I'm letting you touch my ass.
You let him touch your ass?
With his hand.
What?
Well, his elbow. Whatever.
With his hand? What did you think? I didn't mean with his penis.
No, not his hand, his elbow.
You just said with his hand.
I rubbed my butt on his elbow.
Would you have let him touch your ass with his hand?
No, because we're not that good of friends.
Oh, that's only for your very good friends. What about like E-Rock?
I think E-Rock has touched my butt before.
Not since he's been married, though.
No.
Okay. Oh, here comes Troy. Troy has about 1 minute. And it does look like he's walking bow-legged. So you might have been right. Francine was just telling me that she assumes, based on how you reacted to her, that you are maybe not gay, but at least somewhat bisexual. And just now, you were having intercourse with male coworkers in the bathroom.
Right. That male coworker must have been Gary Schoenwetter, our boss.
I don't know who it is, but if you're going to make accusations about,
I just don't know. She's just so used to guys kissing her ass that I just don't even. I don't think she just walks in. She walks into her place. She walked into the back room and she's like, "Oh, I need this, and do you have this for me?" And blah blah blah. Yeah. Like, give me gifts because I'm pretty. And I just looked at her
You didn't like that. That's your vibe, Francine?
That is not my vibe, you guys, and you know that.
Well, Troy,
you're used to getting what you want, and you love the attention, and you love when guys kiss your ass. She walks back there and she's like, every guy I meet wants to fuck me.
She said that.
And I looked at her, I'm like, really? Like, you're that fucking sure of yourself?
Do you want to fuck her?
I mean, I would use her hole. Do you know what I mean? But that's not saying anything.
Back to the orifice thing.
Yeah, that's not saying, like, I fuck plastic toys.
You do?
Yes.
Okay.
And so that's really sad.
Well, I don't give a fuck. I would use your hole as an opening to ejaculate it. That's all I would. But that's not saying anything.
Well, Francine,
I think you have a lot of anger management issues, and maybe you need to see a psychiatrist.
I think you got a lot of ego issues, and you need to get yourself in check.
Ego issues.
You need to get yourself in check.
Can you come back tomorrow, Francine?
You need a psychiatrist.
Are you going to be here tomorrow?
Because nobody should be angry.
Oh my
if
God.
a man is angry,
we have to go.
That a girl.
I'm just angry at bitches that fucking think
Can you come back here tomorrow?
Are
you going to be here all weekend? Are you going to be here all weekend?
I may be able to come in tomorrow.
Come in tomorrow.
You need to kiss my ass because I'm beautiful. I'm beautiful. Kiss my ass. Every guy wants to fuck me.
I'm out of here. I'm turning off the mics.
You sound like a fucking faggot. Seriously.
TroyQuan.com. I've been new mixtape.
You fucking loser.
Okay, we're going to continue this tomorrow.
Somebody's bent.
Go back to the bathroom.
This has been After Opie and Anthony Live. Cut it off when you have to.
Oh, I didn't kiss your ass.
Opie and Anthony Show is now over. For real this time. Check out the O&A Show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Faz are next. On The Virus.